What the fuck? Steins Gate is stupid cheap. Should I experience this masterpiece for the first time finally? Hello. Hello, Double Jumper. Hello, everyone. Again. We're back again. Joe is running a little bit late, so I'm gonna get started on fan art and stuff without him. But first, we'll run some ads and then we'll get going. Latte streamer. We did spend the intervening hour discussing gender. Big day for us. Big day for us. Thank you, Talons5089, subbing for subbing with Prime right before I went live, and Outson. Now I can weeb gasp again. Welcome back. Welcome back, Outson. Yay, Sekimeya hype. That's right. That's right. Okay, I'm gonna press play on the ads and I'll see everybody who isn't subbed in 3 minutes. Yay, mouse stream. It's been so long. I know. Didn't you miss me? Didn't you miss me? Hates non-subs. Hates pre-roll ads. Wants Joe to advertise on his server into no ads. I actually do it so that people don't get pre-roll ads. It's actually friendly. It's friendly to the non-subs. Sekimeya barrels. First mouse stream today for Paquetto. First mouse stream for me too. Just curious, did you misspeak earlier in Jads, or was Kingdom Hearts Christmas pushed to November and I missed that? I just misspoke. I forgot what month Christmas is in. Thank you, Not So Neato, for resubbing. Hello, it's Mouse, and maybe Joe, depending on when this is read. Quick question, if Seki is so good, why isn't Sai real yet? I think that we all should collectively group together to summon a Sai Tulpa. I think that through our collective power, we could bring him into being. She won't play the new AI game because I said it was boring. That's true. I will not play the new AI game because Godot said it was boring, and because I read like the taglines on 2 streams, or I'm sorry, I read the taglines on 2 reviews, and they were both like, this is a filler game. And that was their takeaway. And I was like, well, I don't need one of those. Thank you to Holy Gordo for subbing with Hi Mouse. I needed the green name again. I felt naked without it. It does freak me out when people who have green names no longer have them, for sure. Everyone ready for 80% of inner monologue and 20% of bullshit? It's going to be 20% fan art, 60% inner monologue, and 20% bullshit. I see the date and my brain goes full monkey mode. Yeah, fair enough. Well, we got 1 more minute left. I don't want Sai to exist in real life. He's like D&D. Very fun to think about, but insanely stressful to actually apply in reality. That's probably true, but I would love to talk to Sai for like 20 minutes at a party. For sure. For sure. I think this about you, Boulder? That's so mean. Wait a minute. We can squeeze in a 10% rant about the monthly newspaper. Don't give away the plot of the stream. Mouse, hey, can you summarize the plot so far, please? No. Oh, Dalmek has redeemed an emotional support Sai because Rodney shamed me last week. I automated this week, so I was actually going to ask if anybody was willing to test this out. So thank you, Dalmek. It did automatically put Sai on screen. Now we just have to see if he disappears in a timely fashion. Yippee! Insane tech. I know. Rodney shamed me. I spent the last 20 minutes learning how to do that before stream. It was kind of stressful, actually. All right. Ads are over. I'm going to put my advertisements out on Discord, and then we're going to get started. And Blue Sky, huh? I always forget Blue Sky. Can't forget Blue Sky. I am in a Discord channel waiting for Joe to come, and I don't have the join sound turned on, so he's just gonna jump scare me at some point, and it'll be funny. Trust it'll be funny. Announcements. Seki Sundays. Sekimeya time fan art for a while first. Okay. That's the last announcement. Now, actually, I don't know what happened. We were wondering if it would queue 2 in a row, so I guess we'll find out now. Since you've got automatic tech working now, are you going to host Homestuck Stream 2026? I've been working on an automatic OBS scene switcher for the unofficial reader. I already asked Joe to go on a vacation with me during Homestuck weekend next year so that we didn't have to do Homestuck weekend again. I'm sorry. Somebody else will have to pick up the slack there. Hey Mouse, I recently caught up to your Expedition 33 streams and you mentioned you really liked Porter Robinson. Have you heard the Japanese exclusive track from Nurture, Full Moon Lullaby? I have not, actually. I have not. I will look that up. Thank you. That's fine. You can do it from the vacation. No, Boulder. I'm going to say no to that. I'm sorry. I don't want to do that again. Maybe somebody else will stream Homestuck. Maybe Joe will stream Homestuck. Will there be a special thing on October 5th? Maybe. I'll definitely listen to Full Moon Lullaby. Thank you. I have to put a hard stop on that. I was very stressed out by the attention of Homestuck fans. I don't want to do that again. Once was fine. Twice is not fine. Okay. Cool. So I did promise a surprise today. If you were in the Discord, it's okay. It's okay, Boulder. It was fine to do once. I just don't really want to do that again. So I did promise a surprise in the Discord. Speaking of Boulder, Boulder did me a big favor, and then I told him I wouldn't stream Homestuck twice. This is the kind of friendship you get from me. Anyway, big surprise. Are we reading Shiroya City? No. I have to move Sai on top. The big surprise is that we now have a fan art gallery, the same way that Joe does. So we have, I went through and downloaded and archived every single piece of fan art so far, I'm pretty sure, and organized it into archive channels. What's the link? Here's the link. So, thank you, Boulder. Legitimately, thank you, Boulder. Boulder also came up with the Kingdom Hearts logo himself. So thank you, Boulder, for that. He also came up with the name Mouseum. Boulder does all of the logos and like upcoming stream game fonts apparently, and he did this one. That's as much fan art as what Joe usually gets. Yeah. So this is all just the archive. We're gonna do weekly fan arts moving forward. Boulder stocks are up. We might have to reconsider the no Homestuck stream policy, but that's a problem for next year. It is beautiful. So we're gonna get into it. I moved all of the Sekimeiya fan art, I think, that I found to the end. So hopefully Joe is here to see it. We do have 2 videos, and I'd really like Joe to see the videos. So hopefully he'll be here soonish, and he'll be here to see it. Sai died. Okay, so it died because of Dalmek redeeming it. So we'll see. So I think that it doesn't queue them up. So I'll just have to do the next one. Manually. It's okay. Don't say that out loud. Don't bring up Homestuck. We were already talking about Homestuck. It's not my fault. I take so much blame for things that aren't my fault all of the time. And then also sometimes people blame me for things that are my fault, and I pretend they aren't and say that they're also not my fault. Okay, let's do fan art. Are you gonna have someone else manage it so it's a surprise for you like it is for Joe, or will nothing change? I'm still gonna do my own fan art. I think I'm not that big time. I like going in the fan art channel and thanking people directly. That was the duration running out. So yeah, this was tough. Yeah. So if you haven't seen Joe's fan art showcase, in all of the fan art we have the author tagged and then also like the subjects of the stuff tagged. So you do have 26 pieces. Yeah, you definitely have all the pieces. So this is from Tep. Akira Toriyama inspired mouse art in honor of Chrono Trigger. This is what I've been using on Discord as my icon because it is so cute. This does look like it could come straight from like the Chrono Trigger concept art. I think it's really cool when artists work outside of their like typical style. Thank you, Tep, also for coming up with the original idea to redo the piercings on the mouse avatar instead of the ear cuff. Very cool. I would never get an industrial in real life, so I'm not brave enough, but I do have my ears pierced twice, so there's that. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, those are her heat vents. She does have big big heat vents on her hair. Thank you so much, Tep. Thank you, Fifi to Fifessel, for this is actually art of jelly, but we were again having our discussion of ways to modify how we do things like chans, and Fifi did some jelly art. He said, alas, your OG design is just too good. It's hard to scrunkle it further. I tried. So this is the scrunkle, right? Yeah, the Kun discourse. So this is scrunkle jelly, and then as a bonus, anime jelly is saying Joe Oshi. Very cute. Are we playing Scrandle again? I played Scrandle on today's stream earlier, so we were not doing Doles because we did Doles on the earlier stream. So that's it for Doles for today. We're just doing fan art. Fan art is enough of a delay on the great Sekimeya moments of the stream to go. Did you do Boulder Scrandle? I did not do Boulder Scrandle. We could do Boulder Scrandle. Thank you, Haydener. So this is for Spirit and the Mouse. If you weren't here for those streams, they're very fun. Some fan art for Spirit of the Mouse. I thought about doing two-tone hair. I thought doing two-tone hair with Mouse's avatar would fit well with the game's mouse. MS Paint as always. For MS Paint, this looks amazing, I would say. I did have two-tone hair for a long time, actually. Very fashionable. Very fashionable. I love the beret. We got the beret. We're collecting the affection and gratitude of the villagers, and we've got our little guy Kiblins. They were called Kiblins. I think they were called Kiblins. That was a cute little game. I really enjoyed that. If you weren't here for these streams, it was from the Squeak Cross creators. It's really fun. Emmett Silk's hair. It is like Emmett Silk's hair. Thank you, Haydener, for this. And then we have the Kun section of the stream. Here's a Kun for you. He's really cool. OC do not steal. This is Sai's Watch Kun. Bangin' bod, but doesn't make a big deal of it. Travels a lot. Always there when you need him. Loves animals and children. Has a badass motorcycle not pictured. Sick leather jacket. Sai is like a little bro to him. He tries to keep Sai out of trouble. And also totally supports Sai's love of men. And of course it's a Casio watch. I love that he has a six-pack. The buff little Why is this here? It was a joke. It was in the fan art channel, so it goes here. If you put it in the fan art channel, then it goes here. What can I like? I don't know what to tell you. That's a lot of fan art. It was 2 weeks worth of fan art. If you don't want it to go up here, don't put it in the fan art channel. That's about how it goes. I should have put real life Shiroya City in the fan art channel. Maybe. This was shown on Joe's stream, but we'll show it here too. This is also from Tep. Resubmitted because he misspelled characterization. Hold me, Sai. Hold me and you can do anything you want. The bag contains egg. Timeline. This is Seki-kun. Timeline hops so he can do the homework twice. His bench, squat, and deadlift and his SAT score are both 1600. Has no need for faff or drivel like characterization, themes, or friends. Only more logic puzzles and gains. Somehow, remarkably, 19 years old. And also wants to kiss Sai so badly. Egg. I like that he has egg form. And bag contains egg. I like to think that he transforms into the egg in like a magical girl sequence. And he has a twin. That's true. We know that he has a twin now. At least a twin. It could be triplets or maybe even quadruplets. Who knows? They've done a lot of characterization of Shiroya. It hasn't helped her character, but you know they did a lot of it. I mean, I would say it has helped her character. It just doesn't make her character feel like someone I want to read from the perspective of, you know? Like, I already spend time in my own brain being like an anxious mess who can't decide anything. Having to live through it again is a little grueling. At least I can cook. I can make myself feel better with food. Tiny Sai in the egg, like tiny Cory in the package. Oh, Sai hatched out of the Sekimeya. Did you know how scary it is that the theme of Seki might actually be the neat struggle? I mean, like, we don't have evidence that anybody trapped in that tower has a job besides a security guard who's probably lying about it. It's gonna suck when you get 3 more hours of Shiroya today. It really is, yeah. It really is. She time travels out of the tower again? Okay. I was very interested in the voice assignments today. Lose Sai. Arena's house had work outfits in the closet. That's true. Oh man, listen, this is why you're the editor and I'm just a mere streamer. Thank you, Tup. Another kun we've got, possibly also meant as a joke, but still put on the stream anyway. This is what happens. We have men-loving kun who loves men and never recycles. A little, you got the funny assignments? I did. A little excerpt from the Discord on the side here. I said, dare I ask why he doesn't recycle? And Ravane said, of course, there won't be an answer, but feel free to ask. Ravane, in the chat, you were hoping I would put this up here. Would you care to clarify anything additional about men-loving kun while we're here? I only saw stream 1 of Sekimeya. I wonder how it'll feel watching today. Confusing, Oko, confusing. You're welcome to say if you want, but you will be confused. Pride never ends on this channel. That's true. I did the bit of no further information, Ravane. Okay, that's fine. Pride never ends on this channel. That's true. I very cleverly did the bit of changing the Discord icon to a Pride one that I'm never going to change away from it. Very, very sneaky. No one picked up on that at all. Happy Pride. That's right. The fun part is, even if you've seen all the streams today, it'll probably be confusing. That is true. That is 100% true. Thank you, Medhead, for subscribing.
Ooh.
Ah! See, I told you he'd jump scare me. Hello. How you doing?
Hello. I'm okay. How are you?
I'm okay. Did you get dinner and everything?
Yeah.
Okay. I shared screen so you can see the art.
Traumatized the guy at McDonald's.
How did you yeah, he's quiet. I'm turning him up. How did you traumatize the guy in McDonald's?
So I took 3 of my 4 children to McDonald's, and I placed the order at the self-enter kiosk screen thing, and it printed a receipt, which means I won the receipt lottery. But oh no, it printed blank, so I don't have a receipt. So I go over to the front desk area, to the guy behind the cashier, and I show him the blank receipt. He doesn't understand what I'm showing to him. So I say to him, like, I just placed an order. The receipt is broken. So he's like, okay, what's your order? He thinks I'm now placing an order. So I repeat the order. I'm like, it's 4 Happy Meals and a double quarter pounder meal and a 10 nugget meal. And I say it that quickly. And he stops, looks down at his feet and goes, oh my God. I'm like, no, I'm like, I've already placed it. I've already paid for it. He's like, oh, you've already paid for it. I'm like, yeah, I've already paid for it. I just want to know what the number is. Like I'm not placing the order that quickly. Like, and he goes and gives me the number, and I'm like, okay.
That's okay. That's okay. We've only done a few fan art. I moved all of the Sekimeya ones that you haven't seen to the end, so that we can have peek at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now that Joe's here, I'm gonna turn the music down a bit. There we go. All right. Next up, we have from Lemonade. Members of Mousecord line up to be kicked into the sun, except it's a Mets game and it's at night. And instead of being kicked, they're getting a home run for Pete Alonso, who is a Mets player Tep mentioned once.
Loved the Mets.
Loved Mets. Thank you. It's Shush for subbing. Welcome.
I played this NES game. It was good.
Let's go Mets. Loved Mets. Home run. Let's go. I'm pitching. This is great. This is great. We've got Allison, Double Jumper, How You, and Not So Neato being represented here by their animal avatars. Even though this is out of date. Allison is no longer a panda. There are Mousecord member tags, and we have a meta Mousecord tag. I've been doing thorough tagging of these. Loved Mets is a meta category. I still don't understand the Mets thing, but at this point, it's funnier I do not. Okay, I won't explain it. Yeah. Okay. If you ever want to see like just like cryptic memes that if you're not in the Discord you don't understand, you can just look at pretty much any of the meta tags, I think. Thank you for the shout out to the New York Mets. Yeah. You just realized the ball is the goose. You're right. You're right. Thank you, Lemonade. From Oko, mouse is that one Moomin screenshot. Mouse with a knife. Terrifying. Terrifying. No one should give me a switchblade, for sure.
This is a cool mouse.
This is a cool mouse, yeah. I love the bow on the tail detail. It's really pretty. Very cute. Can we have a points redeem to kick mouse into the sun? You have to automate that one, Rodney. I'm not doing it. Joe, you weren't here. I explained that I made, right before stream, I made automated Psy technology. So if they redeem Psy on the screen, it now automatically puts them up there.
Huh.
The tech.
The tech.
Mets getting a sudden uptick in popularity and their marketing team being really confused. There he is. Yep. Julio Gordo demonstrating for us. I can put a 5-minute cooldown on the redeem. That's true. Rodney also DM'd me a way to do it with the program. Yeah. Thank you, Oko. I think we have a great deal of Oko. Before I keep going, the next 4 pictures have spoilers for Umineko. So if you don't want, they're not like super spoilers, but it's like maybe episode 4 spoilers or so, just to be safe. So if you don't want spoilers for Umineko, I recommend dropping out of the stream for like the next 5 minutes or so. I haven't seen the Seki streams. I don't even know who Sai is. Well, thank you for the redeem anyway. The music is quiet on purpose because Joe came back. I just wanted to, I lowered it.
Blame Joe.
Blame Joe. Okay, with that said, this is some pieces from Oko. Spoilers up to Umi 7. Okay, Umi 7. This was in Jad's, but I wasn't sure if it was too off topic here. I've been gathering random works in progress throughout the read through. The timeline is maybe episode ? This is 3 into episode 4 into episode 7 into episode 1. Thank you, Mouse, for introducing me and many others to Umineko. It's pretty good. I may like it a little bit. Thank you, Joe, for introducing so many people to Umineko.
I'll take partial credit, sure.
You'll take partial credit. I think you get most of the credit actually, but that's okay.
No, I think that if you hadn't said back on Leap Day stream in chat before I even knew who you were, this is the worst that it gets, brace. You know, I might have dropped it.
Damn.
At one of these boobs. Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
It was fate.
It was fate. It was fate. Stay night. Don't say that. Okay, Oko is amazing. So this is Inner Tongue. She said Death or Love tonight, which is a reference to something I don't know about. Probably Lady Gaga. I think someone in chat said Lady Gaga. This is amazing.
This is oh, I know this song.
You do?
Yeah, I do know this song. It's actually pretty good. It's Abracadabra, isn't it?
It might be. I'm not up to date on Lady Gaga. My mom loves Lady Gaga, interestingly.
I love Lady Gaga too.
We have Mouse to blame for the Umineko Renaissance era. Yeah, kind of, apparently, I guess. I was right. That was the worst it got. Thank you, Oko. Another one from Oko. I love this one. Beatrice getting blasted by the blue spears of the blue truth.
Or Beatrice at a rave.
Or Beatrice at a rave. Yeah.
Yeah.
She could be at a rave. Sayo would love a rave. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, this is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. Oko's art of Beatrice is always amazing. Then we have this one of Shannon. My love is as a fever longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease. Or alternately, if you want to read like some subreddits do, my love for that is as which a fever longer longing nurseth still the disease.
Don't dead open inside.
This is gorgeous too. And then I think the last one is my favorite. Which is Beata with her butterflies. I have such a normal feelings about Beatrice.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, this is absolutely beautiful. Oko, these are amazing. You continue to be just Thank you, Haydener, for gifting a sub to Oko. This is very nice of you. This is, yeah, it's just absolutely beautiful. I have normal feelings about her fangs here. Anyone else? Yeah, the fangs really get me, I think. It's just absolutely gorgeous.
Really? I can't see them from this angle.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Oko. Also from Oko, if you weren't here from the spirit for the spirit and the mouse, are all of these fan arts mouse stream exclusive, or is some also going to be on Joe's stream? I mostly so usually Joe shows fan art before I do, and then I just don't show the ones that get cross posted. But now that they're being archived, we'll probably both show them. If they get posted in my Discord, they get shown here. If they get posted in Joe's Discord, they get shown there. If they get posted in both, it'll probably be on both. Does Oko have a blue sky? Oko does have a blue sky. They're Effie Oko on both. I have to thank you two for giving me the reread experience. Kyrie and Erica are the two most interesting characters to read again. I would say that's true, even though I don't like Erica.
You just like Erica as a character, or do you just like her as
just a person?
Yeah, but as a character, do you find her interesting?
Yeah, I think she serves an interesting function, especially like we were talking about on last week's stream. I don't want to, or yesterday's stream. I don't want to go too much into it because I don't want to spoil it for anyone. But yeah.
I would say, interestingly, I feel like the only character in the story, and this is rare, that I actually dislike him as a character and as a person is actually Kinzo. I don't even think he's that successful as a character, to be honest.
Interesting.
But maybe he's just there, you know? Like, he's important, but he's still just there.
Hello from Infernus. Hello, Irene. Nice to see you here. So if you weren't here when we were streaming The Spirit and the Mouse, which is what Haydener's art was from earlier, it was basically just a collectathon where you played a funny little mouse who collected light bulbs. And then the last 5 minutes of the game, God came down and talked to you and told you that they wanted to ascend you to be an angel or whatever. And it was... the last prompt in the game was press X to ascend. This is a perfect, and you have to say yes. I tried to say no 3 times and it wouldn't let me. I had to do it. Every game should end like this, so maybe. What game was this? The Spirit and the Mouse. You did miss that. Yeah, you missed press X to ascend mode. Just so weird. Yeah, there's a clip of it. Thank you, Lemonade. It was Persona all along. Damn it. They got me again. Thank you, Oko. That was a really funny moment. Marishina Noah joined the Discord just to post this. I learned a little animation because I wanted to draw mouse jumping. Worst mistake of my life, but I finished it because I got too far in. It's so cute. I love this art style. Which is based on like my stream art, and then the little mouse jumping is adorable. I stared at this for like 5 minutes when I saw it posted. Yeah, it's so cute. Yeah. I love Tiny Mouse. It was absolutely gorgeous. Thank you, Marishinoa, if you're around, just join to post this. Like, oh my god. The way the flower curls up under the mouse is good detail. Yeah, it's really cute. Welcome back, Hello Neighbor jumping on the fridge fan art. Yeah, this has so much in common with that. I agree.
Oh god.
The trauma in his voice.
Just the worst stream. Just the worst stream. It's so bad I forget it happened sometimes. Like, legitimately blocked it out a little bit. Like, it was just the worst stream.
Another one from Tep, Met's Mouse. I was trying to explain to a completely different community last night how weird our stream memes are. And it was because this was posted, and I was like, oh my God.
Much hair.
So much hair. This is goals, actually. I want my hair to be about that long in real life, which I know is so... Do you want to say it's so gross? Go ahead.
So gross.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That would be terrible.
That would be awful.
So bad.
Yeah. It would for me. It would get everywhere and shed like a full cat's worth of hair every week, but whatever.
Oh, it's so gross.
Baseball uniforms are underrated. I think they're pretty cool. I think this is awesome, like as an action shot. I think this is really cool. Tep turns out such cool stuff. I love Tep. She's so happy to be swinging. We've had both a mouse with a bat and a mouse with a knife in this fan art section. Impressive. Who
would win? No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I think probably this one, because the other one was like the small version of the mouse, and I think that this would the bat would just take care of it probably, unless small mouse slashed for the ankle tendons. That would give them maybe a chance if they were quick enough. We can't be doing this. No, I haven't. Okay. Has Mouse or Joe played off? No, I probably am going to stream it. I'm not going to say the meme phrase. Have you played off?
I have not played off. No.
You failed the D20. Okay.
I've been played off, but I have not played off.
There you go. Yeah, I really want to play it. I think that after playing Moon, it would be funny to play off. Probably the new one. Thank you, Tep, for the Mets mouse. We're not doing duels today because I did them all with Amos earlier, by the way.
No dolls?
No duels, except Boulder Scrindle. They do have a bet up for Boulder Scrindle, so we'll do Boulder Scrindle.
I did Bandle myself today already, so that's good. Okay. I did not get it. I failed.
we got it, but we had to get the clue for the name because I knew the song, but I didn't remember the name.
Cool mouse.
Yeah, Clearer was doing some doodles in voice chat the other day, and came up with some good mouse outfits. Not a witch, just a totally normal mouse with not witch clothes. I love this. This is giving like private eye mouse, maybe, which would be realistic for me. We've got a few more. Mouse detective, yeah. Yeah, very mouse detective here. And that. Clearer just casually making 500 mouse concepts in like 30 minutes was wild. Yep. And then, of course, startled mouse. This is when Joe joins the Discord call when I have it set to silent. The tail is aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, I did. I didn't have join sounds on. I said before you joined that I turned join sounds off, and so you were gonna scare me. So yeah, you actually did spook me. And this is the cozy mouse, of course. The tail has a good curl. It's like a lot of feeling in the tail, even though it's just like a squiggle. Clear is just the goat for that. Thank you, Clear. Very cute. Next up, we have a couple from Luna Panda. I think we're going to get into Sekimeya soon. Clear's design really inspired me, so I drew Mouse in Silent Hill. It's Disneyland. Experiencing unimaginable horrors. Cartoon mascots. So it's just got the fucking... We're in the detective outfit. We've got the fucking specter of Mickey Mouse. I don't know anything about Five Nights at Freddy's, but it's giving me Chuck E. Cheese, which I think is adjacent. And then just
Chuck E. Cheese, definitely in that area. Yeah.
With the mouse in Disneyland with the lead pipe. Just there being 9 Kingdom Hearts pictures already is so funny. I know there's more Kingdom Hearts fan art than like most other stream games. It's so bad. I have to do it. I don't have a choice. Also, the fact that now we have Mickey Mouse and mouse tags is so funny.
Oh yeah, you have to differentiate
the mice. Yeah. The people yearn for Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. It's true. I seem like a Silent Hill protagonist to you. Maybe. I think I would kind of curl up in a ball in a corner, but maybe when put under pressure, I would actually turn into like a pro tag. Who knows? Chat says mouse with bat would win over mouse with knife, apparently.
I wouldn't get scared if I was in Silent Hill.
You wouldn't? You would just tank that?
No, I wouldn't understand what's going on, so I would be fine.
Boy, there's an awful lot of fog here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Luna Panda. Oh, here's from C8. Speaking of the Kingdom Hearts art, couldn't resist drawing my favorite Kingdom Hearts streamer. This is the image I sent to a completely unrelated Discord and was like, try to figure out what's going on in my streams.
Because Oh no.
The Kingdom Hearts mouse, the Mets Keyblade is the most like low-key, well thought out thing. And it's just with the fucking Big Apple keychain. Low-key, yeah, not that low-key, huh? It's just like, what the hell, C8? The Big Apple keychain is how you know this was drawn by someone who has actual knowledge of the New York Mets, right? Mouse, are you a Mets fan? I've never watched a Mets game in my life. The handle is the bases. Oh my god, you're right. I didn't even notice that the handle is the field. Didn't answer the question? Sure, I'll be a fan of the Mets. What am I going to be? A fan of the Yankees? No way. All right. Thank you, C8. This is amazing.
Suddenly became a New Yorker there for a second. That was
I know,
crazy.
right? Yeah, that's crazy. I'm just adjust. Thank you, C8. Oh, here's some mouse cord fan art. After this, the Sekimeya fan art begins. So Huli Gordo said, since fan art is today, let me crank out a relevant one. Here's me saying, gotta get this ready for tomorrow. If I don't entertain mouse cord, who will? Meanwhile, in mouse cord, apparently why
is Goku fighting Peter Griffin?
So in mouse cord yesterday, they went. So I told you that there was the stream with like 8 million people watching of the like I think it was Spanish boxing, and or wrestling or whatever. And it was La Velada, and there was someone who was like dressed like a Super Saiyan who fought, I think, like just like a completely normal guy and like kicked the shit out of him. It was boxing.
Okay.
Everybody really enjoyed it, I guess. Mouse left the babies with an iPad. Huge vibes of that. That's true, Oka. The Mets got Juan Soto and completely dunked on the Yankees by getting him. Awesome. August was told it got so many views because it was awful celebrities and streamers fighting each other, like Logan Paul type stuff, but in Spanish. Oh yeah, they said it was like a streamer fighting a Goku guy. That's right.
Oh.
That's right. Why watch that when you could watch Yumi Neko?
Where was my invite?
You were streaming, I think.
That's true. I was too busy. Yeah.
You have 4 fan art submitted and no stream art. So okay, I'll give it to you over break, Wooly. Sorry. All right. Now we have Sekimeya fan art. So spoilers for Sekimeya incoming, I guess, on the Sekimeya stream. From Outsin. Sekimeya streams have been really enjoying them, so I drew some art. Looking forward to the next one. This is fucking amazing. I think we can go clockwise. So this is Katsuki, Miya, and Shiroya's internal monologues. So Katsuki's over here with the egg chair. If A
it's the egg chair. Okay.
If A is B unless C and D, otherwise B and E. Less wrong. He's got Rocco's basilisk and Schrodinger's cat. Year of glad I am seated in an office surrounded by bodies. Harry Potter and the methods of rationality. Oh no. Oh my god, not the less wrong. I know. Just fucking just symbolic logic. Thinking about Big Shiroya squeezing him in shirtless sigh. Logic error, bootstrap paradox. Katsuki being a Yudkowski bro is so funny, actually. And then we got Miya in the middle. Pretty simple. Using Katsuki as furniture and just strangling Shiroya to death with "I fucking hate you."
Identify more as Miya every day. Every day. Oh man.
Every day we read this. And then finally, of course, we have Shiroya girl dinner. It's just toast with shit on it. And a sardine can. Checklist: chicken, detergent, milk, 50% off, rice, no eggs, yogurt, and paper towels. Shiroya City. Shiroya Murana had no friends, no jobs, and no hobbies.
Are we allowed to talk about what we figured out yet? Because I just like what she ate is just insane. It's insane. Like oh my god. Like yeah.
See, can you hold it for 5 more pieces of fan art?
Maybe I think I can. Yeah,
right.
I think I can.
So she did the laundry and threw away the trash. That's true. Good for her. Should I change the past? Can't decide. Maybe that's the universe saying I shouldn't. Circa 3 hours. Then it's decided I won't. And then of course, Sai in the lower right. Don't believe his lies. It's the devil.
Gold blooming again. Yeah. With
Gold blooming again. The symmetry here is very nice with the size. Outson. Thank you. This is really good. I love this art.
It's giving me a Sistine Chapel vibes.
It is Sistine Chapel, yeah. This is really, truly. Oh, Outson's in chat. Thank you, Outson. Next up, we have from Luna Panda a couple, the printer breaker. So it's Irina and Isla watching as Shiroya just hammers the. I love the splashing ink. It's just. As you walk into your door and find someone smashing your printer, just the space is really good.
I'm a time traveler. I came here to break your printer. And I had literally unlimited time to think about it, and I decided to come in with a hammer. That's what I decided.
If you ever worked in IT support, you understand. True. Also from Luna Panda. We're opening the ramen, the mild ramen, of course. We're making the ramen. We're waiting for the ramen. 3 minutes, everyone. And then we're just fucking dead in our chairs. Egg. Just the egg, sure. Egg. Come on, Joe, it's just like Undertale. Explain yourself. The ramen item. Oh.
I don't remember the ramen item in Undertale. Under replay it.
Oh my god.
And I won't
stream
like
that.
anymore.
No, don't do that. All right, thank you, Luna Panda. We have one more from Luna Panda at the end. Before that, we have a video from Ribko. Join the server to provide, who joined yesterday to post this. Join the server to provide a small animatic I did quickly because I laughed so hard at the ordering food with Katsuki and Shiroya bit so much at work. Normally I do Umi fan art, but this is a mouse stream, and I will provide in order to motivate more Seki streams since you guys make it so fun. There's definitely more Seki streams to come. So I'm gonna phase out the music for the rest of fan art because we got videos. All right. Is it doing the same thing to me that it does to you?
It probably is, yeah. You probably have to refresh it.
God dang. Baldur says it doesn't do it to him.
Are you sharing sound to me or no?
I am not sharing sound to you currently.
Okay, I'm gonna mute Discord and listen to it on with the delay then.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
You got it. Okay, here we go. Okay, can you guys hear this? Does that sound okay? Oh, it's gonna do the thing again where it doesn't capture the fucking audio. Oh, it did this yesterday. It wouldn't work with Bandle either. Hold on. Let me change my strategy. Let me change my strategy here. I should have thought about doing this yesterday. Hold on 1 second. It did this today. It did this today. You're right. It was the last. It was the last stream. Okay. I streamed twice today. Okay. So let's try this.
Could you imagine like Shiroya and Katsuki trying to decide what to order for dinner?
Oh. Okay, that one played. That one played for sure. Except I did the thing. You can hear that one. Okay. Was it how it was quiet? Okay. Yeah, well it was small because it was
like Shiroya and Katsuki trying to decide what to order for dinner.
Oh my
god. Oh my god. Sorry, go ahead.
I picked up my phone and scrolled through the pages of apps until I found Uber Eats. It's quiet. It's quiet. 1 second. I can probably do something about that on my side easily. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Can you imagine like Shiroya
Ah,
and
it's been playing
Katsuki trying
twice.
to decide what to order for dinner?
Oh my.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry, go ahead.
I picked up my phone and scrolled through the pages of apps until I found Uber Eats. I had already ordered Uber Eats that week, and so I reviewed my order list to look through what I'd had so far. I didn't. Where is it even playing from?
You might have to play it without maximizing it. You might have to refresh it and then just play it in the window. Sometimes going window breaks it.
Yeah, it did. It played it in the window behind it, but didn't actually play it on screen. Okay, all right, here we go. Here we go. One more time. Here we go.
Oh,
This is the one.
So it wouldn't be echo. So I can't hear what you said. I'm sorry. I'm talking over you.
It's fine. It's fine. We should be good. We should be good. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Could you imagine like Shiroya and Katsuki trying to decide what to order for dinner?
Nope. It's playing it. It's playing the small version, even though I have the version maximized. So we'll just have to play the small version. I see what you mean. Okay, here we go.
Could you imagine like Shiroya and Katsuki trying to decide what to order for dinner?
Oh my.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry, go ahead.
I picked up my phone and scrolled through the pages of apps until I found Uber Eats. I had already ordered Uber Eats that week, and so I reviewed my order list to look through what I'd had so far. I didn't want to repeat anything that I'd had recently because then I wouldn't be able to enjoy my dinner as much. The local pizza shop had a sale, but I wasn't interested in getting buy one, get one because I don't like eating leftovers, and so it would have been a waste of food.
I looked at Shiroya looking at the phone. I had an idea what I wanted for dinner, but I also wanted to see what she wanted to have for dinner first. Obviously, I was someone I wanted my top choice, but I would be happy with having her top choice if that was my second choice. So I had to decide what was my top choice and what her top choice was, and then we would settle on the second choice. But I also know that she also knows the same about me. So can I really trust that when she gives me her top choice, that it's actually not her guess of what my top choice is, because she wants me to be happy, but I want her to be happy too. Fucking Christ. Having
traveled back in time, I watched from behind the door as the other me scrolled through Uber Eats. I knew very well that if Shiroya 1 ate food from the Indian place that she was considering, that she would get food poisoning. But would it be changing the path to warn her? This is fucking jeez. I didn't want to make contact with her, but I also didn't want to be suffering from the effects of food poisoning for weeks.
I remembered when I was sitting on the toilet that I had agreed that I was going to change the past when I went back in time.
Alright, we have fun here. So Oko said that they couldn't even tell if it was real. No, we were just riffing. We were in Shiroya City. It was so rough. It was so bad. We have fun here on like Shiroya.
That was really funny. It was really funny.
We have one more video. I'll put the stream back so that you don't have to be silent. Hopefully. Nope. Nope. Not that. Here we go. I swear to God, I know how computers work. Mouse is lying. That actually happened. In a way, it actually happened. All right. Oh shit. Boulder might have found the reason why the videos break. That's good. So thank you, Ribco. Thank you, Ribco, for joining with that, because that was amazing. It's just so fucking funny. It was really close to what happened. They did not name drop Uber Eats. I don't think Uber Eats was around in 2011 when this started. And we do have one more video. Can you see it in Discord, Joe?
I can, yes. Okay,
cool. All right, here we go. From Luna Panda. I marked this with absolutely no words in this one. Here we go. Sigh with the gay pride flag. Being chased by Sai with a knife.
Knife.
Oh, Luna Panda. No. It's how it feels. Just searching the building back and forth. probably an accurate depiction of what actually happened. Probably. Oko with Gay Pride, what? You missed a lot, Oko. This could be the opening theme for Sekimeya streams, that's true.
I long for the building searching. I long for it.
You miss it? You miss it? Better than Shiroya City?
Better than Shiroya City, yeah.
You'll love it on your reread. Sekimeya too. I was about to say you should have added Sai with a knife at the back and then he appeared. Flawless bit. That's so funny. Okay, well that's it for fan art. If you missed it,
thank you, fan artists.
Thank you, fan artists. All of this was on a website that we started this week. So thank you very much, Boulder, for setting it up, and a fan artist for all the work that you do. That was amazing. So you can always go look, and all of the fan artists there in the Discord, I think, and you can come see their work. And now that you've held it in for 5 minutes, I think we can boot up the Sekimeya and stare at this choice screen while we get mad. How about that? Sound good to you?
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
Okay, here we go. We're booting it up. Oh no, not that one. Professional streamer. It kept Sai on the next screen. Oh, it's so good. The tech is so good. There it is. Love starting on a crash out. Boy, do I have news for you. We did stop on that choice. So, actually bought Sekimeya this week because I wanted to figure out this choice so hard. Congrats, Bruce.
I can't see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna swap.
Oh, that's just, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
No, you're okay.
I misunderstood.
You're totally fine. There you go. It's up now. So, last week we ended on this choice, which is the question of, was Shiroya City in the past or the future? And Joe and I sat down and said, well, you know, like everything in the narrative so far has suggested it's in the past. Shiroya herself says that she traveled to the past. However, they wouldn't introduce this idea that they went to the future, that she went to the future, unless there was a good reason to do so, which is probably that she went to the future. So is there any justification to say that she went to the future? So we both had a list of moments that we wanted to re-examine in Shiroya City that had seemed kind of sus, and we went through a couple of them. And then let me just reproduce what happened here for you. So we're in chapter 3. We're in the searching, and we said she looked at the newspaper. She said a newspaper. A few seats away there was an open newspaper. It's Yushi News.
We did go back to Shiroya City, yes, we did. Yep.
We did go back to Shiroya City off stream. We looked at Yushi News, and Shiroya said, is this new? And Darfy said, the newspaper? Yes. And we were looking at it, and we were like, there's no way that this guy would say it was new unless it was really new. And I said, oh my god, what if it's a monthly newsletter? And then I went here, and Shiroya was a monthly newspaper. And that's where the crash out began.
And also ended because you were like, that's it, pack it up, we don't need to read
we were
anymore.
like, pack it in. We were like, pack it in. There's no fucking reason not to even keep going with this. There's no reason to look at the other stuff we were gonna go do. Like, this was the fucking fake out. Like, everything else falls into place. So then the other thing that we looked at was at the beginning, whenever she teleported, she looked at her phone, and since it's 2011, the date didn't display on the front of her phone. She had to go into the settings to look at her phone. And then at no point, at any point after that in Shiroya City, did she ever look at the date again. Somehow, not looking at forum posts, not looking at bank deposits that she got notifications for, not looking at nothing. So the phone ran out because her bill wasn't paid. Her parents are freaked out because she was calling at a time that she shouldn't have been. Caps had the same exact experience. Great. And just, she didn't look at the date for a full, like, 5 days.
big Uchikoshi vibes.
Big Uchikoshi vibes. What's worse, not looking at the date or not looking at your reflection? What do you think, Joe?
The reflection. There's no beating the reflection. There's no beating the reflection. Okay, so I like the idea of this fake out of the twist that she went to the future. Okay, sorry, to be clear, there's a couple other things we need to go through, right? So
yeah.
we're not sure, we think that she did go to the past, but then she went to the future. So we think, unless you changed your mind, Mouse, we think that when she touched Sekimeya in the toilet tank, she did go back in time, and she did go back in time to underneath the gem shop or something to that area. Maybe she blacked that afterwards. And then when she checked her phone while she was laying in the tunnel, it was
November 30th.
What is it?
November 30th.
It was November 30th because the phone did change, and I don't think the phone would change unless I was accurate. So I don't think that's what happened. And then when she was in the tunnel underneath the shop, someone else used Sekimeya above her in the shop, and she was in the radius of it, and then she went to the future after that. That's what we think.
And we
know she went to the past and then into the future.
Yeah, and we know that someone used the Sekimeya in the shop because whenever, I don't remember if it was her or Mia, I think it was Mia or someone. No, it was her. It would have been her. She traveled back. She smelled the same smell. No, it was Mia who had smelled the smell during the explosion that was the same as the one in the shop. So the Sekimeya was in the shop, which I think we already were conjecturing because we're pretty sure that guy dug up the Sekimeya or whatever and then sold it to Ashia. So we know that the Sekimeya was probably in that shop, which is why it was probably used. If it's after December 15th, why would the coffee guy say the newsletter is new when it came out a few weeks before? Because it's the most recent one.
Yeah, and it's also it's not fair as far as I'm concerned. Everything else in this part is like being clever, and because Shiroya is the way that she is. Like a lot of it is like framed like funny, but also tragic. Like when she went to see Katsuki in his apartment, that was actually a time traveler to Katsuki probably, and she could actually went and spoke to him. Like when she thought she was making a change in the past, she actually wasn't because she was in the future. When she went and spoke to Vaisude, like when he said, "Oh, you were the one that was in the tower," she thinks that she's like, you know, you were there when you time traveled back, but really he's saying you were the one that was in the tower, like on the news, because that's been resolved already. So I think all of those are clever and playing on the idea that Shiroya doesn't have very much agency, or I don't know what the word would be. She's not very assertive. But the newspaper, as far as I'm concerned, is pure horseshit.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's just bullshit.
There's no way someone would refer to a month-old newspaper as the new one because the next one hasn't come in yet. I'm sorry, it's pure bullshit. Yeah. The rest of the stuff that guy in the coffee shop said also makes sense because he's being gentle. He doesn't want to directly say like, hey, like you just like went through something traumatic. You know, like that's fine. Because Shiroya is not speaking very like this only works because Shiroya is the character that she is. I also think second biggest problem here is that she ate like month-old expired meat. Like that's like I don't know if any of you have ever like had like cooked some meat in the fridge that's like a couple days expired. A month is just like my god. Like shit. That's pretty bad.
How is she alive? God knows. So I did pull up the Vaisude conversation on screen because I did think this was clever when he's like, you were in Ashia Tower during the terrorist attack.
Clever. Yeah.
And she's like, what are you talking about? I do. Yeah, I was there. And he so I think that the other thing that supports her traveling back is the fact that he traveled back to the 24th of November. So not obviously they didn't at the same time, but it does lend credence to the idea that they could travel that far back in time.
I like that word. I like credence. Do you still agree that she went back in time then went forward, or have you had different thoughts?
I think she has to have.
Yeah, I just can't. I don't think that the phone date should change unless she actually did go back in time. If that, I don't know how that can be explained other than she did go back in time at some point, or the phone mess. I don't understand how that could work. Maybe there's a reason for it.
The only way that she didn't travel back in time first has to. So first of all, after she, I don't know if we mentioned this, but after she traveled back, I didn't remember this until we went back and looked. After she traveled, she had a weird fucking like dissociative experience where she just like hallucinated Katsuki or whatever. Like she had like a fucking like like maybe she was just tired, but she did a weird like shit. Like weird things happened, and then she left and never looked at the date again. So like there's a weird middle period where God knows what happened inside of. But the only way that she didn't travel back first there is something to do with the object bullshit, which we haven't figured out, and I don't even want to fucking get into, like with like the objects that appear and disappear, because it's possible that the Sekimeya are synced somehow, the two of them, and that like what is happening to you in like when you use one Sekimeya is related to the state of the other Sekimeya. Like if you traveled with the other Sekimeya, you would have this stuff, you know what I mean? So it's possible she did the future and then it gave her the stuff that she would have had X number of days in the past, you know what I mean? But like I don't like that. I don't like that.
I remember talking to you about that on voice in the week, and I couldn't even explain it to you. It barely even makes sense in my head. It was tied to the idea that rooted in was because they had factored in that the Earth would be moving, and it also like they pointed that out. Like I feel like it's almost that like when you use the Sekimeya to travel to the future or the past, it would like simulate what you would have done to get there, but that implies like a consciousness and a version of you that continued to do something even though that version didn't exist. So that version of you would have went through the checkpoint and lost your phone, but they wouldn't have taken the keys away from you, so you get to keep the keys but not your phone. Like I can't even begin to explain it. It's like,
I think it could possibly be related if like the timelines are staggered. Like I mentioned, it could be, I said this early on, I think that it could be giving you stuff that is true in the other timeline. Right?
Oh yeah, that's cleaner. I like that better.
Yeah,
actually.
So if the timelines are staggered, right? Like it could be assigning you the stuff that is being held by you in another timeline at that point in like the infinity of existence, but like that timeline is happening at a different rate. Like I don't know. Boulder says good news. The thing I thought might have been the problem was not the problem. The bad news, it means I've got no idea what it could be, because oh, this is about fan art. Oh, sorry Boulder. Hope you can figure it out. If this is correct, it makes Shiroya an unreliable narrator. God knows what else she's not noticing. Shiroya is absolutely an unreliable narrator, but she is written as an unreliable narrator in a way where the things that she pays attention to are incredibly fucking boring, and the things that she doesn't pay attention to are the important ones, which makes the entire Shiroya City piece a sleight of hand, which is deeply annoying to me.
It thematically fits.
It thematically fits, and it's also deeply annoying.
Shiroya is the kind of unreliable narrator that you can trust what she sees, but she would definitely fall for the gorilla on the basketball court mind experiment. Like she would not notice the gorilla at all. So she's that kind of unreliable, which is most people actually. But so yeah. I think that she's not unreliable in the sense that characters are unreliable in Umineko IMO. I'm not sure if you agree with me on that, Mouse. I think you did because you just you just said that.
I did.
Sure.
I did. Yeah, I do agree with you. Somebody mentioned the lottery numbers in chat. The pièce de résistance of this whole fucking bullshit is the lottery number. If I can fucking find it. No.
I can't believe that you marked this, by the way. This was a crazy call.
I need to 30:05 12:31 15:26. 12:31 is the date she actually fucking traveled to. God knows what the rest of the number means. Zorgrok says, I have some big issues with Shiroya City, of course, but one thing I did notice on this reread was, besides sorting the internet by oldest, it said the forum post was locked, which they said was locked after a few weeks of inactivity. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. I just assumed, I mean, I guess it would have been 1 week, huh? If that was true. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Oh, we were gonna look at that, weren't we? I brought that up when we were going through, and then we did, and then we got the newspaper, and I'm like, okay, yeah, it's the future. It's like we don't need to do anymore.
Yeah,
we did
I think
go
we
back
looked
in
at it
and
a
look at the
little bit,
SUD conversation to see what it was like. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if those numbers match letters of the alphabet.
30 wouldn't be one, would it?
It wouldn't be one, yeah. So you'd have to like minus some of the other ones. I wonder if there's like a code there. It does seem like maybe it's just the date is there. It's just hiding in there.
I don't know.
It is a suspicious spread of numbers to me.
Weeby says chapter 3 turns from worst to best for some chatters retroactively. Well, second best or so. Chapter 3 is never going to be my best chapter because just like some of the shit in Umineko, even though it gets recontextualized, it was deeply unpleasant to read through. And I think that it could have been done without all of the shit that happened. Like it was just like not a fun thing to read, which was made worse by doing it out loud for sure. Like reading it to myself would have taken an hour, but reading it out loud was like 10, which was just like
it's very difficult to judge because we read it out loud. Yeah. And also like the misery loves company, like we're feeding into each other being like, oh my god, you know, like
we're also funny streamer performers.
You know, it's hard to judge. Yeah.
So anyway, we're picking future, right? We agreed we're picking future.
Absolutely, we're picking future.
We're picking future.
It has to be future. But I do think that past is a valid answer here if you want to be like, technically you went to the past first before you went to the future, but like
if that's true, which we don't know if it's true.
I think it's true, but you're right, it might not be true.
Piketto says, I love chapter 3, I would never read again. Yeah, the people who have read this were in chat like, oh my god, it really does describe her taking out the garbage and making all that ramen, huh? Like I think people forgot just how tedious it was because they probably skipped through a lot of it mentally while reading, just kind of zoned out during it. So it weaponizes the boredom because you skip over all the clues. It kind of sucks. Yeah, that's what I meant by sleight of hand. Like they're hiding clues within the very boring slice of life stuff. Is this a real choice that matters or also a fake ending? This is a real choice that matters.
And I think so sleight of hand is the distraction, whatever it is, part of magic tricks is a really important part of it. And it's really easy once you know to look for that, it's really easy to tell which part is the performance, the flourish that distracts you. So I gotta say that in terms of sleight of hand, this was a really effective and well done one because Shiroya is this type of character that you really do feel like, oh my god, what's going on? But that's still, even though it is well done, it was still, as Mel said, like deeply unpleasant to read. So I think maybe it could have been cut down more and still had the same effect, but that's like, I don't know. Like if you did it, maybe like, okay, maybe it does have to be this way. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
so I'm not coming down like full judgment on it, but yeah, it was a bit too much.
Why doesn't she like fresh peach trees? I don't know. Why doesn't she drink tap water? She's just like that. The story says the choice doesn't matter. The choice might not matter, but it is the case that this isn't like a bad ending and a good ending. It is making a choice that gives you more information, which I know because Godot told me.
Ooh.
Yeah. Not like more information, like it's going to give us like hints or whatever, but Godot told me that this isn't the same as like picking the bad ending first and then doing the next one.
Oh, so this is not, it's not a branch. It's like a mini branch where it's gonna be, the dialogue is gonna be slightly different, but we're not gonna go back and pick another one afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, the buttons are blue. It's not a story branch. There you go. What's worse, Angie or Shiroya City? Shiroya.
It's not working.
Your chat is not working?
No, I can't pop out chat today.
No. You need chat. You love chat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not working. It's not letting me pop out the chat.
Shit.
It sucks.
I'm sorry. Do you want to try in a different browser or anything, or you just want to suffer?
I just moved the window to a point where I can barely see the stream, and I can see the just chat. Okay. Because seeing the stuff twice is going to distract me. Okay, there we go. I'm good.
All right. Shall we hit the future button?
Oh my god, I forgot the voice assignments today.
Yeah, the voice.
Let me get my phone real quick. Be back. 1 second.
Banger. Okay. All right. Bye, Joe. Bye, Joe. How's it going, chat? Is there anybody in chat who staunchly believes... Entertain us. Is there anybody in chat who staunchly believes the answer to this prompt is to the past? This entire stream is going to be stalling, so no choice is made. Yes, thank you, Godot. Seki Fuller is excluded. We may need to extend by 15 minutes today. That's okay. That should be okay. I have a lot of energy. I think it's the like 30-ounce iced coffee I've been drinking all day. Could you imagine Shiroya as a dateable option in Persona 5? Yes.
Yep. Yeah. Her name's Makoto.
I don't believe past anymore, but does this choice even have a bad end? I don't think it has a bad end, no. I both believe and don't believe that she is this stupid. We don't want to believe it. Boulder says it's the 5-minute break you had during the escape sim stream that gave you all this energy. Probably, yeah. Probably. Well, shall we click it?
I'm good to go.
All right, we're clicking future. We're going future, chat. Oh, we were gonna do Boulder Scrandle. Is there still a bet up for Boulder Scrandle? Is there still a prediction up?
Oh.
There is. Oh, we have to do Boulder Scrandle. Oh, we have to do Boulder Scrandle.
Do you want to do it now, or do you want to do it in the break?
Yeah, we'll do it now. We'll do it now. We'll do it now. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey. Okay, let me put the Boulder. You almost voided all of a cheddar since it had a they don't do it option. Oh shit. With no bets on it. Oh shit. All right. This should do it. This does do it. Okay. Do you want to just look at it on stream, Joe, so I don't have to swap over the sources?
Sure, I can do that.
We're starting to see some repeats, so we're gonna need Boulder to add some more food. Boulder, can you eat more? All right.
Easy left.
Easy left.
Oh, well, hold on. It's not easy left anymore because... Oh, did you already hit it?
I already hit it.
Okay. Was it right?
It was right, yeah.
Okay, good.
I think this is easy, right?
I can't see it yet.
Okay.
Do you? I don't know.
People do not like shrimp on pizza.
I think the left pizza, despite it, without looking at the toppings, looks better than the pizza on the right.
Yeah, without looking at the toppings.
Yeah, what is are there olives on the pizza on the right? Olive, ham, pepperoni, mushroom pizza. I would eat the pizza on the right before the one on the left.
I think we go right.
Okay.
I might try olives on pizza. Olives are great. They are. I love olives on pizza. This one's result was genuinely upsetting. The left pizza was so much better. It's got shrimp on it. Oh my god, the double mug. We've got
chip cookie 1 versus bread, cheese, Dr. Pepper with ice.
I think left. I think left.
I'm sorry, it's a sad cookie.
It is a sad cookie. It looks like Chips Ahoy after they made them worse. The ice buff, true. All right. I refuse to vote for. I refuse to vote for fried potato unknown meat. I do.
Yeah, left easy. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's
we've got the tomato versus macaroni and minced meat sauce post fridge pre-microwave. Why did you take this picture?
I hate this.
I
hate this so much.
I would like to pick the tomato for aura.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. We've got Christmas with family or kebab, fries, and salad.
Yeah, it's the family debuff.
It is the family debuff, yeah.
I'm kind of feeling right, actually.
I am kind of feeling right, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. Our first error. Yeah, we were wrong.
Damn.
Yeah.
By how much?
Very,
it was close.
Only a little. Yeah, only a little.
3%.
We've got fish balls, noodles, and mushroom sauce versus minced meat sauce and noodles.
I would eat right over left, but left looks like it has better presentation. I just know I would enjoy right more.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Fish balls go hard. I do like some fried fish as a treat. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on this one.
I am too.
Chat says left. Chat thinks left looks better.
Okay. Let's defer to chat then.
Let's defer.
Can't lose if you go chat.
2 people in chat said left. Okay. Well, okay. All right. Fair enough. We've got halloumi leftovers versus glass of cold water on a hot night.
Glass of cold water on a hot night. Glass of cold water on a hot night.
Nobody votes for that.
You cannot go wrong with glass of cold water on a hot night.
Okay. I defer. It's not fucking Scran. Oh my god.
Yes. One of those fizzy soda bottle candies versus healthy drink from mom. Thanks, mom.
I think soda bottle. I think soda bottle. I think the mostly gone drink.
I think soda bottle too. I think soda bottle too.
Yeah, soda bottle.
Well, can you change it so that there's not a green one at the bottom for the one that we're currently on?
That's true, yeah. It is a little confusing. Can you make it highlight yellow, maybe?
Yeah, like... Oh, God.
I think we go cheesecake.
I think we go cheesecake, too. I'm not a big fan of cheesecake, but let's go with it.
So I inquired about this one last time, and he said that he accidentally broke open the bag in a way that wasn't good, and then he was, I guess, stretching over the pan to pour it into the pot, and ended up spilling uncooked macaroni into the chickens, whatever. Who picked this? Okay. Well, that's a 9 out of 10. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's not. Only 5 perfect scrans.
Almost a perfect Boulder scran.
5 people picked the noodle spell, apparently. I don't know. All right. Now that we did.
I think Baldur Scran should expand to Jad Scran, and people can provide their own Scran pictures. I think that's what we need to do.
Oh.
To get to increase the Scrandle variety.
That's a pretty good idea, yeah. Jad Scran could be pretty good. Oh, someone in chat says, I only just caught up with the last Seki stream, and I wanted to say I really liked the conversation you had about how the amount of pages you have left in a book can impact how you treat the information presented on the page. It sucks when a story fails to take into account the medium it's being told through and ends up screwing itself over or missing opportunities to impress. So it was nice to hear the two of you nerd out about the same thing. Yeah, I really liked that conversation too.
Yep. The medium is the message. That's good.
Oh, no McLuhan. No McLuhan.
Did I just like activate your
You activated my
status?
grad school sleeper agent bullshit.
I know,
like,
I know. Professors love that saying.
Oh.
Yeah. I sneak that into some videos sometimes just to see who's gonna fucking like get angry about it. I used it in my T-Rex runner video.
Oh my god. All right, we're clicking future. Ready? Are we ready to start the stream? An hour and 17 minutes into the stream?
I'm so ready. I'm so comfortable. This is the most Joe stream that you've ever done.
Is it really?
I'm so comfy. Yeah, because we're starting so late into the runtime. Yeah.
We've got fan art. We've got dulls. We've got delaying for channel bets. We've got it all. Yes, we scran. Yeah.
Yes, we scran.
All right. Hal Yu says we might have to go a little late, which I'm fine.
I'm fine with that too. That's okay.
All right, I'm clicking it.
I don't have coffee today, so I'll have a coffee
same.
break.
Here we go. Would you like me to start narrator, or would you like to?
You were talking a lot, so I can start if you want to have a little break.
All right, here we go.
You want me to fluff the pillow first? Are you okay?
I'm okay. I brought 2. I can swap them out.
You're okay. Wow. So you read a story where Shiroya had traveled to the future. That was the truth.
Yay.
Everything around her pointed to it, yet she failed to notice it. She felt free after so long, which prevented her from realizing that she was still trapped.
Boulder says this does have a bad end for the record. The bad end is getting condescended at. Well, we had all the pieces, so.
That was due to her narrow field of view. Just like her, depending on the way things were looked at, you would have been told an entirely different story. Every mystery has been accompanied by the key to unlock it. Shiroya went to the future. That's why the days of the week didn't match December.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Was a Thursday.
Every mystery has been accompanied by the key to unlock it is already condescending at me anyway.
Streamer, you had all the pieces. That's why it wasn't snowing when she stepped out of the drainage canal. That's why as soon as she got home, she heard fireworks celebrating the new year. That's why there was no people going to school, because it was a Sunday or whatever. But one time, Darfi told her she could drink alcohol. Given her birthday, that meant she was already 20 years old and legally allowed to drink.
But, okay, whatever.
There have been countless keys, but some of them have been much smaller than you might think. However, know that they're there and hunt for them. The time where your success will be measured will come, and now it is very close.
They didn't even list any of the evidence we used to solve it in their little, oh, good job, head pat. Oh, auto scroll. We're auto scrolling. We gotta read fast.
Okay. In the living room, Shiroya thought to herself, everything she'd experienced, how could it have happened in January? It seemed impossible at first, but she soon realized it wasn't. Even if that was the case, though, there were many questions to answer. So, what now? What will happen at 9? It'll be fine. We'll be able to leave. Finally, Shoya breathed a sigh of relief, but it was cut short by what she didn't expect. This isn't over yet, though. We have to do one more thing. Shoya peered at him, wondering what he meant. Just what he meant. We are going to save Miya.
Oh, shit.
That wasn't the end for them. But only the final step was left.
What about the
Samuel
newspaper
Jackson
saying
going to
December?
appear from the bathroom? How could that goal be achieved? Shoya wondered that as she awaited Katsuki's next words. Miya, who had been seen in the tower, how would she be saved? Shoya had thought about it countless hours, but a way to save Miya had always meant her own death. She'd never believed it had been possible to truly decide between the two worlds. Did any of them die, or did they just get teleported forward in time so they don't find the body? Would Katsuki come with her? If they abandoned their world together, maybe it would be bearable, but she soon learned that he wouldn't. And that, though it had seemed impossible, there had always been a path toward a desirable outcome.
Didn't they find her jawbone like Maria?
They found some part.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if she just blew a chunk off her arm or something?
The question, what about the newspaper saying December then, is just, it was a monthly newsletter. It was bullshit, but it was a monthly newsletter, which meant that when he said it was new, it was because it was the most recent one.
They hadn't gotten the ones delivered for December yet.
If they just changed that line to, is this the most recent?
Oh, January. Yeah.
Yeah. Is this the most recent newsletter? Newspaper? He would have, and he said yes, it would have been completely fine, I think.
Wouldn't there be January ones when she went there a couple days later? Maybe they get delivered at the end of the week.
I don't know.
Who knows? Yeah.
We're on the road to Shiroya City.
In the attic, Katsuki sobbed on top of a bed. He'd seen Shorya's dead body. She had been killed next to Naomi. Katsuki couldn't believe the world had suddenly taken such a turn. Shoya couldn't have possibly died mere days after Miya. He had been hopeful the previous night. It was absurd for him to think that he was in reality. But his tears conveyed what he already knew. He would never speak to Shoya again. He had run up the floors after seeing the body. By the way, I don't know if Mouse mentioned this, but I almost said your name. I don't know if Mouse mentioned this, but like the reading assignments today are wild.
Yeah, the reading assignments are insane. Yeah.
Fucking like reading them though they came in like hours earlier. I'm like, what?
Don't worry, like 4 people have DM'd me about how they can dox me from my streams already, so you're good if you see my name. It's not a big deal.
That's I'll try not to, but still, I was like, who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Like,
yeah.
He had run up the floors after seeing the body. The attic should have been locked, but that hadn't been the case. After failing to find who he'd been searching for, Katsuki had collapsed onto the bed. Meanwhile, the tower was almost empty. Only one other person was in the building with Katsuki. That person was Sai.
Yay!
Puzzled, he stepped into hallway B. What had just happened? Out of nowhere, the Sekimeya had disappeared. He wondered if he traveled through time. Even though he hadn't touched the Sekimeya, something peculiar had occurred. When he looked around him, his confusion intensified. Naomi wasn't in the bedroom. Bathroom. Or the bathroom. Then he saw the bloody corpse next to the stairs. Arena had died. Going off of the blood, it seemed she'd hit her head on the stairs and tumbled down. So I saw something else. There was no longer a green light on the security cameras. Did that mean they weren't recording? Without a doubt, he wasn't where he'd been a minute ago. Sai had recently learned valuable information regarding the Sekimeya. He was confident he knew more than everyone else. However, he had no clue what had just happened. He took his time looking through the crystal floor. Someone might have been there, and perhaps the Sekimeya as well. He stared into a crystal room. It was where they'd found Naomi's first corpse, but she had also vanished from there, and the velvet curtain which had been laid on top of her was attached to its original cabinet. No blood on it? Deep in thought, Sai walked to room A5, where Isla had died. Lifting up the cabinet's lid, he verified her body was gone as well. When he looked at the lobby, he was met with Shoro's immobile body. Next to her was a puddle of blood, and her eyes showed that no life remained within them. Shoroya had been killed. By who, though? Sai didn't find anything important among her belongings. Again, he wondered, where was he? The corpses he knew of had vanished, while Shoroya and Arena, who should have been in the attic, had been killed. What did the silence mean? Where was Katsuki and everyone else? His wristwatch wouldn't help him figure out any of that, so he headed to the security room. The door was locked. Had Kate locked it? That seems strange.
Sai wanted to know the time. The body's vanishing indicated that he was in the past, but the truth couldn't have been so simple. The future, perhaps? Had the earlier crimes been covered up? Sai wasn't sure what to think. Then he looked at the elevator, frowning in consternation. The button was gone.
So he's in timeline 2.
Nonetheless, when he tried to open the door, it budged. Yeah. Inside, it was blood and a pile of metallic panels.
So this is where Shiroya's body was before it got moved. And Naomi.
It was a long time later when Sai stepped into the attic. So there's no Naomi corpse in the lobby right now. So
that's correct.
She's already gotten up and accused someone.
I don't know.
It was a long time later when Sai stepped into the attic. He hadn't found anyone else, and only the last floor remained. He immediately noticed that the suitcase was gone from the sofa. Man, I like Sai's perspective. It's very direct.
Yeah.
Katsuki's sobs began to reach his ears. His cries came in broken bursts, muffled by the pillow.
What are you doing?
Sai noticed that one of the bed sheets was gone. When Katsuki heard him, his head immediately turned, and he saw him approaching through his bleary vision. Then Katsuki's fist flew. If Sai hadn't reacted fast enough, the blow would have broken his jaw.
Oh shit. What the fuck?
Sai felt his tongue. It was bleeding. Before he could process it, Katsuki struck again. When Sai saw Katsuki's fist had barely missed its full impact, he realized it could have easily just killed him.
Damn,
Whoa.
Katsuki's strength.
Yeah, after all, from Katsuki's perspective, Sai had to be the murderer. Everyone had stayed in the crystal room, and Sai had been the first to leave. Only Naomi should have been outside, but she had been one of the victims.
Toxic yaoi.
Then Arina had left, and she had been killed as well. Lastly, after Shiroya's departure, she'd instantly been met with the same fate. It was only Sai who could have done that. The one still alive who would willingly not return. So this is OG Katsuki, right? This is timeline 3 Katsuki, which we think is the first one.
I think so, yeah.
This is one of the timeline where Akaro was like friendly to Arina and Ayla, right?
Yeah, I think maybe this is timeline 1 Sai, but it could still be the same one. But they're in timeline 2 right now, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
However, Katsuki wasn't aware of where he was. He wasn't aware of what the Sekimeya truly were.
Ugh.
Instead of was, as he had never witnessed their powers. When Katsuki's third strike came, it was immediately returned. In Sai's hand was a knife that slashed Katsuki's shirt. That confirmed it to him. Sai was the killer. He had just tried to make Katsuki his fourth victim.
Bro, you just try to punch. So this is murder Sai. This is murder Sai right now. Right?
Maybe it's murder Sai.
So he has the knife, yeah.
If he backs away right now, right? And runs away, then this is the Sai that goes through time, sees Katsuki coming, thinks Katsuki's going to attack him again.
Yes.
And he just tries to strike first. Yeah.
Self-defense Sai. Yeah, I think so.
He felt the chill up his spine. He couldn't die there, not to Shoria's death, but he wasn't a match against Sai's knife. Before he could swing again, Katsuki ran out of the room. Okay,
so Sai's going to chase him, and then he finds another Katsuki. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not going to fucking run away.
Sai wouldn't let him go, not after he tried to kill him out of nowhere. On top of that, he was aware of a few things.
Sai did nothing wrong. Sai did nothing wrong.
Sai did nothing wrong. Nobody else was in the tower. Murders had occurred. The cameras didn't seem to be working. He had a knife. He had been handed the perfect circumstances to finally know what killing a person was like.
Sai did nothing wrong? Wait a minute.
When he cut his shirt, Sai had discerned fear within Katsuki's eyes. He had run away, but there weren't many places he could hide. Sai had enjoyed Katsuki's presence in the tower, and he is poised to enjoy it even more. Thanks to the knife he had, he could hunt him down. What the fuck is going on?
The emotional support Sai redeem is so good.
He loves men to pieces, and at that same time, he felt enraged. Katsuki had almost killed him. He'd almost suffered a sudden, clueless, and pathetic death.
Thank you, you bet your queer ass, for donating 300 bits to say Pride Month never ends. Sai did nothing wrong. We support Sai wrongs.
His confusion toward the world was gone. In the blink of an eye, Sai's thoughts had shifted drastically. Okay, maybe he's just like having like toxic masculinity, anger, being punched. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what he's just seeing red. It's fine. It's fine.
He grabbed the key to the bedroom. Strangely, it wasn't where he'd left it, but in its original drawer. Who among us has not stubbed our toe on a coffee table and then wanted to murder the coffee table? Like, it happens. It happens. It's fine.
Psy stocks are growing exponentially. Thank you, Twink Breaker, in the chat.
Then he grabbed the one in the other bedroom and removed his chain with a screwdriver. With that, Katsuki had very few places to hide.
I forgot to tell you something, Joe.
What's that?
You're probably not streaming tomorrow, so I wanted to say happy Steins Gate Day tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow?
Tomorrow is Steins Gate Day. There's a big sale. You could always stream it tomorrow as a treat.
No. No. No, I'd rather reread Story City. I'd rather do the French RPG. No. The key to the attic had been in the door, and Sai had grabbed it. That meant Katsuki couldn't lock himself inside. The two remaining options Sai could think of were the security room and a bathroom, which could both be bypassed with Katei's keys. He began to search for him, aware that Katsuki could attack first. In the living room, he saw footprints running out, yet he cautiously looked through the whole floor to confirm Katsuki wasn't still there.
I'm now shipping Sai and Mia.
Gay erasure here? Wow, okay.
He's
Coming out of the
bisexual.
partitions. Sai stared at both bathrooms. He noticed only one of them was closed.
I see, so you're here. Katsuki, open the door. Katsuki, I bet you want to know what happened to Shiroya. Open, you stupid moron. Oh, I see. You're not answering because you're already dead.
Sai grinned. In the storeroom on the crystal floor, he had found both Sekimeya.
Oh.
He'd had a reason to hide one while leaving the other there, but what mattered was that he had access to both. That bathroom was where Katsuki had hidden. If Sai went to, oh my god, he's doing the Katsuki thing.
He's doing the Katsuki thing.
He's gonna go. He thinks he's talking to himself right now. Okay. If Sai went to the past, he could wait for him inside. Hence, on the other side of the door, Katsuki must have already been dead, and a future version of Sai must be waiting for his past self to leave. Briskly, happily, Sai ran all the way down. He didn't know which of the two Sekimeiya to activate, but it didn't matter.
Oh, he's so happy!
Happy behind the storeroom's wall, Sai hurried to the glowing gemstone, knowing it had been there a long time.
This is the best VN in the world. They're all perfect for each other. This is a story about the development of the world's worst polycule.
He actually was there, and he could have just gone in and killed him, but he psyched himself out. What the fuck? Meanwhile, Katsuki's in a monologue. If I stay in here right now and pretend that Sai already killed me, he's going to think that he's going to go in the future. But really, I know I'm already here, so I know that he can't do that. Therefore, if I pretend really well and I play possum, he might go down and use the Sekimeya and give me a chance to go out. But maybe a future version of me is waiting on the outside to give me the all clear. Maybe I should wait for the fucking hell.
Yeah, if I open the door right now, maybe I'll find Sai's dead body on the floor because I went back in time and killed him to save myself.
20 hours later, they're still standing at the outside of the door. Here I go. Katsuki had been in the bathroom on floor 6 since Sai had gone down. He had no idea how much time had passed, but the silence hadn't wavered once.
Oh, evil as fuck cackle, that's right, baby.
While Sai, in a different timeline, sitting in the bathroom. Any second now, I'm gonna get him. He's gonna come in here.
No.
Imagine being in that situation and needing to pee.
Oh my god.
Like, do I have time to go? I don't want to ruin this moment. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Anyway, the silence hadn't wavered once. How long had it been? Perhaps 2 hours.
2 hours.
No matter the time, for Katsuki, it felt like a still instant. Katsuki's mind had been consumed by the persistent image of Shiroya's corpse.
Bro.
Why had Sai not come back? Had he killed everyone else?
Katsuki was incapable of shedding more tears. He'd been in the tower almost the entire day, and he didn't know if the exit would ever unlock. He wanted to leave the bathroom, putting a firm end to sigh. That desire spurred him onward.
Oh my god, they would have killed.
What if the police couldn't prove what he'd done? Exploring that thought for a second almost broke Katsuki. He had to find Sai before the police, but he was wielding a knife, and Katsuki didn't know where he was. Oh, behold the sweet fish toilet. Finally, Katsuki was able to reach the doorknob. He didn't think he had decided, but he couldn't stay there anymore.
Katsuki flushing a fish down the toilet for Shiroya to get in the sewer so that she has something fresh to eat.
Sai had been waiting for him outside. The floor was as desolate as it had sounded. Katsuki had heard him going down the stairs hours before. Okay, so Sai uses Sekimeya, goes to a different timeline, goes up the stairs to hide in that bathroom, sees Katsuki and somehow Shiroya coming, and that's when he goes stabbing, right? That's what happened just now?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so that time, that causal loop or whatever the fuck you want to call it, that's closed now.
I'm shocked that he backed off. I mean, I guess he realized that it was a different timeline, but I feel like once he went in stabbing mode, I'm very surprised that maybe he thought he couldn't fight both of them at the same time, but then why was he chasing them? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. It does seem to come out of nowhere. I feel like maybe he is more of a psycho than we realize, but when you get attacked like that, there is a certain amount of rage that can overtake you that's very surprising.
Yeah, maybe it kind of faded.
Yeah. There's something that happens to a character in a very high profile game that that they calm down from that I think is impossible, actually. Maybe one day we'll talk about it.
Really? I would love to know more about that.
How can I say this if you know the scene, then you know it. A character gets one of their fingers bitten off and somehow de-escalates from killing the other person who just did it to them. Yeah.
Interesting.
Katsuki had heard him going down the stairs hours before. The red around his eyes had mostly faded, and they were otherwise empty. Slowly, he descended to the 5th floor.
Here's the hint Joe wanted to give. Mickey Mouse was there.
But the Sai he was searching for wasn't there. He wasn't anywhere in that building. When he arrived at the lowest floor, he was drawn to the open storeroom beyond Irina's lifeless body. There, he learned of its secret. The movable wall was open, showing the way to the hidden corridor. Behind it, a strange light came from the floor. Katsuki didn't react. He crouched beside it. When he placed his fingers on it, he retracted immediately. He'd been burned, and before he could be surprised, the lights went out. Both the faint glow and the movable wall had closed.
So he traveled here.
Yeah. Astonished, Katsuki looked back. The wall was in place, and where there'd been a soft glow before, there was nothing.
So I wonder... So it seems like with one of them, when they use it, they don't travel. And I wonder if that's because they're going to the future. And when they travel to the future, there's no place to put them because there's no like other place to know where they're going to go because it's in the future and it doesn't know yet. And so it puts them in the future where they are now.
If our theory is correct, that Shiroya went back in time to the tunnel. Before she went forward in time because someone used it above.
And then she
it has to be that. It has to be that.
Yeah, so she would go back in time.
But that might be wrong.
Yeah, it could be wrong. So if Shiroya got blown up, so she would travel back in time to where she was at that point, which was... Oh, no, it can't be that. Okay, never mind. So she would travel back in time... What timeline was she in? Okay, whatever, fuck it, doesn't matter. So she would travel back in time, go to the tunnel because she was like, why would it, what I'm struggling with is why wouldn't it put her in the shop instead of under the shop?
Maybe she did go into the shop and then she just doesn't remember that because of the fugue state that you go in sometimes if you travel back really far.
Maybe she traveled into the shop and then fell because there was no floor there, and then that's why she was so sore afterward because she fell into that tunnel.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. God damn. Okay, fine. Fuck it. Whatever.
Maybe she fell like the moment after she got evaporated.
Yeah, I don't know.
He stood up and walked into the darkness. Immediately, he encountered a door that he couldn't open. Its handle was missing. So
this is one or two.
We think that he traveled in the future right now.
Yeah,
right?
We think he traveled in the future to either timeline 1 or 2 because in timeline 3, well, I'm gonna have to go back into that document and make and expand the parts where I put the thing about each timeline and then add like the handle was missing and the elevators were taken apart and like X, Y, and Z. Yeah.
Do we think that when he used it right now and he went to the future, he went to the future and he went to a different timeline, or is it that it's what the three timelines have like formed one central timeline that he's jumping forward and back on, or is there no forward time? He just jumped to a different timeline that is ahead of him.
I think I'm not sure exactly, but we know this is timeline 3. We know so someone in the chat said they're a little lost. I'm gonna try to explain. Oh, there was a scene where someone was moving people around before the explosion. That would make sense. It would also make sense for it to be one of them if they wanted people to be able to travel somewhere optimal.
So it was that weird scene.
Someone said they're a little lost, so I'm gonna try to explain what we're talking about here. Sorry if I don't succeed. So the reason that we said earlier, thank you. The reason we said earlier in the stream that timeline 3 was quote the original timeline, like basically the prime timeline. I'm gonna call it Sekimeya Prime.
Prime time.
Yeah, Yushabana Prime for no reason at all. So the reason we think the third one is that the handle to the door was there in timeline 3. So what we were surmising was Kate left through that door, and the reason that timelines 2 and 1 were created was because somebody realized that they could do something by removing that handle, and so they removed that handle. The other Joe did point out that like it could be the other way around. Like timeline 3 could be because they realized that if the handle was there, then it would happen differently. But it makes more sense to take the handle away. So if Yushabana Prime was like the handle was there and Kate was able to use it to leave, then timelines 1 and 2 somehow happened, possibly because timeline 3 is when they tried to save Mia, or timeline 2 was when they tried to save Mia. Like they did timeline 3 and then they did timeline 1 and Mia still died, and then timeline 2 happened when they did manage to save Mia. So it's possible what they're trying to do right now is produce timeline 4 where all of them survive, and we just haven't seen it yet. So what happened right now is we know there are 2 Sekimeiya. One goes into the future, one goes into the past. We don't know how the Sekimeiya chooses how you move, but we do know that sometimes it moves you and sometimes it doesn't. So basically what probably happens is when it moves you to the past, the past Sekimeiya moves you in a way that is based on your coordinates that have been that where you were at that point somehow, but it might move you to a different timeline so you're not there twice at the same time. That might be how the timelines are formed, and the future one doesn't know where you're going to be, and so it just puts you where you are now. So Sekimeya really is real? I guess so. Okado says, flushing my fish down the toilet so Shiroya can access it, and muttering, "You have all the Pisces," under my breath. Thank you. So basically what happened here is we had some flipping through timelines here. So Katsuki from timeline 3 was in the attic crying, and because of Shiroya dying and he saw her body, Sai went up to find him. And Katsuki, because everybody else at this point has yeeted themselves or been yeeted out of this timeline or died. And so in timeline 3, all that remains is Katsuki and Sai. So Sai goes to the attic, finds Katsuki. Katsuki swings and attacks him because he thinks that since they were the only ones left in the tower with Shiroya dead, Sai must have killed her. And so Sai attacks back and then goes into a gamer rage and starts chasing him with a knife. Katsuki hides in the bathroom. Sai uses the Sekimeiya to try to go back in time and go into that bathroom and kill him somehow. But what he actually does is either he shifts timelines or the other Katsuki and Shiroya did. So he's coming back to try to go for Katsuki in the bathroom, and then the other Katsuki and Shiroya from timeline 1 come and he starts chasing them, and then they get downstairs and he realizes, this happened in chapter 1, he realizes that Katsuki doesn't know what's going on, and he's like, oh, never mind then. And so the Katsuki that he was chasing, that he thought he was chasing, then leaves the bathroom after all of that has happened and goes down to the storeroom, finds the future facing Sekimeiya, and then uses it and moves forward.
We think it's the future facing Sekimeiya. I think it is, but we're just not sure yet. And that is the first time that we think this Katsuki is the first Katsuki that entered the tower. And so this is the first time the original Katsuki has ever time traveled, is just right now.
I think so.
According to my thing, the story. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm viewing the time travel story as a thing that, if you went back and looked at it from the original, from their point of view, there would have been a version of events here that didn't have any intermingling of the timelines, because everything happened like sequentially for it to lay out. And now that there's a lot of crossover with people time traveling because you can change the past, it's reached some sort of, I'm not sure if it's reached some sort of equilibrium with like everything's in balance and we have to break that balance. The show Dark is like that, in my opinion. Or if it's just we're starting in like the middle of the time fuckery in order for it to be more interesting. So it's very chaotic at the moment. But if you did like rewind and unpeel all this, maybe there's been like who knows how many cycles there's been. If you rewound it, there would have been an original version here where like this happened differently. But now it's.
So here's what I think happened.
The change is happening.
Here's what I think happened. Katsuki here finds the Sekimeya, realizes that he can use it to try to save Shiroya. So in this timeline, Shiroya died. So he's like, oh, I can save Shiroya and Miya. And he goes back, he manages to save Shiroya. We produce timeline A. He can save Shiroya, but now he realizes he can't save, he hasn't saved Miya. So he tries to save Miya and it ends up with Shiroya dying instead.
Yes.
And then that produces the Katsuki we saw, who like knew everything, that was everywhere all the time, because he was like, you have to go up here and then you do this and then you'll hear the elevator go twice. Like that guy. I think Katsuki is the mind behind all of this bullshit because he's trying to save both of his waifus. And so Katsuki has been behind a lot of the events that we've seen so far. He was probably in the shop, right? If he was using the Sekimeya to go forward in the future, he might have been trying to save Shiroya and Miya in there. Like that might have just been another Katsuki. I think that Katsuki is the one producing all of this because he's trying to save both of them, and he's like producing alternate timelines or loops or whatever. They might actually be loops. Like I'm kind of coming around on loops. Like I don't know how to think about it really, but like I think that he's trying to save both of them and get the optimal outcome. He could be trying to kill them. I don't think so.
That's exactly it. I think it's exactly it. The Katsuki trying to save one person has made another one of them die, or there's unforeseen consequences, and this is just about resolving that with everyone living, and he's having trouble doing that.
Yeah. I think at some point he realized, like, he started here, and at some point he realized, like, oh, I need to take the handle off the door so that like Sai can't escape or whatever, right? Like he's like, I need to take the handle off the door to make this happen. And so he got, like, at some point he realizes that there was a handle there and he needs to take it, like, you know what I mean? Like he is going back and systematically changing a couple of things at a time to try to make it happen, and it's just making like a bigger and bigger mess the further he goes on. Someone's got to kill Katsuki.
I took the handle out. I took the handle out, but then oh whoops, now there's this Kate.
Now there's
Who the fuck is Kate?
Who the fuck is Kate here?
Yeah.
And every time he does it, he introduces an unknown variable, and he doesn't know how to handle it. It's really funny you two are so in tune with the order of events, while at the same point I was still undecided whether to abandon my underground squid theory. Talk more about the underground squid.
What's underground squid?
And while we're waiting for that, thank you. This is Fish Show for resubbing with Timeline. Timeline, absolutely. Original Katsuki must have been so fucking confused. Who the fuck is Kate? Great question. Yeah, great question. You're just fucking like, this guy is now just here. Why the fuck did he go out that door? Like, so it's interesting because Sai was right that Kate is sus. But it's interesting we got in narration there. What we got in narration was that Sai did not come into the tower knowing how the Sekimeya worked. I don't know if anybody did. If anybody did, it would have been Akaro. But I don't think Akaro did, because I do think that Akaro accidentally yeeted himself into the future. Yeah, Sai did not come in with a time travel plan. He found them and had to figure out what they were. We got that in narration instead of through his his perspective. It was your explanation for the smoke and the smell. How did you get to squid? How did you get to squid for smoke and smell? I would understand if it was ink.
So Sai could still be working for Zen and just wasn't informed of what Sekimeiya does, but it's looking pretty unlikely that's the case.
I think Akaro is the Zen agent. So I think Sai is just a little weirdo. Akaro is the Zen agent, and Kate is like maybe like just a thief who like got a job here to steal things. Like I think Kate is just a loser. The smoke is inky in the end. It goes everywhere. Okay, fair enough. Fucking ink. All right, we've read like 10 minutes in 2 hours. Okay.
Yep.
Let's go. Yep. Let's keep going.
Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, unless you want me to.
Oh, I can. It's okay.
I
he stepped back to the wall that had closed. It didn't seem to have a handle either, and he couldn't get it to open.
For an instant, Katsuki thought he'd been trapped, but he soon felt the area that allowed him to open the hidden wall. In the hallway, Katsuki stared at the stairs in fright. What was happening to him? Irina had just been there, hadn't she? Yet she no longer was, and the sea of blood there had been reduced to a single droplet. When he looked at the other side, the sensation persisted. The event room had been opened before he'd entered the storeroom, but it wasn't anymore. So big amounts of blood becoming drops in different timelines, kind of weird.
Yeah.
What's that about?
I don't know. I think it was, I don't know yet.
Maybe someone's marking it almost, like pricking their finger and being like, someone's dead in another timeline here or something like that. Like, no, that's dumb. What is that? Nobody was in it, but the same glow lay on the floor near the cabinet. That was when Katsuki understood what it had been, the Sekimeya.
What if Kate isn't sus, but he escapes his lockdown with the drive with the security footage on it? That's why the cameras aren't lit with the green light? Maybe. We don't think about the cameras at all. I don't know.
We don't. We really don't. As he crouched next to it, he shivered slightly at both the temperature of the room and how odd everything was. Could the Sekimeya really have disappeared when he touched it? And why had he been burned? He still felt it on his finger. Carefully, he reached out with it with his left hand. Again, as soon as he contacted it, the gemstone disappeared and he felt a painful burn.
So he just went forward again?
Yeah. Because he was lost. Was he delusional? He couldn't convince himself that it was impossible, but he'd seen it clearly. The gemstone had vanished.
So, sorry, I keep delaying us. The other option here is that they think it goes forward in time, but what it actually does is swaps you to the different timeline and they're staggered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's the other way it could be worked. Yeah. He looked around, almost beginning to cry again in desperation. Hopefully Shorya's corpse had also been a hallucination, but he couldn't bring himself to verify it. Last interruption here. Someone asked, is there a link to the thing with all characters and important events? I can give you a read-only link for that. Yeah. It's curious to me that in this timeline, Katsuki takes a long time to touch the Sekimeya, whereas in the first timeline that we saw, like he touched it like super early. I wonder like who orchestrated that.
I don't know. Yeah, there's still a lot of questions for sure. Okay, let me close that. We're good. Oh, the link doesn't work. Sorry, messed up. You gotta copy paste it. Wasn't Akaro trying to keep people away from it? I don't remember in the original timeline, but in the latest one, yeah. In timeline A, in timeline C, they have been.
I don't know what we should call the timelines right now.
I just don't even fucking know.
Because this is the timeline that we think is the prime timeline is actually timeline C or 3.
Yeah.
What we're looking at, whereas the first timeline, which seems to be like maybe the second one in order, is timeline A or 1 for us. Akaro is definitely trying to keep people away from the Sekimeya in timeline 3.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. He staggered to hallway B. Fucking hell. Perhaps Akaro and Isla were still in that room.
We're starting to sound like the Sekimeya. in timeline A or timeline 1, just aside from timeline A. It was fucking Christ.
They weren't. The room was empty. I love this music. The lobby door wasn't closed, but Katsuki quickly looked away. Instead, he went to hallway C, wondering if Irina had truly disappeared. She had. She really wasn't there. Was the drop of blood there?
I don't know.
Katsuki had failed to notice another change earlier. The elevator button. It was attached where it should have been on the wall. He pressed it softly, causing the burn on his fingertip to prickle painfully. Long seconds later, the button's outline flashed orange. Oh, so this body persists with the burn. Hesitantly, Katsuki tried to open the door.
Interesting. Fucking not consistent with anything else. God.
There's nothing bodies in here, right?
It just sent him forward for such a short amount of time that the burn wouldn't have healed, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. At 9:04, the shutter opened. A group of policemen had been in front of it, awaiting that time. As soon as the glass came into view, they saw the figure of a young girl lying next to a puddle of blood, Shiroya. However, they couldn't rush in. An unknown gas was quickly detected inside the building.
So is this what we saw at the end of chapter 1 again? Squid?
When they were prepared, the team raided Ashiya Tower.
No, there were a bunch of different oh, so when the shutter didn't open, even though the clock said that it should have, it was because they were at a completely different time. I see. Okay.
Yeah, I think after this is done, they seal the building again. I think that's what happens because of the unknown gas.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. When they were prepared, the team raided Ashiya Tower. The girl in the lobby was young and had blue hair. She didn't have an open wound, so the blood next to her was strange. Naomi's.
Sprites are canon? Sprites are canon.
Uh-oh. On the other side of the door was another body, along with a much larger pool of blood. An older woman was found. She had hit her head on a step, dying instantly.
This is Arena. Watched all 13 previous stream VODs in 3 days. Are you okay, first time chatter?
Holy shit, are you okay? Yeah. What exactly had happened during the 12 hours when the tower had been sealed off? The officers are speechless as they stared at the corpses. However, that was nothing compared to what awaited in hallway B. Dimly lit, its entire floor was red. What? It took a moment for the first officer to realize that it was blood, not lighting. Then, when he saw its source, the wind was knocked out of him. He froze, knowing that it would be the most gruesome image he'd ever see, the sad remains of what had once been a human being. In the middle of the hallway, by the door of a crystal room in the right wall, was the origin of the blood. It wasn't a body, it was only half of one.
Oh my god, time travel error splice.
The other half was beyond the door, as it had split in two.
Oh my god, did they travel into the door when it was closed because they traveled when they were going through a door? That's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate.
Do you think that's what happened? My idea was that they tried to touch both Sekimeya with one hand at each time.
Oh my god. Oh no, telefragged. Oh no.
Oh, that would be really bad.
Oh, that would be so bad. Skillishio wouldn't let that happen to me. Oh my god.
That makes traveling to the future horrifying. What if like you traveled where someone's standing?
That's why it doesn't put you anywhere. That's why it just lets you stay in the same place.
Oh, the officer stared at it while his heart hammered. It looked like a young man.
Behind every door could be one half of Sai. Oh no.
They raised the curtain to the Sekimeya cabinet. As Ashiya had feared, it was empty.
Have we seen dead Katsuki at any point?
He has died, but I don't think we found him.
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right.
Lei had let them know about the Sekimeya's appearance and about the necessity for cold. They knew the Sekimeya were two identical egg-shaped stones. It didn't take long for them to be found. One was in the storeroom behind a secret wall. The other had been hidden inside a crystal room in hallway B. As instructed, an officer brought them to their cabinet, but he felt something strange. Through his protective suit, he noticed one of the stones was hot. The other, however, was not. So
one of them just got used. So the cops knew there were two Sekimeya. What the fuck?
Right. Yeah. Is maybe only one of them gets hot, or do both get hot?
I think they both get hot,
right?
but one of them was just used. So it's not hot anymore.
Doesn't one of them need to be put back to being cold before it starts gaining heat again? It needs to be reset?
Do they both, or does only one?
Maybe only one. That seemed to be inconsistent, actually. Maybe that was the fake Sekimeya. I'm sure there's still a fake Sekimeya.
Fake Sekimeya.
There's a third fake Sekimeya. I'm sure of it. Even when the police climbed to the highest floor, no one else had been found.
Rule of threes.
The team exited and reported their findings. 3 people have been found dead, 0 alive. The seagulls cried. It didn't make sense. At least 5 were missing. Thanks to the entrance tickets, they knew the names of the people who had been found outside.
Here's the exact wording from my blog. I'm convinced there's a mole octopus golem person that protects the gems, and it's come to the tower, digging under the floor, spraying smelly smoke, trying to retrieve its precious. Wow.
I love this theory. Wow. That's so cool.
I like this now. Can we abandon all of ours?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep. Time traveling squid. Yep. When the citizens learned the tragic events that had transpired, the bodies were identified. The girl in the lobby was Shiroya Murana. The one beside the stairs was Arena Majutsu. And the body split in two was Sai Yomiya's.
No.
Or top half Sai, bottom half Katsuki. Because they're both twinks.
Oh, you were imagining
pass each other.
You were imagining top half and bottom half. I was imagining him just split the like vertical split.
Oh, really? Oh, is it the other way? Oh, shit.
Well, if the door split him in half, it would have been straight down like a door would be.
Oh, yeah, it would have been straight down. Yeah. But we agree top, side, bottom Katsuki, right?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, all right, okay. There was a secret corridor in the storeroom that Ishida didn't know about. When the police learned it led outside, a single conclusion was drawn. The missing people left through it minutes after the attack. Since then, all sides of the tower have been observed.
Although Sai is a brat and Katsuki is a bit of a service top. Okay, whatever.
So, what had happened inside? Who had killed those 3 people? The building was raided a second time. If someone was still there, they had to be found immediately. Every possible spot was inspected. And for no reason, they also left food all over the building. On the crystal floor, a member of the team entered the elevator. Blood and metallic panels were on the floor, but his attention went higher. It was the only remaining place in the tower. With the tools he'd been given, he unlocked the hatch on the ceiling to look into the narrow elevator shaft.
So I don't think they're traveling. So maybe the piled panels are also in timeline 3. Okay. Right. Huh?
What? When he pulled his head up through it, he saw a face before his eyes. It was that of a young, unconscious boy. Blood issued from his mouth in a thin stream. He also placed his hand on the boy's nose. He was still breathing. He gently shook his shoulder, but there was no response. He was unsure how to safely remove the boy from where he was or how he'd even gotten there in the first place. The full extent of his injuries was also an unknown factor. He called for help, and a team of men slowly and gingerly extricated the boy shortly afterward. Katsuki Hakutoki, that was the name of the person who'd been found above the elevator. Hours after his rescue, he regained consciousness. At first, he sounded devastated due to the death of his close friend. However, as he continued to be questioned, his answers only grew stranger. He didn't know how he'd end up in the elevator shaft, and the events he described didn't make sense. According to him, the missing people had been in the building for hours, which the police rejected immediately, as there was no way they would have been able to escape through the secret door. He didn't have a valid explanation for any of the deaths. No clues at the crime scenes pointed to their truth, and no video footage had been recorded. Quickly, the possibility that Katsuki was lying was presented. Only he could have committed those murders. He must have been lying. None of what he'd said could be the truth. However, nobody could be completely sure. Sai's death, it hadn't been natural. How could Katsuki have killed him? How would anyone have killed him like that? And how would Katsuki have ended up unconscious above the elevator? And admittedly, there was a point of truth to Katsuki's words, the blood in the lobby. Next to Shoyo's body, there'd been a puddle of blood, which was confirmed not to match any of the bodies present.
Okay.
Competent police? Wow, this really is a fantasy.
Yeah,
Could it really have been Naomi's? The corpse Katsuki swore had disappeared? The backlash Ishida received was immense. They had allowed a tragedy to unfold on their own property. After the attack, the tower didn't open again. Containing countless mysteries and an unknown gas, it was closed indefinitely.
Uh-huh.
And eventually, Shia's voice faded. There was nothing they could do anymore.
So this makes sense if they traveled first and... Yeah, I bet they sealed it. Yep. Because then they blew it up like a year later, right? So I bet they sealed it and then blew it up. Yeah.
But why wasn't it sealed when Shiroya went there? The shutter wasn't down, and she went there in the future. Did they not seal it on that version?
I guess they didn't seal it on that version because they because so Vaisude, right? So she's in January. Vaisude is not surprised to see her, and Darfi isn't either. He's like, "Oh, they let you out." So I think that maybe in that timeline, they just let them out, and like it was like that was just how it was or whatever.
Maybe that timeline. Well, that's the timeline she jumped to. Maybe she jumped to a timeline that wasn't that big of a deal. Maybe no one died on that one. Although,
yeah.
Darfi seemed to think that maybe someone had died and like you're suffering from a loss, but maybe he's just talking about
Mia.
Traumatic for.
I think he's just talking about Mia.
Maybe still talking about Mia, and also like you were stuck in that tower for 12 hours. What the fuck?
Yeah. So there's so like we have like I think we have two. We've seen the endings of 2 timelines where the police went in and found people dead, but we also have implied by that timeline from Shiroya like a third one where, unless they didn't seal it with their, but I don't know.
It could also be they just don't seal it and I'm wrong.
Yeah, they might not seal it, but there has to be a time when they're in the wrong point in time and they don't realize it, and so the shutter doesn't open. And also if that's true, it either means, well, it doesn't mean that size watch is wrong necessarily. It just means that it's correctly that time, but on a different day. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, whatever.
I mean, it could also be that one of them time traveling is the one that buys the building and just reseals it like months later for this to happen.
Yeah, because they won the lottery.
Yeah, they won the lottery. They really did. Many weeks had passed since December 15th. Lonely, Katsuki looked at the sky through the glass of a window. He could not yet believe what his life had become, and imagining the worst years ahead of him, he could only cry. The sky he saw, he wasn't happy he could still see it. He wanted it to disappear.
Oh.
And it did.
Oh?
Through the glass of a window, the cloudy sky could be seen. However, no one was there to see it. Around the country, some people had the opportunity to witness the disappearance of countless citizens.
What the
fuck? Mr. Worldwide with the Sekimeya? Speechless, they walked to where everyone had been. In the blink of an eye, the streets had become desolate, and even some cars had disappeared. The news was heard across the world. Every being within an immense radius had vanished. Almost a third of Japan was gone. It was humanity's most shocking event ever recorded. The biggest, most awful, but in a mere instant, millions of people disappeared without a trace. What had occurred was far beyond anyone's understanding. You might know what was in the center of that radius.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
A little town on the foot of a mountain range called Ushibana.
Almost just spoiled a completely different visual novel.
Then everyone traveled through time. That must be what you're thinking.
I'm not.
Wrong. However, not one of the people who disappeared reappeared anywhere. The instant they vanished, their existence was erased forever.
Is this the break point, Hallyu? Is this when we take our break? Is this when we take our little break? We watch that and then we take our little break?
Yeah, little
good
break.
Time for a break. Good time for a break.
Good boys and girls. Yeah. Yeah.
Did a timeline just end? Maybe. Failure.
Failure. Oh, we should have picked it when she went to the past. Oh, we were wrong.
I wasn't paying close attention for a minute. What the fuck just happened? The world ended.
The world ended. This is the way the world ends.
It was the correct ending, but it was a failure? Okay. Well,
is it actually break time?
It is actually break time, yeah. It's been 2 hours.
Okay, I need extra time to make my coffee, so I'll be back.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna do the thing while he's gone. Okay, so while Joe is gone, I did this on my stream earlier, but I'm also going to do this now. I wanted to talk a little bit. This is a somewhat political topic, but I wanted to talk a little bit about what's been going on with itch and payment processors and Steam. So basically, if you aren't in the know, what's been going on is that there is an organization that has pressured Visa and MasterCard to stop supporting not safe for work payments for itch and Steam. So a whole bunch of visual novels got taken over. Your gooning is gone. Yeah. So you might be like, oh, well, this is just porn, so like whatever. But the group that has done this is a group from Australia that is funded by right-wing evangelicals. And there was an article about this recently on Vice that Vice's owners ended up taking down because it might have been too inflammatory. So someone did follow the money. So basically, this group also pressures the removal of any kind of games that depict abusive women, even if the abusive women is being used to send a positive message, and also LGBTQ messages. So this is like a far right agenda, and like a TERF agenda. So right now there is a thing happening, which is especially Americans have the opportunity to like call in and put pressure on these organizations. It only took 1,000 calls from that group to shut down itch and Steam. And so we're hoping that like it'll make an actual difference if people put pressure on them. So I'm just going to link the website that has information about this, with petitions for like the ACLU and the numbers that you can call and like scripts you can use. So if you make like even one call, that would be awesome. If you can't, it's okay. But I just wanted to post that really quick before I go make my own tea. So thank you for listening. I don't normally like advocate for like political stuff on this stream. I do get a little bit political. I'm obviously a pretty far left myself, but I think this one is really important. Mousier says their first 2 fan art are missing from the archive. Okay, cool. Thank you. So here, I'll link this right here, and I'm going to pin it during break and play some ads. So I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. Okay, we're back. Joe has his coffee and has been admiring the firebomb that I threw into chat while he was gone.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you to Tipsy Bird W for giving out 5 community gift subs to Johnny Hotbody. Wow. Yashihira, Mr. Dr. Professor Nova, Telephone Ghost, and Bethulu. I jump scared you? I'm sorry. It would be useful to create a channel in the Discord for links to places you can call for protesting visa and collective shout. I can put it like put it in announcements. The channel might be a bit much, but I can definitely like pin a post somewhere with the information. Thank you. How's your coffee?
I haven't taken a sip yet. It's a bit too hot.
Oh, okay. No, fair enough.
It's a hot coffee.
I will keep us carrying on. I bet we don't even get to the voice assignments that how you gave us. All right.
I have to go super late.
Yeah. I think that the original stopping time is in shambles. Aaron was covered. Oh my god. Good start. Iron was covered by a vast cape of snow. During the winter, Caliant were the only flowers that had survived the climate, and they encompassed its entire spectrum of flora. I said Florida. A member of a large range, the mountain extended behind Yushibana, its perpetual snowy top reaching higher than the others. Years had passed since it had last been visited. It had long ago been said that only its neighbors were holders of innumerable gemstones. Is this Sekimeya origin?
Mm-hmm.
On its base, different species of Did someone in chat just call me kitten?
Wow. Wow.
On its base, different species of Caliant peeked through the snow. After so long, however, they were accompanied by something else. Human footprints marked on the ground. They wandered about. Far from them, a man walked on the snow. His name was Gon, and in the distance he could see the mountains he'd often traveled through. It was the first time he'd brought his equipment to Iron. He'd always been curious to know whether the common belief about it being devoid of value was true. And after hours, he had verified it. He hadn't found any caves, and the surface had been harder to traverse than Iron's neighbors. Disappointed, he walked back before the sun set. He'd been out all day and he was exhausted. He was walking down a narrow path when something caught his eye. He'd already crossed the tree line, so tall trees were surrounding him. He stopped himself when he noticed an opening between two of them. Intrigued, he walked over to it, and as he got closer, he realized what it was. An entrance to a vast field of grass, enclosed by the trees that hid it from view. However, what truly stood out was farther ahead. I would like to pick up the knife. There was a wooden cabin. In the corner of the field, it lay covered in white. Speechless, he was drawn to it. The grass was tall, and it had almost been concealed by the snow. Slowly making his way inward, Gon didn't take his eyes off the cabin. He'd never heard about it, and it looked abandoned. Many questions came to him, but they all suddenly vanished. He looked at the ground. On top of the snow, he'd almost missed something that easily blended in. Was it an egg?
No way.
He crouched by its side and felt its surface. Strangely, no snow was on it. When he touched it, his face was one of amazement. It was incredibly smooth, but it was heavier than it looked. He'd never seen anything like it in his life. What was it, and why was it there? Gon didn't care and was eager to bring it home. It looked like a gemstone, but it hadn't been underground. Content to have found something, he kept walking toward the cabin. The door was open, so he took a look inside. A few spiders had set up shop there. Most of them had died out during the winter, but their webs still decorated the room. Gon didn't dare look down into the storeroom. The last thing he wanted was for some large spider still living down there to be disturbed by him. As he'd expected, it didn't seem like anyone had been there in a long time. The 27th of November was a Sunday. That was why Gon had chosen it to go to Iron. Late into the day, he arrived at home. With one hand, he unlocked his front door. Yep. Nailed it. He stepped into his shop, Musashi Gemstones. He left his discovery on a stand and hurried to turn on the heater. Then he grabbed the phone and dialed a number he had memorized.
Lei, I'm sorry to call you so late. Is this a good time?
What do you want?
I just found something that will interest you. You have to see it. It's an egg.
Is it about a gemstone?
Yes, but it's not a normal one. I found it on a rune, and it's unlike any I've seen.
Is that so? If you're not exaggerating, you might be in luck.
I'm not certain this would fit perfectly in the tower.
Is it all right if I come tomorrow? I want to speak with you about something.
Yes, that's perfectly fine.
I'll be there in the afternoon then.
Thank you. I'll be waiting in my swimsuit. Good night.
The call cut off. Gon pumped his fist in relief. It had been a while since he'd struck a deal with Ashia. He sat on his chair. He was tired and he had to think about what he'd say the next day.
Chatter is right. There's two. So where's the other one? Does Ashia already have the other one? And when they were both brought together, like that's when they were activated?
Oh, I see. I don't know. This is before the first Sekimeya laid the second one. Too true. Yeah, that could be true. A while later, he raised his head. He had noticed something. A smell he hadn't perceived before was in his shop. So the Sekimeya does smell. It's like putting off gas, even like before it's used. Okay. He couldn't discern what it was, but he slowly walked over to the gem he'd brought. Was it the source? He got close to it, but he suddenly retreated because it's hot, huh? Then carefully he placed his hand on it. It was hot, very hot. Why? It had been cold before. Why had its temperature changed? Concerned, he grabbed it. He examined it closely, but there was no explanation for the temperature change. What could have caused that? And most importantly, would it ward Ashia off from buying it?
Why isn't he blipping?
It might be keyed to Ashia somehow. They might be gonna do something to it.
Huh.
He stepped out of his shop. Outside, it had remained cold. Or it hasn't been long enough. And soon
or he's
after...
wearing gloves.
Yeah, or he's wearing gloves. And soon... Did it say he was wearing gloves?
He was definitely wearing gloves outside. It seems like he's in the snow and shit, right? So
Yeah.
Would he take his gloves off when he got back? You can't dial a number with your gloves on.
And soon after he did, the gem cooled down. In the blink of an eye, the warmth around it had faded. Was it the surrounding temperature? No matter what, it hadn't seemed normal. In awe, Gon stepped back in, letting the heat make contact with the gem. Immediately, he noticed the change. The smooth surface began to heat up exponentially. What did he have in his hands exactly? How was such a rapid change in temperature occurring? And would Ashia be against taking such a thing? Gon began to worry. He remembered that a long time ago, Ashia had stolen him storage cabinets, and one of them had been equipped with temperature regulation. Biting his lip, he went to his storage room. One of the dusty cabinets had a wheel on its side. He dragged it close to an outlet and plugged it in. The temperature in Yushibana was around 0 degrees Celsius. Matching it, he rotated the wheel and brought the gemstone there. After leaving it inside, he waited for the temperature to stabilize. And when it had, he touched the gemstone one more time. All warmth was long gone, and the smell had also faded. We're still in chapter 3? Like, how is that not a chapter? Whatever. It was bizarre, but Gon's mind went again to Ashia. What would they say about something so peculiar? Tired, he went to his bedroom. He knew he would fall asleep instantly. He was still in his mountain equipment, jacket, hat, and gloves.
Okay.
So he hurried to take them off.
You dodged so many bullets in this scene?
You dodged so many bullets. The next day, I wonder if it's the past or the present one. That's Lei. We met her once before.
Oh, Lei.
She's Ashia's representative. She was like there with the police, debriefing them. Yeah. The next day, Lei came to visit Gon, who had been preparing what to say. After a warm welcome, she was brought to the Sekimeya. That was the name Gon had chosen for the gemstone. As soon as Lei saw it, she let him know that Ashia were interested in buying it. It had taken a lot less convincing than Gon had expected. Lei let him know the reason. Ashia had been searching for a unique gemstone, and the one he'd found would serve that purpose well. Gon and Lei had long ago agreed on a standard starting sum per gemstone, which Gon couldn't pass on. However, he hadn't yet mentioned what he'd found out about the Sekimeya.
Yesterday I noticed the heater's temperature might have damaged it. That's why I've got it cold right now.
Oh, it's cold in there?
Yes, I advise you do the same. The lower temperature seemed to immediately alleviate the problem. It's currently set to 0 degrees C.
That's fine, we can do that.
Good. Just in case, I would suggest you not touch it while it's not refrigerated. It's delicate, so I wouldn't risk it. Dude's just riffing? Like, what? Like...
Lei silently nodded. Gon took a deep breath. If Ashia did what he had instructed, there would be no problem. We'll deal with the paperwork then. You know the usual. We'll be here this Wednesday. Is 9 o'clock a good time? Sorry if it's too late. We're pretty overloaded.
Yes, anytime is fine. I'm still open at that hour, so I'll have everything prepared.
Perfect. Both of them bowed, and Lei calmly exited his shop.
Lei is the one that was like, what the fuck? There's a back entrance into this tower, right? I didn't know about this. Yeah. Lei's the one who was like genuinely fucking stunned that there was another door on the side of the building.
She was surprised by the smell. For the Sekimeya in the cabinet. No, there's no way this leads inside the tower. It's impossible I wouldn't know about it. Yeah.
Okay.
When Gon woke up, he didn't open the shop. He'd been thinking that something else could have been on that mountain. The gemstone he'd found. Why had it been there? Snow had fallen days prior, so why had none been on it? Had someone dropped it there? Someone who knew about that place? Ashiya paid well, so Gon hadn't stopped thinking about going back to that grassy field. Was it possible he had missed something? If there's just like another egg in the same place, this game is so... When he spotted the familiar opening between the trees, Gon deviated from the narrow path. Once more, he saw the short cabin. It was 2 days later, so his footprints had almost fully disappeared. He scanned the terrain, slowly stepping forward. He noticed something and hurried over to it. A section of white stood out, but it wasn't snow. He approached and slowly reached down.
What?
It was another gemstone, identical to the one he'd found. Huh. He found the Final Fantasy XIV botanist spot. Bro is watching the nodes respawn. Gon searched through the entire field this time, like he probably should have the first time, but he found nothing else. At home, he called Lei and told her about his latest discovery. When she heard it looked the same, she sounded interested. However, there was an issue. Ashiya had already revealed the Sekimeiya's existence. On that day, the primary announcements had been made. You know what? This might be great. You remember what I told you, don't you? We're keeping the details of the Sekimeiya a secret, and this could be something perfect to reveal on the day of the event. We'll buy both of them. There were many things Lei hadn't told Gon, but that was the truth. Shot put ball moment. Shot put ball moment. For sure, shot put ball moment. If Xin didn't make their move before the 15th, Ashiya could justify part of the buildup on the existence of two identical paired gemstones. That is why
my wife tales.
That is why, until that day, most people who uttered the word the Sekimeiya weren't aware they were referring to two gemstones at once, just like the streamers.
Oh.
There it is. Chapter 4, Caliant. Why is it named after the flower, the plants? Now I'm gonna fucking search for that in all the other chapters because...
Caliant. Okay. I thought there would be more of a setup to the Sekimeiya. It seemed like a big deal, and like, but no, it's just some gem that they found, and within 24 hours they've already set up the announcement. It's kind of weird, isn't it?
It is.
Huh.
Sorry, we're just gonna... I just need a minute. Yeah, okay. It's just there. Okay. Side perspective pretty, please. I know. I want the side perspective so bad. Okay.
I think it's gonna be Mia
Akaro.
perspective again.
Oh, Mia would be fun. Akaro would be fun too. It's never getting Sai. In a small... You know what we don't know the answer to that I'm interested in? And I think I know the answer, but if you are holding an inactive Sekimeiya and you use the other Sekimeiya to travel, will you take it with you? Or will it just also disappear?
Hmm.
I meant to ask that before, but I don't know. You're Katsuki maxing so hard right now? I know. Because
maybe it would if you were going to the future, using past, holding inactive past, touching future. But if you had inactive future touching past, I think it would take it away from you.
We got a side perspective. He was interested in getting to kill someone. No, I want a full side chapter. What do you mean? We got 3 lines. No. Is that how the second one appeared? That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe if you hold the Sekimeiya and you use the Sekimeiya, it reverses the polarity of the Sekimeiya from traveling because it wants to get back to where it was.
Sai City. I want Sai City. In a small town encircled by mountains, a house stood out from the others. It was surrounded by an empty field, and it was often referred to as a mansion. Nobody truly knew the family who lived in it, but the numerous nasty rumors about them were known by all. For a long time, they were believed to be secretly authoritarian. However, crimes had recently started to be linked back to them. When the afternoon came, a swarm of students exited the single school in town. It was starting to get cold, so most of them walked home. In the mansion's living room, a 13-year-old boy named Kyuka, what are we doing, sat on a large sofa. It was his favorite spot, the most comfortable place in his own world. Idly just passing the time, he watched whatever was on television by himself. Most days, he would come home from school and do that. In the past, he had sometimes played with friends, but he had distanced himself from them as time went on. Solitude was his preference. The lesson he had taught himself from years of exposure to others was that they weren't worth his time, and so once in a while he wouldn't go to school for the simple reason that it was too much of a bother. His parents were upstairs. He had over time picked up on what their, quote, business entailed, but the details were neither accessible nor relevant to him.
Young Sheldon-ass motherfucker.
Kyuka heard the door open. When he glanced over, he saw his older brother stepping in with a girl he'd never seen before. She had blue hair. What's this? Who's that? Oh, this is the part where both of us, we can alternate. So you can be the big brother if you want.
Okay. She's a friend of mine. I'm just gonna show her the house.
Without saying a word, she was brought upstairs. Kyuka saw it as none of his concern at all. In his eyes, she was either somebody related to his parents' business or just another source of entertainment for his brother. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. When night had come, he hadn't seen anyone else. After making his own food, Kyuka walked to his bedroom. He couldn't easily fall asleep with things being so noisy, so he covered himself with the sheets. The next evening, watching television as usual, he saw a familiar face. A girl had disappeared in the town where he lived. Kyuka wasn't remotely surprised. They didn't operate in shadows. There was no need to do so. She was the daughter of someone with strong ties to the town's leadership. That made sense. His brother was just carrying out something that was both productive and fun for him. Oh, I don't like those implications.
What the fuck is going on?
Hours later, his older brother came down from upstairs. He looked cheerful and left after silently waving to Kyuka. He'd learned the girl's name, Anora. It made no difference. Regardless of her name, she was locked in the same room as always. Soon, he heard plaintive cries coming from above. Kyuka responded by turning up the volume. Eventually, his brother came back with some bags he hadn't left with. A day had passed with no minute full of silence. In the living room, Kyuka tried to ignore the muffled noise. Whenever those situations occurred, he went to school just to get away from it for a while, but he had to come home eventually. He didn't like it. He knew that girl was suffering, and he didn't want that. However, he wouldn't talk his brother out of it, and he didn't want to annoy him. Furthermore, the room upstairs was always locked, and he couldn't bring himself to let anybody know.
Is this the origin of the attic?
I don't know. When you open Photoshop for the first time, you saw the filters and masks. It does look like the attic, doesn't it?
With the carpet and the couch and the doors and the yeah.
It is the attic.
Yeah.
But are they just reusing it, or is that on purpose? It's probably on purpose. It's always on purpose, right? Okay.
It must be on purpose.
She hadn't done anything to deserve it, presumably. Good catch, by the way.
Thanks.
Few of the people his brother brought home gave him that impression. He didn't think of himself as a bad person, and would have helped her if he could, but that was a mere notion. It wasn't realistic enough for him to act on. That was why he'd always stayed aside, quietly sitting on that sofa. But his mind suddenly changed when he saw something he hadn't seen in a long time. It was a key. When his brother had gone up loaded with what he'd bought, he'd left his keys in the keyhole. Kyuka silently stood up and walked over. He looked back, confirming his brother wasn't coming. Then he detached one of the keys from the ring and stored it in his pocket. Beyond the wooden ceiling, she continued to yell. On some level, such barbarism disgusted Kyuka. He was getting tired of it. Sighing, he lay on his side to muffle the sound entering at least one of his ears. It endured louder and for longer. Part of him really did wish to take action for once, whether it was from the presence of the key or not. It had been ages since he'd had a conversation with his brother, but at some point, a part of him had come to revile his sibling. He asked himself a question. Oh boy. Was it worth doing something? Thank you for emotional support, Sai, in these trying times. Answering that was difficult for Kyuka. He didn't like people. They were rude, selfish, and just too much effort to deal with. If any of them had cared about him, he might have thought differently. On the other hand, he knew that he'd barely tried to speak to anyone in a long time, and his brother wasn't exactly deserving of anyone's attention, let alone approval. His parents and his brother, his whole family, was composed of deplorable individuals. He saw himself as different. It wasn't his choice to hurt people, and he would have actively stopped it if he could. So given the fact that he could, it only made sense to do so. When he thought about it like that, he came to a decision. Wow, bro decided in 4 lines instead of a full chapter?
Mm-hmm.
The next day, Kyuka stayed home. As soon as his parents left the house, he went up the stairs. The phone was there. Quietly, he dialed the police's number. It is a rotary phone. When they picked up, he anonymously revealed Nora's whereabouts, claiming to have heard yells coming from the house. Then, before his brother could hear him, he slipped back to his sofa. Damn. There was no
just gonna open the door.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
There was no way out for his brother. He hadn't asked about the missing key, so thanks to that, he knew a Nora would be found. Many years earlier, Kyuka's parents had added a secret to their house. An entrance or exit nobody would notice. Kyuka had seen it being used a handful of times. Well, if this is Ashiya Tower, then there we go.
Yeah.
The rumors about the mansion were known by the whole town. The first time that someone had disappeared, the police had quickly shown up. Yet thanks to that well-hidden exit, Kyuka's brother had avoided being caught. Kyuka knew that when the police appeared, his brother would try to escape with the girl. However, with the key that he had taken, that would be impossible. Hey, Kyuka, that's you, I think.
Hey, Kyuka, what was that?
His brother had appeared from upstairs. Internally panicking, Kyuka responded. What was what?
I heard a noise. Did you want to come see or something?
No, it was the TV.
Okay. You have some free time though, right? Want to learn the works? Job training?
No, I'm tired, so maybe later.
You say that every time. Oh well, I'll get back to it. If you don't want to learn the family business, you better go to school more. Keep your grades up.
He went back upstairs. A few minutes had passed since Kyuka had gotten off the phone. He'd accidentally alerted his brother, but the danger was gone. All he had to worry about from that point on was looking like an accomplice. Whoa. Barely seconds after his brother had gone back to the room, a sharp sound came from it. No more yelling, no more anything. It was silent. A horrible feeling like being submerged in icy water overtook Kyuka. His brother had a gun, he knew that. What he didn't know was why he would just shoot the girl. The police were coming and there was absolutely no chance his brother escaped with anything less than a murder charge. He deserved no less, but for him to kill her so suddenly was unthinkable. He hadn't given that impression at all a few seconds earlier. Is he gonna use the Sekimeiya?
Whoa, deja vu. Holy shit.
I
don't think the police are coming, do you?
No. Kyuka stood up and stepped up the stairs. Well, if they do, his brother's gonna be gone and they're gonna arrest him. Kyuka stood up and stepped up the stairs, eyeing the door warily. Each of his footsteps was carefully placed to prevent a repeat of being detected. What if Akaro is her brother?
Ooh.
The door wasn't locked. He gingerly nudged it open, not afraid that he'd see something worse than what he had before, but afraid that he might be shot by reflex.
Oh, maybe she shot him.
The body of Kyuka's brother was on the floor, completely immobile. There was no doubt in his mind that he was dead. Something connected in his mind. His brother hadn't gone up just to shoot her right away. She had shot him. His noise had been the distraction that allowed her to escape confinement and get a weapon. The girl wasn't in the usual chair he used. Around it was an untied rope, and bloodstains much older than the ones surrounding Kyuka's brother. But Kyuka didn't see her anywhere. The girl had vanished. Bewildered, he stepped into the room. In an instant, she emerged from behind the door and shoved a gun up to his face. The barrel took up almost his entire field of vision. He couldn't think of a thing to say. No longer feeling like he was sinking, he felt nothing. You can take this.
Give me one reason not to shoot you too. Sorry.
I called the police. They're on their way right now.
What? When?
A few minutes ago. Her hand was shaking violently, and beyond the metal barrel, Kyuka could see her face. One of her eyes was missing, and the pain, dulled as it must have been, was getting to her. Adrenaline couldn't keep her going against exhaustion forever.
Why wouldn't you call them earlier? You were here when I got here.
He didn't say anything for a few seconds. The wrong response could have killed him. It was clear that she was completely unstable. She had lost so much blood that her actions were slightly sluggish as well. Do you know what he would have done if I'd called the police earlier? What he did to you, but worse.
You didn't do anything. You let him do this.
The police will be here in a few minutes. You're safe.
I don't believe you.
Kyuka considered for a moment. He didn't have a good way to escape. Entering the room blindly had been a mistake for him. He had believed that even if she was just like everyone else, not worth caring about, it would be a good thing to put a stop to what his brother was doing to people, and it could have ended up costing him. All Kyuka had accomplished was getting him killed and putting himself in a dangerous position. There was only one course of action he could take at that moment, and it happened almost automatically. Yeah. After repeatedly knocking, the police forced the door open. Drawn by the smell of blood and gunpowder, they immediately located the room where 2 corpses lay. A man and the kidnapped girl were on the floor. Immediately, the entire mansion was secured, but nobody else was found. The next day, the news was published. Honora, the girl who disappeared, had been found dead high on a mountain. One of her eyes had been gouged out, and the other had a bullet through it. A bewildered Kyuka read that article. That day, he came back home and realized his parents were there. As usual, he had no idea what they would say. Before they saw him, his parents looked terribly sad. However, when he appeared, relief spread through them. His parents didn't talk about what had happened. While he found it strange, Kyuka couldn't bring himself to utter a word about it either.
Okay, so he took the gun from her and killed her, right?
I think so, yeah.
But he doesn't understand how her body got on the mountain? That's why he's bewildered?
Well, no, I think if her body... They found a man and the kidnapped girl on the floor, so I think they mean the mansion was on a mountain.
Oh, so he's bewildered because they're reporting the story wrong.
I think so.
Yeah, so Ashia is covering it up. So it should have been reported that she was found in the mansion.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
So
okay, sorry,
they're covering it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many psychopaths are in this story? At least 2.5. Kyuka would be the family's final generation. That was something he was sure of. However, even that was stripped away, on paper at least. After what had happened with his brother, his last name carried a heavy stigma, and so his parents took action. He was released from that family. Then he kept secretly living in that mansion until he was given a new place in the center of the town. And that boy was
Holy
Katsuki.
Shit. Is it Katsuki? That would be insane. I think it's Sai.
I think it's Sai, yeah. If nothing else, he appreciated that his job, or it's Akaro, like either way, it's one of them.
Yeah.
If nothing else, he appreciated that his job wasn't nearly as dirty as it could have been, and that he had some peace and quiet. It would make sense for like a secret Ashia agent to be in the tower with them, I guess.
Yeah, if it is Katsuki, that would explain why his parents are away.
But he was childhood friends with Shiroya, so I think that she knew him when he was this age, and he just said he didn't. Whoa. The lights turned on in the tower. The lobby door opened and a man stepped into the hallway. It was Kate, who had recently changed into his working uniform. Ready to begin his morning shift, he entered the security room.
The switch there is suspicious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on, but I'm vibing with it big time.
I am too. That was interesting.
Yeah.
I like that part.
Yeah, me too. Gonna guess Akaro because he has knowledge of Ashia doing shit. Yeah, I would bet he has a chip on his shoulder about Akaro, about the Ashia because of what happened. Okay. His colleague Ku was these names was ready to leave. After greeting each other, Kate sat on his chair. Over the phone, he'd learned Zin had attacked again. It had happened on the 24th, and it had started during his own shift. On that Thursday, there had been an event in the tower where many gemstones had been replaced. The next night, they'd all been taken. Long ago, his job had started to exclusively revolve around Zin. Ashia had been outsmarted repeatedly, and every countermeasure they designed was continually bypassed. On the 24th.
That's the same way of describing this.
That's the same date that Vaisude went back to. If this is November. It was Kate's job to put an end to those incidents. However, his thoughts on Ashia were far from positive. He'd worked in the tower for years, and he knew information that eluded public knowledge. Interesting. There was like, I guess like we kind of assumed that he was like a recent hire who like took the job.
Yeah.
But I feel, oh my god, I feel like we've gotten to the point where like I stopped the VN at literally every line to read into it. Jesus Christ. Now we're streaming with gas. Thank you, Wing Edge, for resubbing. He was fully aware that none of his superiors belonged to the Ashia family anymore. It had been long ago when the corporation had lost all ties to their actual bloodline. Interesting. Kate stared at the 3 monitors in front of him, and as he moved the cursor toward a folder, his heart began to race. Zin had circumvented their measures multiple times, but that hadn't been all. Camera footage had been erased, and they'd taken advantage of the rare times when the security room had been empty. Wait, is Kate just innocent and he ran out the secret door to try to get help? Oh my god.
I don't know, man. All of what he's saying right now, his inner monologue is just indirect enough that he could be talking about himself. Like, and after the newspaper thing, like I'm sus. But yeah. Before
the break, decided not say he wanted to feel what it was like to kill us. He would never have the opportunity again. I mean, yeah, but I don't know if that's exclusive to him being a little weirdo. Kate knew someone close to them worked for Zin. There was no other explanation anymore. There were many candidates he had considered, but they all looked clean. As he approached a hidden folder, he wondered again who it was. A few places in the tower weren't fitted with cameras, but trying to catch Zin on video had long ago started to feel like a futile effort.
Okay, it's not him then. This would be remarkably unfair if it was him.
Could be Naomi, though.
Yeah, it could be Naomi.
Kate had ruminated on something for quite a while. He wanted to use the places without cameras to catch the infiltrator. Before arriving at the tower, he'd been told that footage of hallway A had been erased. That was why he'd been nervous all morning. But he had to be careful. Opening that folder might have been a bad idea. How had Zin erased the footage? It had always happened during times when the security room was vacant, but Kate thought that was off. Most recently it had happened when he'd been out, but he didn't think anyone would have had enough time to remove the footage. Could that computer have been infected? Like he'd done in the past, he spent the entire morning cleaning it up as much as he could. And when he was done, he sent the folder to an email address that he had created at home. Terrible InfoSec practice.
Mm-hmm.
That evening, he hurried to his personal computer. He'd been wondering all day if his plan had worked. He hadn't spoken to anyone about it. There was no way Zin had known about it. What?
Aww.
Why is he a little teddy bear? Finally,
that's Kate's true form.
He logged into his teddy. Finally, he logged into his account and downloaded the folder. Inside it, there was a long video. The day before Zin's attack, he'd been forced to momentarily rush out of the security room. During that time, part of the footage had been erased. Kate had been waiting for that to happen. That was why, when he dashed out of the security room, he hadn't closed its door. Ooh, Kate being smart? The footage from hallway A had been erased, but had Zin accounted for Kate's idea? During that time, another camera had been recording part of the hallway. The computer's webcam tucked behind one of the monitors. It spent most of the time turned off, but that time it had been recording the hallway through the open door. Kate had pressed a button behind the camera to begin the recording, and it wasn't a new device in the tower. There was no way Zin had learned of his plan. Kate played the video, his trembling hand, we're really milking this, huh? His trembling hand advancing it to the time he'd left the room. That had been the only time of day when he hadn't monitored hallway A, so Zin must have wanted to hide those few seconds. The time was before 9. When Kate saw his face disappearing from the video, he let go of the mouse. Then, he saw all he needed to see. Through hallway A, someone he knew passed by. They were pushing a cleaning cart. That was what Zin had wanted to hide. Finally, he knew the identity of the infiltrator. Ito, the janitor. Who the fuck?
Who the fuck is Ito? What?
But he still didn't know what had happened. Gemstones had been stolen from one of the rooms, but that hadn't happened until the following night. Yet when they'd gone through the available footage, nobody had entered that room at the time of the attack. Had they been moved? Kate stared at the cleaning cart, wondering if they'd been inside it. If that was the case, they could have immediately been taken out. However, during the time of the attack, Ito hadn't been in the... Are you kidding? He was in chapter 1? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you... No, this is... You lied? Okay. Yeah, Nox crying in the chat for sure. Maybe search janitor? No, they're lying. Yes, Core Ito R. Yeah. Okay. Doesn't know the famous. Okay, I'll do case sensitive. Not found. Okay, fuck off.
You're doing great, kid. Doing great.
Don't call me that! Had they been moved? Kate stared at the cleaning cart, wondering if they'd been inside it. If that was the case, they could have immediately been taken out. However, during the time of the attack, Ito hadn't been in the building. There was something else of value Kate learned. The footage of some cameras had been erased while he was out of the security room. However, as he'd suspected, nobody had entered it before his return. Oh, so someone's remotely erasing it? Interesting.
Why is he so bad with the computer then, if he's actually been working there for so long?
Kate had started working in the tower decades ago, and many years were still ahead of him, at least 3. He had worked on the building's security before the security room had been constructed, but that hadn't always been his job. When he looked at the future, he hated it. He loathed the thought of working there for even another year. He had no respect for Ashia, and there was nothing about what the company had become that he identified with. He had seen the building change over the years to the point where it simply didn't feel the same. Since Zin had reared their head in pursuit of Ashia, some concepts had become tempting to Kate. Oh, okay. Now here we go. During his night shifts, he was sometimes the only person in the building. He had given plenty of thought to taking out Ashia's collection of gemstones. It should have been simple. It had happened before, so he could claim that the security footage had suddenly been erased and that he hadn't seen anything through the monitors. But that was too dangerous. Zin seemed to know everything that happened in that place. What if they exposed Kate as being responsible? Would they dislike being impersonated? He was worried they would threaten him, too. And even if none of that happened, Kate didn't know what he'd do with those gems. After everything, Kate didn't think it was fair that he had to keep working there. He couldn't bear the thought of staying in that place for much longer. His parents had died, and he wouldn't be able to support himself for too long if he left his job. It wasn't fair. After Zin's first attack, his mind had produced various scenarios that gave him what he wanted.
Let me know when you want me to take over, by the way.
Oh, you can take over. Yeah, it's fine. Go for it.
When the morning came, Kate had slept very little. He wanted to find a Zin member for so long, and he was confident he finally had. Months ago, he'd come up with a tempting plan. However, it was fairly large scale, so he'd been very hesitant to set it into motion.
Oh my god, is it actually going to be true that the whole Sekimeya thing is going to be like a trap? Well, please no.
So he hates Ashia, but he wants to find one. Does he want to find one so he can be like, I want in?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
He left his house earlier than usual. On the way, he called Lei. She was the only person he'd always been confident wasn't part of Zin, so as she wanted to catch them more than anyone else.
Kate, what do you want?
I would like to talk to you later. It might not be a good idea to do it in the tower, so if I can meet you outside before my shift starts, that'd be great.
Is it important?
Yes.
I understand. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Thank you. Outside the tower's entrance, Kate and Lei met. Furtively, they stepped aside.
What is it?
I've had this idea for some time. If we're ever going to do something like this, it's right now.
Hold on. I'm looking at this coat. I'm looking at this coat. Where was the coat that had like a bug put in it?
Oh yeah, there was a coat with a bug in it. I think it was in Kate's locker. Was it called a bug or was it called an audio listening device or something?
I think it's here. It doesn't show it. Okay. They did see Kate's jacket like separately, so I think that it's not his coat, but I was
Damn,
curious.
good callback. I forgot about that completely. Holy shit.
Everything happens in Sekimeya. True. Did you read this line?
Yes.
Okay.
After hearing that, Lei frowned. Meanwhile, Kate thought of the best way to phrase what he'd wanted to say for months. It's evident Zin has a way to be in the tower without being seen, even when we're prepared. I believe we have to stop trying to see them while they're attacking. When we added locks to the cabinets, they were able to unlock them and even broke some of them. It was a while ago, but remember what we thought? We removed those locks to prevent future damage, and because that would incite Zin to easily come back, so we'd be able to catch them. They're just fucked. What? How are they so useless? We added an alarm to be alerted that cabinets were opened, but it didn't go off when they attacked. At this point, I find it impossible to believe they can't externally access the computer. I've looked into it many times, but that has to be true.
Do you think we should change out the computer entirely? He did come up with the fucking shutter plan. I swear to God.
It's his fault, and he's supposed to rush out before it ends, and he doesn't when the fucking door handle's gone. No, access to our computer can't be all they have. If we change it, they'll immediately know they lost that information, which could be bad. I would also not be able to protect the new computer at all times. I have an idea. If I develop the mechanism behind a new alarm at home, it's possible they won't be able to bypass it. I think this is what we should do so that they don't think we're suspicious of anything involving our computer setup. Once I set up the software for this at home, I'll bring it to the tower's computer. If I do it well, it's unlikely they'll notice it. Fucking hacker man over here, but he couldn't turn on a computer?
He couldn't turn on a computer. Hacker man, but also he doesn't know how to block, like how to detect whether someone is externally accessing his computer. Like he does, like hacker man who can develop a security system, but literally can't tell that someone is remotely networking into the computer. Like
just unplug the Ethernet cord, bro. Just have it be like it's an internal, not connected to the internet security system. Like, isn't that like a good thing to have? Like, what the? Like, if they're this useless against it, I'm talking my ass here. I don't know anything about this, but I don't know.
Yeah, why is that computer networked? Oh, fuck's sake. Hacker man, but he couldn't tell that Sai just unplugged one of the monitors. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, okay, he was not lying about not knowing how. He might have been lying about not knowing how to turn off the computer, but bro could not tell that Sai unplugged one of the monitors. Then he couldn't browse Reddit. Oh, that's true.
That's a good point.
I see. I think that's worth doing. Or play Balatro.
Me too, but we have to be smart. If this works, we have to catch them. We can't screw this up. If they really activate the alarm, they might still have a method of escape. We have to make sure that won't be possible.
How?
I can build it so that when the alarm is activated, any exits will close. As soon as they open a cabinet, they will be stuck in the tower. Also, I've obtained the special material metal from a meteorite that fell outside the tower that is unbreakable from any direction whatsoever, no matter how many police show up.
So wait, it's not the gas being released that caused the exits to close. It's someone opening the cabinet. So so if someone opens a cabinet, they'll be stuck in the tower. So that means that does he set up this entire system and then trigger the system himself to try to steal those gems, and then he gets to the room and then finds out that the door handle is missing, and he's like, oh,
yep.
Fuck.
Yep.
Is that what happened?
Yep, that's what happens.
No way.
That is what happens.
No way. Oh, fuck me. Oh. Okay.
I've thought a lot about this. They have attacked during times I was in the security room, so we'll make sure one of us is always there. If the mechanism also locks that door, we will trap the attacker.
Do you think this could work?
It must. They have always attacked during the night, so I'm confident it will go smoothly. For the first time what seemed like forever, Lei thought that one of Kate's ideas had real promise.
Bro is cooking nothing. How would the exits be locked, though?
That's what I can't handle. If I use the old system, I can have the mechanism ready for tomorrow. The installation would have to be done during the night, though, when no one else is here.
So I think that what I said was correct, which is that Kate gets away in the original timeline, and then they catch him outside the tower with the gems, because remember they caught someone stealing the gems. He stole those gems, got out through the secret door, somehow got yeeted in the proximity of the Sekimeya and put in another timeline, and they just fucking caught him because it like or it sent him to the future in the same timeline, and he just got no, it would be he got out in timeline 3, got caught in the proximity AoE of the Sekimeya, got sent to the different timeline where all the police are lined up, and immediately got fucking caught. Because remember I said that the person who got caught stealing gems might have been Kate from timeline 3, and that's where he ended up. If that's what it is, that's so fucking funny.
So Kate is talking to the police chief outside, who has also captured a person named Kate, and is like, 2 people named Kate. That's kind of weird.
They can't see each other. They can't see each other. He's probably refusing to tell them any information about himself, and they can't see each other because there's no cameras. Yeah, he hasn't given his name, so they don't know who it is.
Okay.
Oh my fuck. Does that mean Kate killed Katsuki in that dead end timeline? Yeah, I think so, because he was going in there to get his coat, probably in the locker room. I'm pretty sure that's true. Okay, Jesus Christ. All right, keep going.
It will be independent of the computer, so Zen should learn about it. I believe it's possible they're receiving the camera's feed, but the lobby isn't recorded, so they won't see it.
But what about the windows? Shouldn't they be shut as well?
Shit, you're right. That would be seen. Thought about this a lot, by the way. I wouldn't like to disable the camera system because they could learn something is being done under their noses. Nothing happens on the higher floors during the night. I can modify the system from home as well to disable those cameras and loop a still image of the floor. Then quickly install the modification on the tower's computer. I doubt Zen will look at that footage, but if they do, they shouldn't notice the cameras were stopped.
Bro. Epstein type shit, sorry.
Yes, I did watch Speed on the weekend. However, we can't do it like the last time. Altering every cabinet to trigger the alarm is something that could easily be noticed, and it would take a long time.
That's true, but it's what we would have to do.
We can draw them to a specific cabinet. Do you remember when we obtained the Nom Date?
What are you saying?
It was targeted by Zen immediately.
It's just an anagram of diamond. It's just an anagram of diamond.
It is, yeah.
Anagram? Is that the right word? No? No, not an anagram. What's it called? Is it anagram? I'm going insane.
Anagram, yeah. It's an anagram of diamond.
Okay.
It's like diamond. It's diamond backwards with something switched. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What's the Sekimeya an anagram of?
It means bright rock.
Bright rock. If we produce something of that caliber, Zen won't be able to resist a repeat. That will be the cabinet we'll need to alter, and since it won't be one currently displayed, we can modify it before they know it exists. Okay, so they just pounced on the Sekimeya as a lure for Zen, and they had no idea it was a time travel stone? They just knew it had to be refrigerated because Gon was like, I think maybe we should do that? That's it. That's it.
Yeah, and they just did that, and I think that the reason that the exhibit is like you can touch it, like you should touch it, is because literally
so they open the cabinet, so the alarm goes off.
Yeah.
No, fuck off.
Yeah.
My god, no. What?
So remember when I said to you in private, you were like, wow, I'm really enjoying the Sekimeya. And I said, I think we're going to get to the part of the story that starts just having bullshit in it.
Why is the building set up like a weird fucking like cat box then with like only one window on every floor and the
so they can't tell the time of day.
Yeah, but why would they just coincidentally they put the time travel stone into the building that's perfectly set up to make it so they can't see outside?
I think we've hit the point where you're not going to get diegetic reasons, and it's going to be because of the construction. It's like how, for example, so you have to remember that the puzzle was figured out first, and then the plot was built around it, and so this is why. It takes place in 2011, so their dates just aren't shown on their phones all the time. It takes place somewhere snowy, so the Sekimeya would incidentally be somewhere cold, so that it couldn't be used. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're running into the part where like it's put in a building with no windows because that way they won't be able to tell what time of day it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just yeah. Sorry, I have a thing in my throat.
Just put a lot of windows on the outside and just have it look like a normal building and just have multiple shutters for all those windows. What? Why is it like that?
I don't know, man.
I am actually like scratching my own face right now. Like I'm drawing like my
my
hand, my
God.
fingers down my cheeks through my beard right now. Like, oh fucking hell.
For the record, phones
Oh.
definitely did show the date back then, especially ones with WAP browsers. I had a flip phone back then that absolutely did not show the date anywhere but the settings. So it depends on what phone you had, and it is completely believable people would have phones that didn't. I had a phone like Shiroya's in that year. Like it's for sure realistic.
You have a beard? I have a big beard right now. I need to shave actually.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
He's gone feral.
Yeah.
We constructed the
Gone
cat
feral.
box and then put Kate in it until he assembled the rest of the Sekimeya. You had an
let's
iPhone
keep going,
4
let's keep
in
going.
2011. Skill issue. Rodney, what were you, like 6? All right.
Lay nodded thoughtfully. Kate's plan could definitely work.
I see. I'll try to find a good fit for that.
Perfect. We should hurry up before they attack again. If I'm not mistaken, the event for the 15th of next month was hindered. It was going to be a guided tour to cover the
Oh, for
last
fuck's
wave
sake.
of gems, but that can't be done anymore. since
You're
they stole
telling
them all.
you're telling me that this man came up with this idea for his fucked up thing and then was like, we need to get something that has to have a funny cabinet. And then like 3 days later, Lei gets a call that's like, I found a really funny gemstone that has to be kept cold. You're telling me those happened like within a week of each other? And she was like, oh, what a great opportunity. We have to have a funny cabinet. All right.
It's fate.
Oh, incidentally, the showcase of next month is canceled, so we might as well fucking do this thing. Oh, come on. That's right. It normally just to be clear too, like just for Joe, like normally this kind of like setting stuff up for stories, I'm a lot more tolerant of it than you are, as far as I can tell. But this is this is too much for me, I have to say.
I've infected you. I
don't think so. Like, I don't think you've infected me. I think it's just too much even for me.
Okay. All right. Okay.
That's right. It's canceled as of now.
Then.
Yeah. Are you?
Yeah, I'm being so well behaved.
Are you good cop? Bad cop on these streams? That's
I'm being a
That's
good
fine.
boy. That's why I'm being a good boy.
Okay. All right.
When you find a suitable gemstone, announce it'll be shown on that Thursday. This way, if Zin doesn't attack beforehand, we'll still solve that problem.
Oh fuck! So Cap said fate stay 12 hours. God damn it. That's a very good idea. I'll do that. Yay! Oh, that's a perfect gemstone. Yippee!
We're at like a quarter of a page a minute right now. Gate nodded slowly. That was what he needed the most. 15th was a Thursday, and also the middle point of the month. That meant it was the day his work shift would change. In the first half of the month, Kate worked during the night. In the second half, he worked during the morning. Up until the 15th, he'd be in the tower all night, ready for Zin's attack. However, he'd also learned Zin made daylight moves. So if the attack didn't happen before the 15th, Kate would be present during the event.
I will do my best to find something appropriate. When it's ready, we'll put it in a prepared cabinet, and you will enable the system on the tower's computer.
Yes.
Why don't we do it differently? Why not make it so that opening the cabinet locks the room it's in as opposed to the entire building?
No, that could go wrong. Altering those doors is much more likely to be noticed, and if someone inside the room was quick, they could get out before being trapped. Dave's voice was stern. He couldn't waver in initiating the plan.
You think so? I was thinking about a mechanical lock, not a shutter.
I also think we should release knockout gas to make sure that none of them can get out inside. That wouldn't work. They could keep the door open and put a hard object between it and what the fuck, bro? And the wall to prevent it from locking. I'm aware my idea is more complex, but we can't risk this.
Bro, more
Dude
Psy
is
before meeting
owned-
Psy.
Dude is owned by the lack of a fucking door handle in next week?
Yeah. Yep. All right, we'll talk about it further. I will let Koo know about this when he leaves, and I'll speak to Wiz. Are these fucking? Is this wisdom? Like, are we doing a character sheet? Is that fine?
Do you think Ku is going to try to take over? Kate nodded after a pause. Ku and Wiz were the first people he'd personally investigated, as they shared his job. He couldn't be completely certain, but he really didn't think they were part of Zin. Tay's shift was about to start, so he bowed and stepped into the tower. As he walked to the security room, he sighed, relieved Lei hadn't put more pressure on him. That would have prevented what he'd had in mind. It was something only he could do, and it was thanks to a key that to a key that had once saved him.
Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't think you were.
Wait, is Kate the Kyoku?
Kyuku?
Yeah.
Kyuku.
Because the key that had once saved them?
Oh, fuck. Wait a minute. Let me... Is he? Fuck. Fuck.
Maybe that's why he's protective of that room, because he doesn't want to go up there, because he doesn't want to relive those memories.
Fuck. Do you want me to take over for a bit, or you wanna keep going?
I can be going, but if you want to read, you can read.
I don't need to read.
It was 6th of December. Kate had been shut in the security room for a few hours. He was staring at the screens, knowing Zin's attack could come at any time. Oh, he sees the world fucked up like the kid did too, look! Suddenly, an alarm blared. Immediately, he knew they were in the building. But he didn't understand how that could be. Through the monitors, he couldn't see anyone anywhere.
This is Shiroya setting off the alarm when she teleports in.
I see. The security system was hacked. It almost worked. Kate smirked. Before the alarm ceased, he found the anomaly in the system. Zin had sabotaged it without being noticed. When Kate fixed the problem, all the screens updated, and through one, he saw a man in the event room. He looked disconcerted, desperately glancing around.
No, it's Akaro! It's Akaro! It's Akaro! It's Akaro! Yay, it's Akaro! Yay, yippee!
Kate moved the microphone close to his mouth and turned it on. When he spoke, his voice played everywhere in the building. We knew you would come. The gemstone in front of you was all we needed to draw you here. You okay?
Yeah.
The man looked up, trying to find the source of the audio. Because his face was covered, Kate couldn't tell who he was. Unfortunately, you have been trapped. You won't be able to leave this building. When he heard that, the man ran to the lobby. He disappeared from Gate's sight, but he soon reappeared, dashing toward the staircase. It's futile. The way to the second floor is locked, and the elevator has been disabled. The man ignored Gate's voice and took out a key. Oh, Zin even has that key? I'm impressed. With it, he unlocked the door protecting the next floor. However, when he saw the windows, he slowed down, unable to accept it. Aha, it's useless. All the windows have been sealed. You cannot escape.
Oh my fucking god. Kate in his little security room doing the fucking jigsaw act is so...
The man didn't give up. Instead, he turned around and ran to where Kate was. He arrived at the security room, slamming into the door behind Kate. This door is perfectly shut. You will not open it. Finally, the man seemed to give up. After a few seconds of silence, he stepped back and fell defeatedly to the floor.
No!
Now you understand your position. Whoa! When the alarm played, Ashir were notified. They will be here in less than 10 minutes. Before that, there's something I want to tell you. Slowly, the man looked up, once again trying to determine where Kate's voice was coming from. It is not possible for me to unlock the exit. For that, Ashir's input is needed. However, I know of a secret way out.
Oh, bargaining.
When Kate said that, the man stood back up. Had his hearing failed him? In this building, there's a hidden door. I have also hidden the key. You'll need to unlock it somewhere here. If you don't waste time, you can leave before Ashia comes. This alarm has never been activated before. I will tell them that a malfunction set it off. If nobody's found when this building is unlocked, they will believe my word. If you want that, there are two conditions you must agree on. You have stolen from us countless times. It is undeniable that Zin must be a wealthy group. For your liberty, you will provide me with 50 million yen. I believe that is a fair sum. Secondly, you must reveal your identity in front of the cameras. I know you, Zin. I know a lot more than you think. Ido is the mole. I know where you gather, and I've investigated many of you. Just like I know you, you know me. For that reason, if anything were to happen to me, this recording and all the information I have will be immediately exposed. Do you agree to these conditions? The loud voice faded with static. Before the silence could grow uncomfortable, the man nodded. Then he slowly took off his mask.
I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
the best, man. It's the best, man. Brother? When Kate saw his brother's face, he snapped out of his daydream. It was going to work. Lei hadn't suspected him at all. After going over his plan and stepping into the security room, he reassured himself. Wait, what? It was... It was just a fantasy? No. What? No, it happened, right? It was a dream?
What do you mean it was something?
It was a dream? Dude, liquid snaked brother for no reason? Brother, really? No fucking way! Squeakle E. I love the Squeakle E. It was going to work. Lei hadn't suspected him at all. After going over his plan and stepping into the security room, he reassured himself. He also brought his comfort bear. Kite got home and took something out of a drawer. He finally had a use for it.
I can't believe you couldn't tell with those warped ass CGs. We just had a whole section with someone who was, as far as we could tell, playing it on its face, and the CGs are fucking insane. Like, why wouldn't we believe that he's locked in or whatever, and just fucking like he's enacting his master jigsaw plan? Like, what the fuck?
All staff members were often checked despite their positions, and they had to leave their phones behind before beginning their work. It's a weird requirement. That was the reason Kate had set an alarm so early.
Good night, Weeby.
Before the sun had risen, he was outside the tower. But what year is it, Kate? A while later, he showed himself in the lobby to begin his shift. Once hours had passed, he left the security room and walked down the hallway. He entered the storeroom, leaving it shortly after. He had seen Ido cleaning those hallways countless times. He knew Ido was given multiple keys, which he often had at the front of the cleaning cart. Kate waited for Ido to exit the building. Snow had just stopped falling, and Ashia always wanted to keep the plaza outside the tower free of any buildup. That was when Kate walked to the cleaning room. The cart was there. Ido didn't always bring it with him, so he examined it carefully. However, he was surprised to find what he wanted on one of the shelves instead. It was the key he needed. Okay, it's kind of weird that the cleaning cart is important, and the cleaning cart was vanished in one of the timelines, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Also, this is so fucky.
Ido's locker.
It is Ido's locker. This is so, yeah, he's gonna put a bug in his coat right now. Also, this is so fucky, but there might have been, I am not searching for this, but it's possible that someone hid a key on one of the shelves at this point, because they did open this locker. They could have traveled back to this day without even realizing it.
Yeah, if they use Sekimeiya to travel, they could travel back to, as long as they don't go inside and check if the building's locked down. They could have been free and they didn't even know it, right?
Yes, they could have been literally anytime, anywhere. Yeah. Search for it, like do it, mouse. I don't want to.
Like that episode of Sliders when the gate didn't squeak because it had been oiled before they got there. Tragic. Is anyone gonna get that reference?
Yeah, so he found a shelf. He found a key on a shelf. So I'm pretty sure he was here like this. Or at the very least, this just means that guy always stored his key there, maybe.
He brought it to the staff room. There, he unlocked Ido's locker. Every day, Ido would change into a white uniform, leaving his normal clothes behind. Nice call, Mouse. Wow. Well done. I completely forgot about that, and you called it both times. Well done. His coat, which he always wore, was hanging inside. As fast as he could, Kate took the tiny device he'd retrieved from the storeroom and attached it to the coat's neck, where it'd be close to Ido's mouth. When he got back to the security room, he tested it to see if it was working.
Do a lot of VNs have this kind of search function? No, but they all should.
Yeah.
Oh.
What he attached to Ido's clothes was linked to a tiny playback device. He took it out And when he pressed the record button, a flat line appeared on the screen, indicating it was receiving an audio feed.
The same recorder,
Oh,
I think.
is it?
It's at least the same CG, yeah. I think. I guess we can check. Oh, I had it. Yeah.
Mmm.
Yeah.
Mm. Oh, I drank this coffee too fast.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What he had attached to Ida's clothes was linked to a tiny playback device. He took it out, and when he pressed the record button, a flat line appeared on the screen indicating it was receiving audio feed. The internal storage of the device would quickly run out, so he had inserted a large SD card in the back. Kate pressed the play button, and soft static began to come out of the speaker. Nothing else played, but he knew that nothing was making any sound in the staff room. These were expensive back in 2011, weren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Large SD cards? He couldn't risk leaving the tower with the device, and he had to go to the storeroom only when it was absolutely necessary. When the hallways were empty, he went back to the staff room and left the device in his locker.
Oh god, remember when they came out with micro SD cards and then because things only supported the big SD cards, you had to get like the big SD card that had a slot for the little SD card, and it was the most fiddly fucking bullshit you've ever seen. Oh my god.
Yeah, I had to do that for one of the switches, I think. It was really annoying.
Yeah.
The next day, he listened to what had been recorded. The waveform highlighted the noisy moments, but after minutes of perusing, he realized nothing of importance was there. After Ido's job had ended, he walked home and hadn't left again until the next morning. From there, all Kate had to do was wait for Lei to do her job. The following day was a Sunday. Even though the tower was closed, Kate still had to work in it. Alone on the crystal floor, Kate skimmed through the newest audio. Once again, it seemed nothing substantial had been recorded. On Monday the 28th, he stepped into the building. Very few days of his morning shift remained. He listened to what the bug had recorded, and yet again, he hadn't obtained anything valuable. It appeared Ido was always at home, or at least his coat was. Could he have been mistaken? What if Ido wasn't with Zin? Perhaps that wasn't it. Maybe they were too careful, and spying on them like that was never going to work. Kate was hesitant. He didn't have a lot of time, and his will was wavering.
Magic is real, and Naomi is a witch who is disguising herself as Ida.
True. That afternoon, he received Lei's call.
Hello. I believe I found what we needed.
You found a special gemstone?
So special. Yes, I just went to see it, and I think it'll fit what we need. Apparently, Gon found it yesterday on Iron. It's a white egg-shaped stone, bright and smooth, that he called the Sekimeya.
Good. Anything should work as long as we advertise it like the last time. I have finished doing my part, by the way.
The alarm system's done? Perfect. We'll have the Sekimeiya on the 30th, so we might want to install the alarm the night before.
Yes. Tay began to get very worried. If Ido wasn't part of the group, he had to know. He wondered if he could do something with the information Lei had just given him. Tay's lone hunt had begun far in the past. He had looked into most employees and had conversed with all of them. Although he hadn't determined anything at the time, that might have ended up being useful, as Ido wouldn't find it strange if Tay suddenly talked to him. He had to make sure he wasn't mistaken, so he briefly exited the security room and walked to the lobby.
Want me to take over for a bit?
Sure, go for it. Hey, how's it going?
Ito turned to Kate and bowed with a jolly expression. Is it me? It is me.
Yes, this is you.
Everything's been going good. Thank you for asking. How about you?
Since it's what? I don't think I can say the same. Unfortunately, you know what happened on the 24th. We're doing our best to catch Zin, but we're as lost as ever.
If I give him a southern accent for no reason, will that get you as hard as a valley girl? What do you think?
Sorry, I just misheard what you said. Well, no, let's not do that. Let's not do that. No.
Is that so? I hope you can figure them out soon.
I think you need to listen back to what you said.
That's okay. That's all right.
Me too. We're in a bit of a hurry. The event for the 15th was changed. We're going to pick up a valuable gemstone this Wednesday, and you probably remember what happened last time an event of this caliber was about to be held.
People assume I don't do these things on purpose.
That comment about us being like secretly unhinged millennials at Toad Line or whatever, like lives on in my head all the time.
Yeah.
We have to catch them before that day.
Oh really? I hadn't heard about that.
Yeah, it's called the Sekimeya apparently, but it was found yesterday. We're handling everything with utmost care, but we're worried Zin might attack at any moment. Keep an eye out for me and mention anything you think is suspicious.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry to hear the situation is this bad, but I trust you'll catch them soon.
Thank you. I have to go now. So
my people need me. Ito bowed again as Kate walked to the reception desk. Performative playing along is fun. That's true. That's true. It's fun to see chat explode whenever I do something unhinged.
Ooh. Who's X?
You did a good job, Atase. Behind a short chair, Atase's boss congratulated him. As he did, however, Atase knew he must have been called there for a different reason.
Thank you. I'm glad everything went well.
Yes, me too. How was it?
Ooh, I'm T. How? It was simple, of course. I had to spend a long time in the tower, but it went as we'd expected.
Good. I verified that we received everything. It seemed nothing went wrong.
Yes, it went smoothly.
Atase's boss stared into his eyes. Why? Why was he being tested like that? Is that all you have to say?
Yes. Am I missing something?
If it's as you said, no.
Is this why you called me?
Yes, you can go now.
All right, so Atatase is a man. So Akaro, Ido, not Kate.
Sigh. Atase was confused. He'd been surprised to have been called 4 days after the assignment, but his boss's attitude had left him even more phased.
I'll go then.
His boss didn't show the slightest sign of movement. After a long pause, Atase stood up. Suddenly, 5 knocks reverberated through the small space. Go ahead. The door opened and the outline of a thin man appeared. Hesitantly, he looked into the room, worried he was a disturbance. What do you want, Ito? Oh. There's something I have to tell you. Speak then. I've been told that Ashia will pick up a notable gem this Wednesday. Who told you that? Kite Kuiji from security. He compared it to the situation with the fucking diamond. The diamond. He said they'll show it on the 15th. The event is going to be changed. What else did he say? That they're working very hard to catch us before that day, handling the situation with utmost care and having a lot of trouble with it. The gemstone was found yesterday on Iron, and it's called the Sekimeya.
I can't believe Zin actually exists.
I know, me too. I thought it was just a red herring.
Yeah.
And now we're here. Anything else? No. Why were you told this? I don't know. I think he was venting, honestly. I've worked there since years before the first attack, so I believe I'm considered trustworthy. We had a brief conversation this morning. I see. Thank you for letting us know immediately, and do so again in the future. You may go now. Yes. After Ito left the room, Atase's boss looked pensive for some time before inquiring what Atase's thoughts were. Atase had been the most involved in Ashia-related matters. As such, his superior was curious to know his thoughts on what they'd heard.
They must expect an attack is imminent, so I'm sure they have something prepared.
Of course. 3 days ago, our access to the tower's computer was terminated. It's unlikely we were detected, though, so they're repeating the same preemptive actions. Infecting the computer again is not a priority. They must be paying close attention to it, and if they found out a way to identify us, we can't risk notifying them of the moment we regained access.
Some big Inspector Gadget vibes right now.
Atase? Yeah, I tossed the Sekimeya into the garbage. Fuck out of here. King Tallneck.
I have a thought. The computer is clean, so they're evidently preparing something in the tower. However, we have very early information about the event they're preparing. If we want to make a move, it might be a good call to do it before they actually retrieve the gem on the 30th.
What? That would be disastrous. Did you not listen to Ito? He was told they're handling the situation extremely carefully. And he was told about a few key details. Ashia are hunting for a spy. If we take advantage of the information Ito was giving, we're handing them his identity. This is where they send Akaro in.
You're right. That's a bad idea.
You can leave now. I'll think about this.
Yes.
Atase gave his boss a slow nod and walked out of the room. This is so funny. Why were you told this? I don't know. I think he was venting, honestly. I've worked there. Wow, deja vu. I've worked there since years before the first attack, so I believe I'm considered trustworthy. We had a brief conversation this morning. I see. Thank you for letting us know immediately, and do so again in the future. You may go now. Yes. Kite's heart rapidly pounded his chest. He had landed his first hit. Ito was part of Zen, and Ashia's bait had sunk into their pond. Shaking, Kite combed through the rest of the recording, but it didn't contain anything else of relevance. The door to the security room opened. We've made the primary announcement of the Sekimeya. We won't have it until tomorrow, but there's no way an issue will come up with Gon.
That's good. We have to build it up as early as possible, and we always announce the events well in advance.
Jiro, okay, had called Atase again. I guess the boss. When he stepped into the room, he was gestured to sit in front of the table. Hello, chinchillas. Good morning. Oh, they're really going. Have you heard about it?
Ashia's announcement?
Yes, they've revealed the existence of the Sekimeya, and the details match what Ito was told. I think your idea is now worth considering.
Right. Now that the information is out, we won't be linked to Ito.
Jiro from chapter 1, you won't get me like that twice. They think we'll attack the tower as usual. As you said, they cleaned up their computer, so what they're preparing has to entail the building. We know Ashia will obtain the Sekimeya tomorrow, but we could have investigated for this information after the announcement.
We still need to do that. We don't know where the Sekimeya currently is or what it looks like. Did they steal a Sekimeya beforehand and didn't realize they had another one, and then they're confused, so they go in for the second one afterwards?
Maybe, but I think also maybe that... So what I think happened is Akaro goes in to steal it, and he touches it, and it's the future-facing one, and he just gets yeeted forward into the future and has no idea what the fuck is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see, though. No, we know enough. Ashia said they'll pick it up tomorrow as opposed to having it brought. We know that means the source is established and from Yushibana. It was found on the 27th, so that Ashia will already have it tomorrow confirms it's currently here. There are a few established points in contact with Ashia, but not many. There are a couple of amateur collectors that try to sell all their findings to them. If it was found on the... Oh! They're staging a theft from the gem shop. Sorry, okay. If it was found on the 27th and Ashia already knew they would obtain it yesterday, it's likely they were immediately called about it in hopes they'd buy it. The 27th is a Sunday, the day Gon closes his shop to go to the caves. It's highly possible it was him who found it. It was also given a name before Ashia obtained it, which is something he's done in the past.
Man, they're just bullseye after bullseye.
Yeah, I know.
I understand. We don't know how it looks, though, Egg. Should you try to obtain that information?
I don't think so. Jiro took a cell phone out of a drawer. Let's try this. With a serious expression, Jiro dialed a number and put the cell phone close to his ear. G?
Yes?
Am I calling Musashi Gemstones?
You are.
Glad to speak with you. I'm Zane from Ashia. I'm calling you to confirm that I'll come tomorrow at 2.
2? I was told it'd be 9.
Oh, really? My mistake. I was looking at the wrong page. You're right. It'll be at 9. Is that still all right?
Yes, I'll be here.
Perfect. That was all then.
I'll see you.
Goodbye. It appears you have a new job tomorrow.
Damn. Master thieves at work.
The plan was simple. Atase had to pass himself off as an Ashia member. In order not to be easily recognizable in the future, his figure had to be slightly disguised, and he knew how to change his voice. Plus, he walked perfectly silently. How do we feel about the Sulit Backard laptop? I honestly didn't notice. I'm locked into this story. On November 30th, snow began to fall. Zin had been preparing their move, and Ashia did the same. Minutes before 9, a car parked outside Musashi Gemstones. Atase emerged from inside it, wearing a long coat. Stepping into the snow, he approached the bright window, leaving the prints of a new pair of shoes behind. He wasn't even close to calm. If Gon had told Ashia about the call he'd received, they might have been waiting for Zin's arrival. Slowly, he pushed open the door, a wave of warm air hitting his guarded face. I'm sorry, I don't know why it made me laugh to see Katsuki. Inside the shop, he saw a young man near the entrance who only glanced at him emptily. Avoiding eye contact, Atase stared behind his shoulders. Gon rushed over to the door after hearing the sound.
Would Katsuki recognize Akaro if he saw him here?
Yes, probably.
Glanced at it emptily, yeah. Hello, I'm sorry for coming earlier than arranged.
Well, he is in disguise, so I don't know. Wait, why is Katsuki here? This is when he... Sorry, this is November 30th. This is when Katsuki and Shiroya and Mia came to pick out the necklaces shortly before the explosion happens and one of them dies.
Yeah, the black smoke is about to be released.
Yeah,
and then there's going to be an explosion. Yeah,
yeah,
but
exactly.
why does the black smoke get released? I don't understand that still.
Maybe we'll find out.
Yeah. No, don't worry. I'm happy to see you.
Gon's face shaped into a big smile. Then he brought Atase to the reception desk.
I'd like to see the Sekimeya.
Yes, I have prepared everything. Sorry, it's just instinctive. Go
it's
ahead.
Okay. No, let's trade off. They might be talking a lot. Yeah.
I have prepared everything. Wait here. Gon walked away and shortly came back. He held a small brown box between his hands and handed it over to Atase. During the time it couldn't be in the cold, he had made sure the Sekimeya's temperature wouldn't go through the box. I'm not done. Give me a moment. Oh, and you're aware of what I discussed with Lei, right? The price will be double the usual. Surprisingly, Gon walked away again. As he did, Atase peeked into the box and saw an egg-shaped stone glowing faintly. That must have been the Sekimeya. That was his time. He had it. As he discussed with his boss, Gon had to be paid before leaving, so Atase couldn't simply step out of the shop. If he ran away, Gon would try to chase him and would immediately call Ashiya and the police. And it was possible he'd see their car. Atase slowly took something out of his large pocket.
Wait, hold on. They're paying for it. They're just buying it.
No.
What?
No. No. A grenade that would rapidly disperse smoke through the shop, knocking out everyone who inhaled it. A grenade!
So it's just a grenade?
It's just a grenade. As soon as he activated it, he dashed to the door, colliding with the late falling snow. A curtain blocked the view through the window, so no one could see what had happened from outside. Without slowing down, Atase ran to the car. He had seen the immense cloud of smoke appearing before his eyes, and Gon had been farther into the room. There was no way he'd avoided being knocked unconscious. Faiten, oh my god, the names. Another member of Zin had opened the car door. Atase, just name them like Clive. Atase rapidly stepped in and hurried to close it.
Go, I'm pretty sure he was hit, but Ashiya could come at any time.
Faiten accelerated as fast as he could. The vehicle took off at a speed far beyond the legal limit, almost running over an old man past the first turn.
Kate?
Kate? At the appointed time, Lei gripped the handle of the door, ahead of a notary from Ashiya. When she laid eyes inside the shop, a thin darkness hindered her sight. Confused, she placed a finger on the light switch next to the door, but that turned off all remaining light. Immediately, she flipped it back. Both she and the notary were taken aback by the loud noise. Astonished, they looked through the door and saw the opposite part of the shop had disappeared. Their hearts almost stopped when they saw blood and human flesh on the edges of the hole. It had been Zin. As Lei stared at the scene, she found no other option. They had never taken their attacks to such an extent before, but she knew they were responsible. She just blew them. She killed Mia or Shiroya. It was her.
She did it. It was Lei the whole entire time. Okay, so who set off the hand grenade in the secondary room then? Was it Akaro or was it Naomi?
I don't know. How had they learned about the time and place of the Sekimeiya's trade-off? Had her phone been hijacked? On the floor were Gon and a boy she didn't know. However, someone else had been farther ahead. Someone had just died, and she couldn't fathom it. So does the smoke just expel gunpowder? No, I think that what was explained was that the gas ignited and then exploded, right?
There was a gas heater in here.
The gas heater
faulty.
had a leak. The gas heater had a leak, and her turning on the light like sparked it.
Yeah. And the reason she turned the light on was because she didn't realize that they were already on, so she flipped the lights. Yeah. So who knows how long that gas had been leaking like that for? It's a kind of coincidence, actually. They never said like why it was leaking. Yeah.
Probably Katsuki went back in time and purposely made a gas leak to kill.
It might have, yeah.
Are you two okay? The man beside Lei began to shake both bodies. Soon Gon, who had inhaled a lesser amount of the smoke thanks to the shelves, opened his eyes, obstructing the blood from flowing down. In disbelief, he told Leia about what had happened, stuttering as he stared at the broken floor. While an ambulance was being called, Leia's phone was also by her ear, linked to the police. I'm telling you, they just escaped. They're in a vehicle. I see their tire marks outside the shop. They must be found immediately. They just stole an incredibly valuable gemstone. When the boy woke up, he stood in a daze. Then, staggering forward, he stared at the back of the shop with desperate eyes.
Where are the 2 girls that were here?
There was silence. Nobody knew the answer, but they didn't think they could have spoken even if they had.
Oh god, are they both dead?
I think
Did they both die in the original timeline?
I think that they said that one of them got found like behind a cabinet or something, right?
Okay. It went
Do we
well.
wanna-
We're on the way.
Do we want to go back and just quickly reread that original scene?
If you search for where are the girls who were just here, like that, then maybe it's the exact same line. Because if that's not in the line before, or actually I don't know.
Yeah. Where are the 2 girls that were here? There was an explosion a few minutes ago. What the hell is down here? How did the floor break? Only trace. He was told that below the store was a drainage channel where they'd found an unconscious person. However, only traces had been found of the other girl. The description concerned to Katsuki that Shiroya was alive and whose remnants those had been. So Shiroya fell down, which is why. So she was in the drainage channel after this, which is why she teleported into the drainage channel whenever she used the Sekimeya.
That seems true. And now we know there's also a second Sekimeya in that building, so someone must have used it afterwards, if our theory is correct.
It's the squid?
So
oh, okay.
Yeah, it is the sorry, it's the squid, yeah. The squid lives down there. Yeah. It's the squid tunnel. What do you think the squid's end game is?
The Sekimeiya are its eggs. And it's trying to get its children back. Yeah. Okay. Faiten and Atase were driving away, just in case they couldn't go straight to their boss. The dim streets of Yushibana were empty, but the snow prevented them from going as fast as they wanted to. They had to be careful not to let the wheel marks show their destination. When he had calmed down, Atase lifted the box's lid. He saw one of the Sekimeiya. It had to be what Ashiya had announced, as Atase had never seen a gemstone like it. Gon's side business is an aquarium. It's a combo aquarium and jewelry store. It makes perfect sense. Out of the blue, they heard a siren behind them. Through the rearview mirror, they could see a police car approaching.
Why? Stop. Don't keep going.
Pale, Faiten pulled over to the right. He couldn't muster a word. He slowly looked at the box on Atase's lap. Had Ashiya set a trap for them? Don't tell me there's a tracker in that box.
What? No, I don't see anything.
A police officer knocked on their door, demanding they open it. What's the problem, officer? You can take this.
We were notified your vehicle almost ran over someone at Mara. 2 people saw you going at a much faster speed than the limit allowed.
Oh, is that so? Sorry, I don't remember how fast I was going. The officer paused as he smelled the air. Inside the vehicle, both men frowned. What was he doing? Probable cause? Hand me your license, please. Faiten took a few documents from the glove compartment and handed them to the officer. Sorry, I made myself laugh. Go ahead. Sorry, I took the cop
Step out of the vehicle. Hope it's not whiz upon.
Sure. Close the door.
This is a screening device. Please take a breath test.
After a minute, the officer looked at the result. It said 0.
There are no traces of alcohol on you.
Of course, I would never drink before driving.
You can get back in the vehicle. Please make sure you don't drive over the speed limit.
Yes, I'm sorry. If I went over it, I promised that I didn't notice. Faiten stepped into the car. As he did so, the officer received a radio call. Trying to hide his haste, Faiten asked if he could get going. With his hand, the officer indicated to hold off. Suddenly, the officer's look changed. Both men noticed he was staring at the brown box. Then the officer saw something else. On Atase's attire, there was an Ashiya logo.
What's in that box?
In this one, a present from my girl. Oh, that's you. Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
Right.
Give it to me. I'm your girl now.
Damn it. Go ahead.
Should I? It's snowing, and I wouldn't like it to get dirty.
Do you want to swap?
Do you want me to? Yeah, let's just swap. I'll do T, you do O. Yeah, go for it.
Please give me that box. Slowly, Phaeton took it and handed it to the officer. He lifted the lid and his eyes didn't waver. Both of you step out of the vehicle. Phaeton and Atase looked at each other. Then, after a pause, this feels like a whole different visual novel. Then, after a pause, Phaeton extricated his lower body from below the dashboard. The officer never expected the car to accelerate as he did. It was Atase's foot that pressed down the accelerator. Immediately, the officer ran to his car as he yelled for them to stop. Later into the night, a handful of men were in Musashi Gemstones. Everyone had been ordered to leave, and the scene had been preserved as well as possible. Atsuki Hakatoki and Gon had been sent to the hospital. Their physical condition was fine, but they'd have to spend the night there. This might be the original timeline where they both get killed then.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh yeah, one of them would fall through. Never mind. Under the shop was a channel sheltered from the icy air. There had been 2 more people inside at the time of the explosion. One of them had fallen through the floor, whereas the other had died on the spot.
The amount of times we've thought something like that was going to happen here, and then it's like, nope, they're there. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Just read the next line. Shiroya Murana. Okay, this is timeline C probably. Shiroya Murana had hit her head after falling from high up and entered a coma. As soon as the paramedics had reached that place, she had been taken to the hospital too. A few people were scattered around where her body had fallen. The forensic team. They were investigating the scene and had confirmed that the missing girl, Mia Moiromo, had died. Something else had fallen with the rubble, an open box, identical to the one Atase had received. Its lid had burst open on impact and its contents had rolled away. A handful of people had seen the shining egg-shaped stone within the darkness, but nobody had been allowed to touch anything. Its faint shine highlighted the drop of blood that had arced across its surface.
Oh. Did it roll into her then, and she touched it accidentally and traveled forward? Or are we just wrong about the double travel?
I don't know. When a woman from the forensic team felt the gem for the first time, she was taken aback. It was very hot. Ashia had quickly learned that only one of the Sekimeya had been taken and asked the investigation team to return the fallen one. However, as it was related to the incident, it had to be inspected by them first. The woman grabbed the box and shut it inside. Then, gripping a flashlight with her tight latex gloves, she kept searching around the place.
Yeah, she would have them as a forensic team. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it's. I guess it's nice that they include it. It's just funny.
Yeah.
When midnight hit, it was December. Kate's night shift had begun. Before entering the security room, he had spoken to Lei. Zin had attacked the gem shop. However, for the first time, their plan had failed due to external factors. The Sekimeya would be returned to Ashia. How had Zin learned about the location? Kate didn't know, but it didn't matter. The preparations for his plan had been completed, so he needed Zin to attack again. It wasn't in Ashia's interest to pursue the attack of the 30th any further. As if nothing had happened, the Sekimeya plan needed to continue as devised. When the stillness had gone on for a while, Kate listened to the latest recording. Nothing related to Zin was there. Since Ito had told them about the Sekimeya, the recordings had been nothing but uneventful. The SD card behind the device had been swapped out. If the device was ever found in the tower, Kate didn't want the information he had to be revealed. He needed it for himself. It was a small card that wouldn't be questioned, so he could easily leave the building with it. After listening to Zin's brief meeting, he had saved the recording on his own computer, inserting a new empty card in the recording device. Live chandelier reaction? At home, Lei hadn't calmed down yet. A young girl had died in Musashi Gemstones, and she'd learned the initial details. Zin had impersonated Ashia. Yet again, they had possessed confidential information to carry out their plan. However, they hadn't known about the second Sekimeya. After being given one, they had released a potent gas in the small shop which had put everyone to sleep. The girl's death hadn't been part of Zin's plan. It had been the result of a common domestic accident, but Zin had made it possible. The Sekimeya Zin had stolen was being brought back to Ashia, but the other one, which had fallen through the shop's floor, had been taken by the forensics. Lei had insisted that it be returned and kept cold. Gon had warned her about the temperature, but she had been told she would have to wait 36 hours.
Oh, if it was Akaro there, maybe Akaro's going to feel kind of guilty about one of them being dead. Is that why he recognizes Shiroya?
Maybe, yeah.
Akaro's Ataze?
Could be. You fucked up badly. Atase and Phaeton had explained the events to his boss. They'd managed to slip away and safely arrived at the meeting place. Jiro looked stern. He wasn't a man to grow uncontrollably angry, but his eyes showed how displeased he was. Are you convinced you won't be tracked here?
Absolutely. The car is parked quite a ways away, but the police will find it soon. We have to give it up.
Have you learned what happened?
What do you mean?
Someone died in Musashi. There was a gas explosion after you left. Both lackeys looked at each other, lost for words.
It can't be. We didn't do anything.
Watch the news tomorrow. You knocked everyone out, so no one noticed the heater was busted and leaking gas. When Ashiya entered, there was an explosion. You killed a civilian. Someone else was sent to the hospital in a coma. Do you understand? This is a major fuck-up. Zin does not get involved in murder cases.
That wasn't our fault, though. We did as planned. True.
You're right. All you did was draw the police to you and lose the Sekimeya. You both should have been arrested, but now you're going to land us all in hot water.
I don't think I'll be recognized.
I have to say, shut up. You might be done for already.
What?
I'm going to ask you the same thing I did once already. Did everything truly go as planned on the 24th?
Yes. Why are you asking this again?
That afternoon, an unidentified person escaped from a prison cell. I was later called and told that you were seen near that place wearing the same clothes as them.
Wait, what? That wasn't me? I was in the tower at that time.
He is a Karo, I think. You say that, but we erased those records. I don't know what the fuck is going on with you, but what just happened isn't acceptable.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. What do you mean I was in the tower at that time? I'm sorry, did I miss something? When was he in the tower?
Because he said that he was in the tower at the very beginning of these scenes. He said he was in the tower for a long time setting things up. Like at the very beginning of these scenes.
Okay.
On the 24th. Remember when we said it was the 24th? It was the same day that Vaisude traveled back to?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, alright, okay.
Now you're being hunted for causing a death, and the police pulled you over. Both of you are basically sacrificial lambs at this point. That's the janitor, not the other guy? Yeah. No, it was this guy.
He did. I remember Atase saying something like that with like I've been playing this for a long time, but there's two that are in the tower. Okay, I'm wrong. Sorry, it's really confusing. Don't be sorry.
You're wrong? Okay. All right. Atase couldn't believe what he was hearing. He'd been part of Zen for many years, and he'd never been told something like that.
Then what should we do?
You have to be quiet. Wait, and when you're arrested, you stay quiet.
Come on, we won't say anything, but isn't there something you can do? And also, so they lost the cop actually did recover the Sekimeya?
Yeah, he said they lost the Sekimeya. I just realized an implication of this though. If he was in the tower on the 24th and seen in that prison cell on the same day, that eliminates the possibility that when you travel back, you go to the place that you were during that time, at least in that same timeline.
Yeah.
You have to be going to a different timeline. Because otherwise they would have been in the same place at the same time, right? So like it could be staggered in some way, but you can't be like teleporting to the exact same place you were. Decent stopping point in 10 minutes, a really good one in 30. I can go for 30. What about you, Joe?
I can go for 30, sure, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Did you read this line?
Yes.
Okay. Something I can do? What do you want? To go live in a different country?
Yes.
Why would I help you two? You allowed our first failure against Ashiya. I'm not sticking my neck out here. Anything involving you from now on will be exceptionally problematic. There is no way someone in chat timed how long it took us to start reading. That's crazy. Okay,
so Akaro goes rogue into the tower to redeem himself by stealing the Sekimeyas for Zen.
Could do.
Is what
could
happens,
do.
I think, yeah. What about the Sekimeya?
What about it?
Are we gonna do anything else about it?
Jiro didn't have an immediate answer for that question. Did you see it?
I did. I was surprised by how it looked. It honestly looks like an egg made of marble, and I think it was shining a little.
You're right, there's a timer below the stream, but I didn't think anyone would retain that information. Okay, sorry, we're locking it. An egg? How big was it? Are we talking an ostrich?
A bit more than the length of this finger, I'd say. And he held up his middle one.
So definitely not an emu.
I thought it was bigger than that.
I also thought it was bigger than that. Maybe he's got big hands because he's a Karo and he's giant.
True.
Jiro was pensive for a while. His plan had been so close to working, but he couldn't blindly throw out a new move. Go home for now. Atase, I want you here tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Okay, I'll be here.
Both men knew not to push the issue, so they slowly stepped out of the room. Tastefully arranged apples. And
335.
Atase got home late into the night. He'd lived alone for years, so he had nobody to wake up. The first thing he did was look up the recent news. As he'd been told, he came across an article from the 24th of November. Someone had escaped from a prison cell, but the story was enigmatic. It hadn't been hidden. As he'd said, he had been in Ashiya Tower at the time. However, he couldn't help but feel that the man in the attached picture did strangely resemble him. When the sun rose, Atase still hadn't managed to fall asleep. The latest news was posted online, and he didn't have to search for what he wanted. The highlighted article said, 20-year-old girl dies by gas explosion in Yushibana. His eyes locked onto the headline painfully, and he was unable to clear his suddenly clogged throat. It was the first time his actions had killed someone. When he read that 2 friends of the girl had been there, a cold hollow expanded within his chest. He vividly remembered how he'd received the death of a close friend of his years ago. It hadn't been his intention, but he had created that pain for someone else, and a friend of the girl he'd killed was in grave danger as well. It was the last thing he'd ever wanted to happen. However, his mind kept going to what his boss had said. It was true. The situation was volatile. He frowned as he finished reading the article. He went over it again to confirm he hadn't been mistaken, but there was no mention of Zin or their plan. Why? Yeah, it is 100% a Karo, because, like, remember Empath Akaro who lost a friend?
It's a Karo. Yeah.
Why? There was
so we're
no...
getting a lot of Kate and Akaro details this chapter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why? There was no way Ashiya didn't think Zin had been behind it. However, they hadn't... Hello, chinchillas. I gave them sticks, too! However, they hadn't been mentioned, nor had the Sekimeya. Do you want to read narrator for a while? Till the end?
Sure.
Go till the end.
That
till
works
the
for
end
me.
of time.
Lock in.
Lock in.
The appointed time came. Atase? I just heard you say so many times. Atase had been able to get a bit of sleep, and he sat in front of his boss after a silent nod.
Do you think Sai is the linchpin in one of the last chapters is from his perspective? I think that I don't know if Sai is the linchpin to the story. I think Katsuki is, but I do think that if we get Sai's perspective, it's going to reveal a lot about how the Sekimeya works because he worked out a lot of it, like genuinely. So I think that Sai is going to hold the key to a lot of what happened for sure, even if he isn't like the driving force of the story.
I think Arena is the mastermind energy of this whole thing.
Oh shit, could be. We're gonna wait for Ito to come. He'll be here soon.
All right.
Ashiya haven't stopped talking about this Sekimeya, and it was found 2 days before its announcement. Like you said, they're doing something in the tower, I have no doubt. That's why our name wasn't on the news.
Yes, that's very likely. I also noticed that.
A surprising amount of people have echoed Ashiya. It appears the Sekimeya event is gaining a lot of traction. There's been a great deal of interest in it. Do you remember what Ito was told? Kate Kuiji's information was real, and he said they're doing their best to catch us before the 15th. They were sending the Sekimeya to the tower, expecting our attack before the event.
Right.
There was a knock at the door. That's you, sorry.
Enter. Ito stepped in, sensing the tense atmosphere. I almost Picarded there. Then he sat beside Atase.
Did you get it?
Yes. I didn't think I would, but I have what you asked for. That's you, isn't it? The tower Chandler put his hand in his pocket and slowly took out a rectangular
I was streamed for like 9 hours today at this point.
It's okay. It was a photograph. He handed it to his boss, who stared at it intensely.
You're saying his name is Sai? He's so handsome. You were right. It looks like an egg made of marble.
When he showed it to Ataze, he saw the same gemstone that had been inside the box. It was shut behind glass, and the wall in the background was from inside the tower. You took a picture of it? Isn't that risky as hell?
That's what I thought too, but it went well.
Zin had figured out a way to sneak tiny devices into the tower. That was the reason they'd chosen Ito as their associate.
I failed the D20.
Oh god, staff, I didn't even think of that. What's the matter with you? Staff members were frequently inspected upon arrival, especially after Zin's first attacks. However, the janitor's job entailed the maintenance of the tower's plaza. By bringing the cleaning cart outside of the building and using a different Zin member to drop the desired device. Sorry, a different Zin member to drop the desired device in it. They managed to slip a small camera into the tower. Inside there. How did you do it though? I play chess a lot.
The Sekimeya was brought to the event room and it was inside a cabinet. I hoped it would be out of all the security camera's sight at some point, but that wasn't the case. I wanted to use the cart to cover my hands so I wouldn't be seen taking the picture, but it was easier than that. Entering the event room was forbidden to the public, but I stepped in to clean it. As soon as I did, Kite Kuiji entered too. His night shift was about to end. It was very fortunate because a long curtain covered the Sekimeya. He asked if I was curious about it and offered to let me see it. Is that so? What did he say this time? He seemed to want to make small talk. I believe he doesn't suspect me. Kite actually outsmarting someone stupider than Kite. He had a key for the cabinet and he said they'd only made one for the event so that Zin wouldn't be able to unlock it. He even used it to open the cabinet and let me touch the Sekimeya. It was pretty smooth and felt like cold marble. It was kept refrigerated because it can apparently get damaged otherwise. He didn't say much else of importance, but he kept reiterating that they're hard at work upgrading their security measures to catch us. What the hell is that man doing? I don't know, but when he left, I knew nobody was going to be in the security room for a very short time. That's when I took the picture. Just in case the footage is ever reviewed, I still did it covered by the cart, so it'll only be seen uncovering the curtain again.
Jiro's eyes had a glint to them. He knew they couldn't take things lightly.
You know what the upgraded security measures he talked about could be? No, he didn't elaborate, and I haven't noticed any difference. It's strange. You said that the cabinet where the Sekimeya is can be locked and unlocked with a single key. When they did that in the past, we broke them open, so they must have accounted for that. When they linked an alarm to the cabinets, we disabled it remotely thanks to our access to their computer. Given what you've said, it's likely they're doing something similar, and that's why they cleaned their entire system. However, infecting it again to intercept what they're doing might be what they're waiting for.
A long time ago, Zin had the chance to manually install the software they created on Ashiya's computer. Thanks to the cleaning cart, they brought a storage device inside, and by keeping it in Ito's locker, they waited for the chance they needed. When the security staff was drawn out of their room, Ito had the chance to boot it up in their system. Hope Ito's getting paid. Despite Zin's knowledge in the field, creating an undetectable malicious program wasn't simple. Because of that, the application they placed on the computer was a harmless one that allowed it to stay hidden, only booting up for instance at a time. Sure, whatever. Its purpose was to check a path on the cloud owned by Zin. If it contained a file, it would be downloaded and executed. However, if the file had already been downloaded once, the process wouldn't be repeated. That remote method allowed Zin to gain access to Ashiya's computer. They knew about their security system, but a malicious file couldn't remain undetectable for long. By shuffling it every few days, however, they had kept their connection to the computer for months. It entailed a risk. If the server file was found at any given time, reverse tracking Zin could have been feasible. To prevent that, they had made sure their file wouldn't ever be automatically detected, but their connection to Ashiya had been cut a few days previously. They knew the computer had undergone a thorough cleanup that had managed to erase Zin's file in the process. However, what about the application that had been manually installed months ago? Had it been erased too? And what about everything we did in incognito mode? Jiro feared the reason behind the computer's cleanup. If their application was still present within the computer, they could infect it again by putting up a new file on the path. What Jiro didn't like was the thought that Ashiya were monitoring every change. While the file itself could be detected as malicious, they might have committed a manual cleanup to assure it or anything similar would be deleted. Then, if Zin remotely downloaded a new one, its appearance would be noticed, and although it wouldn't be detected as malicious, Ashiya could be sure Zin had sent it. He had come up with a test. To know if their original application was still there, he put up a different file on the path. Upon execution, it would send a request to a web server before deleting itself. The request had been received, so Jiro knew infecting Ashiya's computer again was possible. However, he was considerably hesitant about doing it.
The event will be on the 15th, but until then, it seems the Sekimeiya will be in the event room, merely locked inside a cabinet. Nothing we can do should involve breaking it open. It'll be there for 2 weeks. They definitely expect our attack, and they think it'll happen during any night. You said the cabinet looks different than all the others, right? It was prepared specifically for this, and the computer was cleaned up. I'll repeat that Kate Kuiji said their intent is to catch us before the 15th. There's one more thing that caught my attention. You were told they'd only made one key for the day of the event. This means the key will be used on the 15th. Oh yeah. He said he'd let me be the first to touch it and warned me to be very gentle. The first to touch it. So they'll let visitors feel it during the event. This confirms that they'll unlock the cabinet, which we can't and shouldn't try to do.
It's bothering me a little bit that just coincidentally, just because that guy found out that you should put it in the refrigerator before with gloves on, that everyone who touched it just didn't realize it was a time travel stone.
Yeah.
Both subordinates were paying close attention, slowly understood what Jiro was getting at.
I know. If we're going to attack, there are many reasons why it should be on the very day of the event. Now that Ashiya are putting so much effort into this, we can't follow along with their expectations. And there's another important reason why we shouldn't try to steal the Sekimeiya any day before the 15th. Since the announcement, Ashiya haven't stopped building excitement for this mysterious gemstone. They're likely being excessive on purpose. Today, the Sekimeiya's value is already greater than yesterday's. Every day it's kept as a mystery, Ashiya are artificially inflating its value. On the 15th, the Sekimeiya's value will be the highest it can be. That is when we want it. How would we actually get it, though? It'll always be guarded when the cabinet's open and there's a security camera in the room. Ashiya are supposedly raising the scale of their measures, so should we. You're right. When the cabinet is unlocked, we won't easily be able to access the Sekimeiya, but when it's locked, there's no way we will. It is possible we could acquire the single key they have, but that's not exactly likely, and it would pretty much reveal Ito. This is why I'm willing to prioritize my first idea. I asked you to bring a picture of the Sekimeiya because I found Atase's description of it interesting. It was supposedly found on Irun, that derelict mountain. I find that very hard to believe. Where did Gon find it? There are no caves there, and like Ashiya is saying, this is far from a typical gemstone. Doesn't it look too good to you? Its shape isn't natural, it's supposed to be a stone formed over the years. There's something about this story that is off.
True.
It was found right after our latest attack and right as the computer was cleaned up. What I believe is that the emergence of this gemstone is directly related to us. Both of you compared it to marble and it glows faintly. Added to its shape, vague origin, and the lack of details Ashiya are providing, I can't help but feel this was deliberately organized, as if the Sekimeiya was handcrafted to draw us to the focus of their upgraded security.
Do you mean that they made the Sekimeiya?
That is irrelevant. However, if they did, it would have been simple. They crafted a material of a single color into a simple shape. There are some that glow like this, and luminous paint would achieve the same effect. It doesn't matter if the gemstone in this picture was fabricated, Ashiya are giving it real value. However, what I've said could be of immense use to us. Ito, it felt like marble, right? We can have its dimensions, and the color and form aren't an issue. Do you know that molding marble is fairly simple? Fake Sekimeiya is back!
Fake Sekimeiya. What are you saying? That we could replicate the Sekimeiya?
We easily could.
See. So we could sell it as the real Sekimeiya.
Of course not. That would eliminate all our credibility.
Yeah, dumbass, of course not, yeah.
I said this is a solution to Ito's question, how to obtain the real Sekimeiya. They really are going to do some like Indiana Jones shit. On the 15th, if we take it while the cabinet's unlocked, it will be noticed immediately. The real problem is taking it out of the building. We replace it with ours, and Ito takes it out with the cleaning cart.
Wait, so it really had already been replaced when they just didn't check under the curtain. It was the fake one. Or was it? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Do you really think we could swap them? How would that not be noticed? Also, doesn't this create the same problem? If we manage to replace it with a similar looking stone, how would we demonstrate we have the real one? If we sold it, Ashiya would claim to still have it.
We could easily demonstrate it, just because, Lamau. And not only to assert our credibility, but also to let Ashiya know their measures have failed again. I know who could do this for us. My good friend...
What are these names?
Kevin Naneko. I have an idea of how to account for this, but I'll need to think more about it. Your other question, how the swap wouldn't be noticed, that has an easier answer. We'd have to do it when the cabinet is open. However, we can't be seen either in person or from the security room. There is a way. The same thing we used last time. A smoke grenade.
Do you want to release that in the tower?
The event will consist of guided visits for 3 people at once, and it will start at 9. Like always, at that time, the floor will be almost empty. That's when we make our move. Before anyone knows what the Sekimeya is, we know the people who show up earliest get in earliest. Ought to say you will be there first.
Intimidated by his boss's words, Atase stared hesitantly. He hadn't heard the entire plan yet, but it already sounded dangerous.
Ito will be there too. Once you're inside, he will secretly give you a small grenade that he'll bring in the previous day with the cleaning cart. When the event begins, it'll go off in front of the Sekimeya and it'll knock everyone out. The smoke will rapidly rise up, so to avoid inhaling any, you'll immediately throw yourself to the floor. The cabinet will be unlocked, which will give you the chance to swap the Sekimeya. Ours will be in the cleaning cart, and so that you don't have to go back to the lobby, Ito will leave it in the cleaning room. After that, you'll keep acting as if you fell unconscious. In the end, despite the attack, Ashia will think they still have the Sekimeya. Good lord. So, the following day, Ito will be able to take the real one out.
That's why we find it in the cleaning cart one time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
Shiroya found it in the cleaning cart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm? Wait a second. Why do I have to do this? Shouldn't Ito be the one? This could go horribly wrong.
No. No. At the time of the event, Ito has no reason to be in the event room. Furthermore, it's likely the people present will be investigated, which could lead Ashia to find the real Sekimeya in the cart before we can obtain it. This could go wrong, sure, but it can work. However, see it as a chance I'm giving you. You screwed up badly. Not only should you redeem yourself to us, but to yourself. If you're found, you will be seen as a killer. Make sure this plan works before you think of asking for our help again.
Will you offer help if this goes well?
That's something you'll have to ask again after the 15th. Until then, you're still nothing but trouble for us. Disposing of you is what we should do. Do you understand why it's essential that this is not a failure? Sorry, I just saw something in chat that's really important to me. Someone in chat said these names feel like the weird English names Ryukishi chose for his characters, like Battler. I was watching Agatha Christie's Poirot, the TV adaptation of Poirot novels, yesterday, and I got to a joke in like an episode of Poirot from 1996. Agatha Christie. Sorry, I've been streaming for so long. Agatha Christie. So it was an adaptation of Agatha Christie's Poirot, and this is so important. Don't make fun of me. And so Poirot has like his little Watson is called Hastings. Okay, and Hastings said, I had a funny nickname at school, and Poirot said, oh, what was it? And Hastings said, my nickname is Battler. And Poirot said, that's a stupid nickname. How'd you get that? And Hastings said, it was a joke about my name. Battler Hastings. Like Battle of Hastings. I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to you. I don't think this was actually anywhere in Agatha Christie. I swear to you. I'm pretty sure Ryukishi took Battler's name from a one-off joke in a 1996 episode of Agatha Christie's Poirot. You didn't say that Hastings is the Watson. He is.
He's hasty to come up with some shit, yeah.
I'm like 90% sure this is what happened. It sounds made up. Mouse, you shouldn't lie like that. Go watch episode 6, or season 6, episode 15 of Agatha Christie's Poirot, and come back.
When we have Ryukishi on for the finale of Umineko, we'll ask him. Okay, we'll see how it goes.
Okay, anyway.
See if he's willing to let us know.
That's something you'll have to ask again after the 15th. Until then, you're still nothing but trouble for us. Disposing of you is what we should do. Do you understand why it's essential that this is not a failure?
Agatha Christie?
Fuck off.
I don't even get what you said, though. I'll still be recorded if I do this.
No, the smoke screen will cover you. We'll make sure it works as a barrier for the camera.
But what about the hallway? I'll be seen going to the cleaning room.
That is one reason why smoke should also be released there. Like in every guided visit, everyone else will be in the lobby. If smoke appears in both hallways, everyone will quickly evacuate as they'll be worried about it being poisonous or there being a fire. Then the exit will be guarded to make sure nobody runs out with stolen gems. Hitekuiji will be in the security room, so due to the smoke, he won't be able to leave it without falling unconscious. And he won't see what's happening in the building. When everyone is knocked out, you will go to the cleaning room and obtain our fake It is essential that you do this first to make sure no one sees you. You will leave your smoke grenade in the cart and subsequently go back to swap the gemstones.
Then why does Naomi steal them then? Is Naomi working for a different group? It seems like Naomi takes them upstairs in a briefcase, right?
We may be about to receive the answer to that question.
Okay. Who will set off the smoke outside the event room, though?
Nobody will. Okay, never mind. Setting up a timer is the easiest thing in the world. We know when they have to go off at 9:04.
No, we don't. The event will begin at 9, but we don't know when the cabinet will be unlocked.
That doesn't matter. Ito has seen the key and how to use it. If the smoke goes off before the cabinet is unlocked, the guide will be knocked out and they'll have the key on their person.
And where exactly will the smoke bombs be in the hallways?
Don't you remember? We can use the handrails. Behind them, the small grenades will be hidden, and it works perfectly for us. The camera... Oh, he cuts his hand on shrapnel. The camera's in the hall. When he put his hand behind the guardrail and felt something sharp.
They never found these in all of their searching?
The cameras in the hallways are placed to focus on the doors, so there are parts of the handrails that aren't visible. When Ito is cleaning, he can secretly place a grenade and slide it toward a point of the handrail that's being recorded. We will need 2 per hallway, and it'll seem like anyone could have placed them their previous day. It was Akaro that killed Katsuki.
Who cut their hand on what? Like
I thought someone...
Katsuki cut his hand on in the elevator, right? Was there one in the elevator?
He did cut his hand in the elevator, but I thought that someone else
Was it Sai?
I don't remember when this happened.
You're right. Someone did cut themselves. Yeah.
Fuck. Is it?
He gets me. Don't burp in the microphone. Don't burp in the microphone. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're thinking about it. I can see it. I can see the burp in your eyes. Don't do it.
I don't know when it was. 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 Okay. Burp. Thank you, Kido. Alright. When Ito is cleaning, he can secretly place a grenade. Katsuki cut himself in the elevator, but there was someone else who reached behind a rail and felt something sharp there. At some point. So you can secretly place a grenade and slide it toward a point of the handrail that's being recorded. We will need 2 per hallway, and it'll seem like anyone could have placed them the previous day.
So they fail because only one hallway gets coded, right?
I think so.
Finally, both subordinates understood how serious their boss was and broke into a sweat. As they took off and draped their heavy attire on the back of their chairs, they began to process each step of what they would be performing.
I thought both of them got coded.
Kite,
Am I crazy?
Kite can hear all of this.
Kite can hear all of this.
Interesting.
And that's not all. There's something else we'll do that will divert suspicion from Ito. After all, if this works, we still wouldn't be in the clear. After suffering such a major attack, will Ashiya really believe nothing was stolen? If they're careful, they might not believe it and end up finding the real Sekimeya. So, we will give them a reason to believe it. Their focus will be on the Sekimeya, that's what they expect to be targeted, and the measures they're taking clearly involve it, as proven by the new cabinet and it only having 1 key. Targeting a different room will be much less problematic. In the morning before the event, the cameras will be monitored. However, there are more cameras than monitors, and only the hallways and a few crystal rooms are displayed at once. Correct, Ito? Yes, I've never seen the smaller one in hallway A being displayed. It's normally just the hallway. Exactly. This means, is it's not Kate, it's Ito, yeah. This means that if you put all the gems there into a case, you won't be seen. We would usually never do this as it makes you the only suspect, but this isn't an issue this time. The curtains aren't raised until 9:10, so you'll leave all of them down. You'll also leave the case in the room, in the corner beneath the camera, so that we can have a visitor be there when the smoke is released, crouching right as it happens. If they keep their head near the floor as they exit the tower with the case, they won't fall unconscious.
Oh, so it's someone else.
Just like a rando? Damn, yeah. It's disappointing if it's just a rando. 2 minutes after the smoke has been released, he will attempt to flee. This will make Ashiya think their expectations were subverted. Oh no! And that the failed attack had that room as its final target. I doubt Phi-10 will be willing to take this job under any circumstances, but I'll find the right person without telling them the full extent of the plan. Since the reason behind doing this is passing off that room as the target, the smoke will need to be released there as well. So that's where Ito will leave the last grenade.
But what? I'm very confused. All of this will be recorded.
Yes. Before, I said that infecting the computer again could be risky. While that is true, it won't be an issue if we take the proper measures. When the smoke is released, I will infect the computer remotely. While Kate is overwhelmed by the attack, it'll take me a few seconds to erase the saved footage of the previous 24 hours. Then I will immediately disconnect our access so that we can't be tracked. This will work in 4 different ways. It will remove the footage that incriminates Ito. It will remove the footage showing the source of the smoke in the event room. It will make them think we had to remove the hallway's footage to hide who placed their grenades there when that's not actually needed. And lastly, it will hide that we can access the computer at any time because they might think we were able to erase the footage thanks to the commotion of the attack.
Nice.
This is it. This is what we'll do and how we'll nab the Sekimeiya.
What do you think, everyone?
Once the plan is a success, we'll get it out of the building with the cart. However, how do we let Ashia know their Sekimeiya is fake? Whatever the best answer is, it relies on the crafting process. You said the Sekimeiya is kept pretty cold. There aren't many chemical reactions that occur at low temperatures, but perhaps we could make use of one to damage the Sekimeiya after a couple of days of exposure. If not, then a mere timed reaction would suffice. One that would break our Sekimeiya and leave behind a card with our name. Oh my god, what supervillain shit is this? If it gets cold enough, it cracks and leaves behind a fucking Joker card? What do you mean?
I love it. I love it. I love it so much. I love it.
It hatches. It hatches.
When Kate saw the busy waveform, he knew his bait had been effective. Since Zin had attacked the gem shop, Ito hadn't spoken to his boss. Kate had wanted to know Zin's position after their failure, so he had given Ito information about the Sekimeiya to report to his group. At a low volume, he listened to the audio in his dim office. The second time, the conversation was a lot more substantial.
There's no way this chapter is not the cliff. No. Shiroya City was the cliff. Right now, we're fucking riding the roller coaster. This is fucking sick. This is like, it's like a whole new visual novel. It's like the bonus chapter. It's like we just fucking took off into outer space. Like, this is peak. Like, this is just like the by having like basically zero character growth or close attention paid to any kind of like sensitive topic, really, they've paved the way for it to go full fucking action movie. Like, it's fine. Sorry, do you agree?
I'm enjoying this, yeah.
All right, cool.
I'm having fun.
Sorry.
I'm strapped in.
Yeah, I'm strapped in for sure.
Kate thrilled internally. An overwhelming amount of details were being revealed to him. He finally knew many of Zin's secrets that had tormented him for so long.
Us too.
He heard Zin design their plan, even though the end sounded muffled. Ashia's lure wouldn't work. There would be no attack before the 15th, and most importantly, Kate could no longer follow through with the scheme.
Do you know what I realized? There's such a beautiful parallel, because in like literally the first or second Sekimeiya stream, we were in this room, and the fucking bullshit with the computer happened where the monitor got unplugged, and it gave you like 10 seconds to figure it out yourself, and then like explained at extreme unnecessary lengths what happened and how Sai tricked him by unplugging the monitor. And then we're back here having the bad guys explain at extreme unnecessary lengths their funny bad guy plan. It's just full circle. Didn't we see a card with Zin, or I'm misremembering? That's a good question.
We did.
We
when
did.
Shiraya touched it.
Yeah.
So did the Sekimeiya time travel back into the cabinet and break open the fake Sekimeiya?
Where was that? Was it in this chapter?
It was in chapter 3, yeah.
Yeah. So was it a card? What the hell is this? A card? Oh yeah, the tiny pieces with a rocky texture scattered across the cushion. It's a card on a single word was written in Zin. That's right. Yeah, the Sekimeiya exploded the fake Sekimeiya. You're right. Oh my god, you're so right. You're so right.
Do you really think that's what happened? Really?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think the Sekimeiya... I think they put the Sekimeiya back in the cabinet, maybe, and on top of the remains of the fake Sekimeiya, maybe. I don't know. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, I think she was about to maybe put it back in, and she found the fake Sekimeiya exploded on the cushion. Wait a minute.
No, the Sekimeiya was in there. It was really hot. Yeah.
Wait a minute. So wait, this is if this is this is actually relevant and important, because when she went into the tower, this is in the future. So
yeah, it's in the future.
In this timeline, Zin got away with it because they left the fake Sekimeya there, and then it exploded, and she found what happened after it exploded. So this is why the tower isn't unlocked. Shiroyo is in a timeline where it worked. So in this timeline, they successfully replaced the Sekimeya. All of the other shit still happened, but they got out of the tower having successfully replaced the Sekimeya.
So did they put the fake Sekimeya and the second real Sekimeya, because Zen only knows there's one.
Yeah.
They put it both in the cabinet and refrigerated it, and then some time later it exploded, broke the glass. Zin appeared, ta-da! But there's another Sekimeya next to it. But because it exploded, it's been sitting in that cabinet for so long, like just gathering heat.
Yeah.
Because powering up. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what happened. Yeah.
Fucking hell.
So they got away with it. No way.
I feel like we're making a lot of connections, but I still don't understand a lot of what's going on here.
I know, this is really funny.
Zin would attack during the daytime, the alarm wouldn't be activated, and Katei's voice could be heard by other people. In addition, even if the alarm was activated, Katei wouldn't be able to offer a Zin member a quick escape, as the outside of the building wouldn't be deserted. However, there was something else Katei realized. Zin were right, the Sekimeya's value was already much higher than what Ashiya had expected. To incentivize Zin's attack, Ashiya had been building an air of mystery around the gemstone, which had rapidly expanded. Until the 15th, the Sekimeya's worth would be far higher than everything else Ashiya had ever possessed. What the fuck are you talking about? Katei didn't feel pressured. He had very valuable information, but he had learned that the concept of his plan could be still executed, albeit differently. He could anonymously threaten Ito with the audio, but that would give away Katei's source of information, and unlike after his previous plan, Zin wouldn't be indebted to him. As such, he decided to change his way of thinking for the time being. He's flipping the chessboard. The Sekimeya, he could obtain it himself and postpone the idea of blackmailing Zin. He had the key to the cabinet and a trump card he'd saved for years, the storeroom secret.
Yeah.
Before Katei's parents had died, the building had undergone several severe expansions. The secret corridor had always remained a hidden part of the lowest floor, but nobody knew about it remained.
So this basically confirms he's Kyoku, right?
Yeah, he's Kyoku, yeah. He seems kind of normal and dumb for like some child psychopath, like antisocial. Naturally, Katei had tested it already to deduce whether Zin were aware of his existence. He had easily been able to confirm it had never been opened during the attacks by putting a hair on it. How could Katei take the Sekimeya out of the tower? Despite all he knew, it wasn't a simple task. He couldn't act out a fake Zin attack when he didn't have the night shift. If he entered through the storeroom, he would be seen from the security room. He could take action when he had the night shift, but he could bring Sekimeya to the storeroom and claim Zin had erased the security footage. But would such a thing be believable? Oh, this is when Katsuki showed up and he killed him.
Yeah.
Shoved him against the locker, yeah. He wasn't worried about Zin. He wasn't worried that Zin could threaten him anymore. He had the upper hand in that battle, as he could expose a good deal about them. Yet, Katei's story would be too convenient. His alarm would have to be somehow bypassed, and Katei would have to let them escape. What if he activated the alarm by forcing open the cabinet? Then, when the exit unlocked, no Zin member would be found in the building, and the Sekimeya would have magically disappeared. There was only one way Katei could make that work, by saying he had someone escaping toward the storeroom. He had seen someone escaping toward the storeroom. However, he didn't want to reveal the existence of the hidden door yet. There was no smooth story that let Katei weasel out. He didn't want to be investigated by Ashiya or Zin, but every scenario sounded iffy and had him as the easy suspect. That was until he realized that the perfect moment existed. A moment where he wouldn't be the only suspect, and where his story would be believed without a doubt, the day of the event.
Damn, Sai did nothing wrong. Sai was right. Katei's so sus.
The day when Zin would be in the tower, and when Katei would be in the security room, he could use their own attack against them to obfuscate his involvement. He knew what would happen and what Zin's actions would be. He immediately thought of a way to take advantage of them. He could disarm those 2 grenades in hallway B in order to get out. The Sekimeya cabinet had been designed to trigger the alarm upon being minimally damaged. At 9:04, a vast cloud of smoke was going to be released in the event room. Even though the cabinet could be unlocked, the mere damage of the smoke could set off the alarm. In any case, if the alarm went off at that time, it wouldn't be questioned. A real attack would have triggered it, so it would have served its function. Kitei had designed the system, and he knew Zin didn't have access to the tower's computer. If he altered the system to automatically activate the alarm at that time, no one would know.
Sai was also willing to murder Katsuki because he wanted to know what it was like. That was it. We're not prosecuting for thought crimes. No, he still did nothing wrong.
He was mad. He was mad.
It was self-defense.
Yeah. He could trap Zin in the tower and commandeer the rest of their plan himself. In addition, Kitei had another reason to trigger the alarm, to aid Zin before his intervention. The only way their plan could fail was if people from the outside quickly raided the building despite the smoke. That was something the alarm could prevent. This motherfucker. Kitei's initial idea was promising, and he could develop it further. Zin would disable the hallway A cameras where the security room and the storeroom were. That meant that before the attack, Kitei could quickly go to the lobby to discuss what to do during the event with the police. That would be the last recording of hallway A.
He may have killed him with a teleporting knife. I'm still not sure about that. Do we know what happened there? No, I don't think we know what happened there.
No, I don't know what happened there. No. The teleporting knife is unfortunately probably the squid theory. Like, I don't know. Yeah. The squid did it.
Squid theory.
That would be last recording on hallway A. Upon seeing the smoke, everyone would rapidly evacuate, unaware that the alarm was soon to be activated. Then, during the chaos, Kitei would re-enter the hallway. Whoa. That would no longer be caught by the cameras. As he heard Zin's discussion, he knew that by crawling, he would avoid falling unconscious.
Like a massive spider, perhaps.
Yeah, he knew that Atazi's movements would be. The alarm wouldn't influence them. He would go to the cleaning room, so Kitei had the opportunity to take the Sekimeya out of the cabinet if it was unlocked. If it wasn't, he'd go take it from the cleaning cart after Atazi finished his job. Then, he could rapidly go to the storeroom and leave the Sekimeya behind the movable wall. Lei had told him it couldn't be kept at a warm temperature, but the storeroom's corridor was colder than the rest of the tower due to its lack of insulation and air conditioning.
Oh, this is what happened when Shiroya found it in there.
He was probably really mad. Lastly, he would leave using his unique key. Everyone would be in front of the entrance, so he wouldn't be seen stepping out of the building. Then he would appear from behind them as if he had evacuated, which hallway A's camera would corroborate. Nobody would be in the security room, so after 12 hours, a shutter would open. Then, someone inside the building would be guaranteed to be a member of Zin and responsible for triggering the alarm. However, nobody knew that Sekimeya had been stolen because Zin's fake would remain inside, and nobody would suspect Kitei of having any involvement, as he couldn't have. Not even Zin would suspect him. How are you selling it, bro? And
only
in the future,
Sai.
he could retrieve the Sekimeya from the storeroom without an issue. And then I could call my good friend that lives on Rakenjima, Kraus, to sell this gemstone. He's the only one that can do it.
Is this our stopping point, Halyu? A little more. I'm just guessing, like a few lines. Okay, there you go.
Everything was finally in motion, and the long wait for the day of the event began. Ashia, Zin, and Kitei, each of those three parties had their own unique agenda. Every night, Ashia expected Zin's attack. However, Kitei knew it wouldn't happen yet and kept mentally rehearsing his plan. Meanwhile, Zin received the replica of the Sekimeya. Ito, who had seen, touched, and measured the original, confirmed there was no glaring difference between the two, and that unless Ashia had foreseen a replica being created, it would work.
There it is. Nope.
As the days approached, Ashia realized Zin were likely to not fall for their trap, and as Zin had predicted, the Sekimeya continued to grow more valuable in the eyes of the world. For no reason, Ashia hadn't fully prepared the event yet, so a trusted employee of theirs was chosen to plan out the guided visits. Atazi was under a lot of pressure. He had to make sure the plan was a success, and if he executed what had been laid out perfectly, the odds would be in his favor. All the preparations had been made. Slowly, the days of December ticked up to the 15th.
All the pieces fell into place.
Little did they know that the Sekimeya was a time-traveling egg.
Oh shit. December 15th, 2011. Dawn of the first day. Well, we learned so much and yet know so little. Sucker Mary Barrels to Mike Hunt is for Timmy. I'm not afraid to say it all in a row.
Holy shit.
It's peak. It's peak. It's peak. It's so peak. Sorry, Sorry, Naja. Well, that was fascinating. I'm gonna have to go back to the document.
Good episode.
I'm gonna go back to the document.
Joe, too much of a coward to say it gets fucking ad revenue disabled on YouTube. I can't. Otherwise, I would say it.
Another banger stream. Thank you both. Thank you for coming and watching. What a day. What a day. I don't have enough energy to do any kind of retrospective on it, but I think I'm gonna return to the document. I don't know about you.
Probably return document.
Yeah, we can make some time to return to the document.
I think that the Sekimeya like time travels in some way. Like I don't know.
It's like really tough to think about all of this. Like
it's just really hard.
So much. Yeah. It's really hard. It's like so much to wrap your head around. It's like, wow. You started that. All right. I think we're gonna raid Kriken as usual. We're raiding Kriken, who is playing Peak. So Peak into Peak. I will be back. Are you gonna stream tomorrow, you think?
I have no idea. I hope so.
I hope so too. I want more Expedition 33. God, were they on drugs writing this? Oh my god, Godot, you're so right. I'm glad I was here for the reveal of Kate's brother. Okay. All right, I'll be back on Wednesday, probably with Moon, but who knows? Who knows? I'll see. I want to stream on Wednesday, but I might not be feeling up to all that, so I might do something else. But I'll be here on Wednesday, and Friday I'm getting a haircut, so it's gonna be a little late. Oh, I wanted to say really quick. This has nothing to do with you, Joe. Sorry. I wanted to say really quick. My birthday is in like, not very long, like 2 weeks, and I'm gonna do like a gift sub discount on my channel in case anybody wants to buy subs for my birthday. So if you're thinking about like gifting subs to people, you should wait for 2 weeks, because it'll be cheaper then. So yep. All right, I'm gonna set up a raid into Kraken.
Forewarning, that's nice of you.
Yeah, I figured 2 weeks is a good warning amount. All right, Sekimeya barrels. See y'all soon.
See you later, chat.